understanding is that if you wanted to do a short-term rental, you would have to get a minor use permit. It's not the same thing as a license. I think, okay, you're saying no, but I'll ask the question. In other cities, we have other sections. In other cities, they have licenses that people must apply for so that they can use their residences, they can use their properties for Airbnb. It sounds like we're not going to do that. Like if we need any kind of permits, there wouldn't be a limit on the permits that are being used, and we wouldn't even ask the question of whether or not it's being used for Airbnb or not. So that's a clarification I'd like to make. The other question is, how would we enforce that? Like, how do we know when people are using things for, over 90 days, somebody used 91 days? Just a question. Councilmember Chahal mentioned heights, like limiting things on heights. But I mean, there is something called number of floors versus usable space, meaning you can have something that's 2 stories tall that only has 1 floor. And then you can have something that is, 10 stories tall, but actually has this many stories in it because, compression, other uses. I'd like to know how we address that. And a few more things, but I think largely the questions were handled by the other council members. And thank you very much.
All right. We're not going to have time to answer all those questions this evening, but I do want to go to the public to see who has questions or comments about the study session. And I'm hoping, City Manager, that we can take these questions back and bring them back at a future meeting. I know we have a packed agenda tonight, so it's important that we start on time. So is there any member of the public that would like to make any comments about the zoning code update? Please feel free to come forward. And I see we have someone online as well. So when you're ready, welcome.
Hi, I was just curious what non-controversial projects are defined as in the minor use permits. That says the new minor use permit is an administrative process for non-controversial projects. I was just curious if there was a definition for that.
Good question. Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Mayor, council members, I think this will help homeowners, small business owners, and I think it'll help the existing planning commission. This clarification and update is well overdue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in the audience that would like to make any comments? All right, we have someone online, Vinod. Is it on this item? Vinod, you're muted. Vinod. Unmute yourself, please.
Oh, sorry, this is Vinod. Yeah, I'm sorry, I raised a hand for something else. I'm sorry, I'll just take time off. Sorry.
Is that for this item or no?
Sorry, no, it's not for this one. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So if I don't see any other, are there any other hands? City Clerk? No. So City Manager, I know that Rena has probably maybe 30 questions or so. Can you tell us when you believe that we might be able to get these questions back so that we can have further discussion on this very important topic?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Javon Grogan, City Manager. We will look to one of your future meetings, likely in September. Your August 29th meeting is fairly packed and that agenda packet is already complete.
Okay.
And so we will look either for likely your second meeting in September, if not one of the October meetings, to come back to you with the answers to the questions that were raised tonight.
Okay, and it'll give you some time to go back and get all those questions. Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Assistant Director. We appreciate everything you did, and we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to transfer into our regular City Council meeting. Thank you. If everyone could please take their seats, everyone please take your seat. I don't have it. Would everyone please take your seats? We're going to start the meeting. Excuse me, those in the aisle. Sorry, I'm screaming. I don't mean to. If everyone please take your seat. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's a joint City Council Stadium Authority meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessing upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those that are joining us as lobbyists, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. For those joining us at the 7 o'clock meeting here, just a note that Councilmember Jane is absent and Councilmember Watanabe is participating remotely pursuant to AB 2449 due to an emergency. Thank you, Mayor.
So when I call on her and I look up in the clouds, that's what I'm looking at. Okay. So good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. Public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations. Those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on now to the agenda. First of all, I wanted to say this is our first meeting back after a month off, so that's why we look slightly refreshed. So we're going to try to conduct this meeting. I know there's a lot of important items on, so we're going to try to get through it as quickly and efficiently as possible. So please bear with us. The first is reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Council heard both cases listed on the agenda in closed session this evening, but there's no reportable actions with respect to either case. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Oh, shoot. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I would like to ask and make a motion that item number 8, which is the 950 Monroe Street item that is agendized for tonight. I would like to make a motion to continue this item because I feel that because District 5 Representative Councilmember Jane is not present, and because this project, which is a very important project that a lot of people are here for tonight, is not present. And it seems that the council member should be here to be able to participate in the decision-making regarding this project tonight. So I am going to make a motion that this item be continued to the next council meeting, which is Tuesday, August 29th, I believe.
I cannot participate in that since I have a conflict. My office is near that. So can I ask for a second if there is a second? City Attorney, is that all right for me to do that?
Madam Mayor, in abundance of caution, I might suggest you turn it over to Vice Mayor Park.
All right,
in order to
Vice Mayor
manage that.
Park.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You can stay there.
So is there a second to
If
that
there's
motion?
discussion, I'll get up and
Okay. Because I can see that the applicant is here, and I'd like to know what the applicant thinks, if there's a opinion by the applicant.
Mr. Vice Chair, that's a perfectly reasonable question. Before you go to that, do you want a second though from the
Okay.
request a second?
I guess I'll. There's a second.
I had a question. I know that is Councilmember Jane's district. I don't know if his property is within that proximity. Will he still be able to vote on that is what my question is.
I'm going to check with staff on that. I do not believe Member Jane was identified as having a conflict on the project, but I want to check with staff.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor, we looked at the map for that and Member Hardy and his residence is more than 1,000 feet from the project. So our advice, barring some other conflict with that, would be that Member Jane could participate.
Okay. And I also want to state that even though there's a motion on the floor, I think that the opinion of the applicant would maybe guide some of the members on council to whether they would like to second or not.
And that's a fair comment. And if there's not a second, it would be within your prerogative to go to the developer to inquire as to his interest.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask if there's a second one more time, and seeing none, I'll go to the applicant.
are we going to the applicant? Looks like it's died for lack of a second. So are we?
Well, okay. I mean, we don't have to do that either, but.
Madam Mayor, I don't have an issue with getting input from the applicant about their circumstances because it could impact a council member's willingness to make a second on the item.
That was my point. My point is it's possible that people aren't making a second until we've heard what the applicant would like to do.
We are here at the disposal of the council, of course. I think I had spoken to Councilmember Jane before he left on his trip and asked if he would be attending, and he said no. And I'm assuming that if his desire was to attend in today's world, he could attend via Zoom, just as even though she has a family emergency, she is, Councilmember Watanabe is attending from other parts of the country. So I would imagine that if there was a desire to attend, that he certainly could via Zoom. So my presumption is perhaps he had other plans, if you will. So based on that, then I would say, let us proceed, tonight, if that's the wish of the council. That would be just my thoughts.
Thank you very much, sir. So it seems like item number 8 stays on the agenda. Yeah,
There's no second. That would be the.
that's correct. There's no action on there's no change.
So motion dies for lack of a second.
Motion dies for lack of a second, and there's no change. There is no action on the motion. There is no change to the agenda.
Very good. Member Becker, did you check with the mayor to let her know she can come back? Very good. Thank you.
Turn the meeting back over to the mayor.
All right. Vice Mayor Park, your lights on.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to ask that, like to consider moving item 9 after consent calendar, actually after public hearing, because it does look like if item 8 goes on the agenda, it will be very long. I believe that item 9 is another authority request. It should be fairly short. There is no robust discussion allowed. It's simply a request to put something on the agenda, and I would like to move that forward to after public hearing.
Move item 9 up. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
All right. To where?
After the public presentations. I could take it after consent items pulled for discussion as well,
I
but
mean, after 7?
no,
Oh, after public presentation.
public
Okay. All
presentations,
right,
that's correct.
fine. All right. Okay. So seeing, let's see, I have one hand up. Is that for this, do you think? Continuances, exceptions? Pooja? Go ahead, Pooja. This continuances and exceptions. You're muted. There you go.
Hello, sorry, I meant to raise my hand for open comments. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. That would be public presentations. All right, so we're going to move on to the agenda after. All right, we'll start with our first special order of business this evening. The City of Santa Clara is honored to recognize outgoing commissioners for their years of service and contributions to Santa Clara. Today, we recognize our commissioners for volunteering their time to make an impact on the city and for improving our community. We recognize the following commissioners for their service. From the Civil Service Commission, we have Willie Brown Jr., John Casey, and Carolyn McAllister. From the Cultural Commission, we recognize Jennifer Vega. From the Historical and Landmarks Commission, Megan Schwartzwelder. From the Parks and Recreation Commission, we recognize Bert Field. From the Planning Commission, Ricky Harrow. From the Salary Setting Commission, we have Marjorie Banco, Eric Chu, and Ram Misra. And from our Senior Advisory Commission, we have Grant McCauley and Nancy Toledo. I want to express our sincere gratitude for all of you for your dedicated service to Santa Clara. All of your work is sincerely appreciated by the City Council. And so now I would like to present plaques to the commissioners who were able to join us today. So I'll call you up to the front and then you come and I'm going to ask the council to come down here for a group photo. Okay, first we have Megan Schwartzwelder of the Historical Landmarks Commission. Megan, she comes. All right, next we have Nancy Toledo of the Senior Advisory Commission. We have Grant McCauley of the Senior Advisory Commission. Eric Chu of the Salary Setting Commission. Wait a minute, did we get a raise? I don't know. And on Zoom, we have Ram Misra of the Salary Setting Commission as well. So are you with us, Ram? Not either. And I think that's it. So if we can take Thank you again to all of our commissioners, our outgoing commissioners. For our next item, the city is excited to proclaim August as American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. We celebrate and honor the rich contributions Muslim people have made to the social, cultural, and economic vibrancy in Santa Clara and throughout our country. In Santa Clara, we are honored to have multiple mosques and nonprofit centers doing important community work. The Muslim Community Association, most of us know them as the MCA, since 1981 serves the community through weekly congregational prayers for over 5,000 attendees, has full-time schools, counseling and senior services, and community wellness programs. MCA partnered with the Support Life Foundation and Second Harvest Food Bank to distribute nearly 3 million pounds of food during the pandemic to at-risk communities in Santa Clara County. Organizations in the Bay Area also conduct critical work. The Council on American Islamic Relations, also known as CARE, provided legal services to over 700 individuals last year, including dozens of newly arrived Afghans to obtain work permits, asylum, and permanent resident status. CARE San Francisco Bay Area's programs include legal clinics, anti-hate trainings, social justice webinars, and candidate forums. This evening, we are honored to have the leaders of the Muslim community here with us. Also, there are several members of the MCA board here. So thank you, first of all, for being here. I'd like to invite Samer Darwish, President for the Muslim Community Association, and Musa Tariq from the Council on American Islamic Relations to the podium to say a few words. Welcome.
Stay right here?
Yes, perfect.
Cool.
Perfect.
Let me know when I can start.
Go ahead.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum and hello, esteemed City Council members. My name is Musa Tariq and I am the Policy Coordinator at the San Francisco Bay Area office of the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CARE for short. We have called Santa Clara our home base in our mission to protect and empower the Muslim community for nearly 30 years, and I'm honored to accept this proclamation on our organization's behalf. We extend our heartfelt thanks to the City of Santa Clara for its continued commitment to promoting diversity, understanding, and unity. By designating this month as Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month, you are recognizing the efforts of the Santa Clara Muslim community and fostering an environment where dialogue and inclusivity flourish. The proclamation we are receiving today reflects the dedication of the numerous Muslim organizations and community members that have made a positive impact on our community and beyond. Thank you also to our partner organizations, the Muslim Community Association, the MCA, the Muslim American Society Bay Area Chapter, MASBA, and the Support Life Foundation. Thank you again to the City of Santa Clara for its support and recognition of the contributions of the Muslim community. It is through initiatives like this that we pave the way for a future where community members feel represented and are inspired to get involved. This proclamation is a testament to the power of community and service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. As we say, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. It's an honor, to have this recognition as well. We've been here, as you mentioned, Mayor Gilmore, since 1981, and we continue to contribute to the entire, community. And we would love to, continue the support, as you mentioned, the food bank through, Support Life, as well as we opened the COVID center, to help people from the community as well to come and do tests and so on. Our center is also open as a station for voting. So we welcome the entire community to come. And we have interfaith also programs. So we'd like to, of course, invite everybody to join us to learn about one another more. So we've been around since 1981, and we really are honored to be here. And we want to thank you so much for, all your support to us as well. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here this evening and for both your organizations and all the amazing work you do. And I know that at MCA, you have your annual open houses that really invite all the community in, and everyone's welcome all the time. And we appreciate all the good work you've done. So I'd like to invite both of you up here, at any members of your board that are here that would like to take a picture with the City Council. And I'd like to present you with these proclamations. Okay, our next special order of business is a presentation from the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association on their recent exchange visit to our sister city of Izumo, Japan. The Santa Clara Sister Cities Association enriches the lives of our community members by encouraging opportunities such as student exchanges between Santa Clara sister cities, and our sister cities are right up there. The flags are right up on the wall there. These exchanges allow young people in our community to explore cultures around the world. At this time, I'd like to invite the president of the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association, Margaret Horosco, up to the podium to speak and introduce the students who attended this exchange. Is Margaret here? Oh, there she is. Didn't see you, Margaret. You're hiding back there. Welcome.
Hello, City Council members and guests. So the students we took to Izumo, Japan were Aubrey Lee, Ria Agarwal, Josh Hayes, and Miriam Redwan. So those are the 4 students we took this year, and they just happened to be all from Wilcox High School.
Oh, okay. No offense to Santa Clara High School, right?
None at all. We
Next
love
time.
Santa Clara High and would love more members to join from Santa Clara High.
Very good.
Yeah.
Are they, and the students are going to come up and tell us a little bit about their experience?
Yeah, we're all going to do the presentation together.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so whenever they're ready with the slides, I think.
Why don't we call them all up right now?
Great, thanks.
I know we all saw some of the pictures, so they look like you had a fabulous time. You just tell us when. Are we looking for the slides? Oh. Just hold off for a minute or two, or should we? Should we move on to consent calendar and come back? Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. We'll just do that. So, so the next item we have, and we'll come back to that. You just tell us when they're ready. Is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. I want to say I'll be abstaining on item 4G as in girl. It's a Mills Act on 1053 Lexington Street. It's near my work and my office, so I have to abstain on 4G. So if you'd note that for the record. Is there anyone else? Councilmember Becker?
No, Mayor, no, nothing to pull. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
All right. Is there any member of the audience that wanted to pull anything from the consent calendar? I see 2 online. Do you believe that their consent calendar?
They've had their hand up.
They've had it up for a while.
well-
Should we check?
Sure.
John, you're muted. We're on the consent calendar. Did you have an item from the consent calendar, John? You're muted. Please unmute. John Berner, please unmute. John? We'll go to Shailendra. Shailendra, please unmute. Shailendra? Shailendra? Okay, they don't, they're not unmuting. So, oh, there we go. Oh, no? Okay. All right. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal.
And Mayor, just confirming that includes Stadium Authority consent.
Pardon me?
Just confirming that includes
Includes the
Stadium Authority consent as well.
yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. When you're ready, City Clerk?
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Any readiness on the sister cities, or should we keep going? Pardon me?
Keep going, please.
Okay. So we moved item number 9, which is action on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Nikki Welch, requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting for council to discuss SB 9 application fee waiver for low-income homeowner by grant or government loan. Did we have a comment from our city manager on this? Is Nikki here? Nikki's not here. Is Nikki online? Anybody here to present this for Nikki? What do we do? Unless the council wants to put this on?
Right. Council can still take action on the 030 request, even though there is not someone here representing it, without any recommendation from council to take action on it. There will be no further action, nor will it be agendized at a later meeting.
All right, we have Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I lost my notes here. I would like to make a motion to deny the current written petitions request.
Do we deny or take no action?
You could do either, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
So either
For
deny or
no action, of course, you would just take no action.
We would just not take
If
any
you wanted to
action. Unless if
affirmatively.
someone wants to make a motion
Right.
to put this on.
Would-
All right, thank you. So no action.
No action.
Vice Mayor Park.
So without too much discussion on this, I believe that the applicant had come before council previously to talk about SB 9 and how difficult it is for people that don't have the money up front to pay for the fees to do the work they need to build on their property. And I think that without going into what remedies could be a waiver, as suggested here. There's a lot of other things. I think that this is an increasingly common, or this will be an increasingly common request or problem. And I have no problem taking this up for discussion on a future agenda item. I will make the motion to approve this request.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the request. All right, I'm not going to support the motion because we can only discuss this particular one, not the policy in general. So if we want to discuss the policy in general, we should put it on goal setting. But it's about this particular application. All right. Okay. Councilmember Becker, did you have more to say?
Thank you, Mayor. I think you pretty much summed it up for me. I think this is a very major policy discussion that we should have rather than just singular discussion. So that's why I will not be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Chahal.
The only reason I'm trying to support this thing is so that staff can send some clarity to whosoever want to use this SB 9 for dividing their lots. That's the only reason, because as a policy matter, I agree, it's a policy matter as well. I don't know how we bring this back as a policy matter and as 030. Either way, I'm fine with it, but I want the staff to clarify where they stand, what their jurisdiction is, what they can do in such circumstances or not. That's the reason I want to bring it back and let the resident know about it. Thank you.
Is there any member of the public that would like to weigh in on this? One's online. Vice Mayor Park, your light's still on?
Yeah, so I hear you saying that this is for this particular applicant, and I do read here it says to discuss SB 9 application fee waiver for low-income homeowner singular by grant or government loan. But I guess the question that I have for city manager is this, I mean, could we take this as a general discussion or do we take it on face value as homeowner? Meaning I read it in my head as for homeowners, for low-income homeowners in general. But I'm hearing now that people are taking this as a specific request for this particular request. Like I see it as a more general discussion. And I'm hearing that some people are taking this as a very specific discussion. I'm asking, and I'll bring the city attorney into this as well, if a general discussion is allowed by this, or if we have to talk about it.
They're asking for a fee waiver, so it is specific to this property, but go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Thank you, Kevin Park, Javon Grogan, city manager. I do think your reading of the actual request is right. It is both broad and they are asking for a specific waiver or a government-backed loan for their fees. I would recommend to the council that if you're interested in the larger policy, you talk about this during your annual priority setting process. And as you all know, we're planning a new priority session process for you. Government waivers or a loan program is a very significant policy decision. It will require funding. As you know, a lot of our staff that work in development review are actually paid based on our permit and fee revenue. And so any action to waive or provide a government-backed loan that will be a programmatic thing will really need significant analysis. You should also know that staff has been in contact with Ms. Welch on a number of occasions and have provided her at least two options that she can proceed. One relatively approximately $14,000 and another $120,000, which does match our fee schedule for subdividing a lot and developing a single family home.
Councilmember Becker, you still?
Thank you, Mayor. So in all fairness, and also just kind of a little bit of housekeeping, was the petitioner, I think it's Mrs. Nikki Welsh here, was she contacted that the item was going to be placed on the agenda tonight? And did she confirm or deny or anything like that?
No, our process is to send it out once the agenda's been posted, which it was last Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Park, any more comments before we take a vote?
I do. I'm willing to withdraw my motion with the contingency that we do take this up for general discussion at a priority setting session in the future, right? But I want to make sure that this makes it on there. And we don't have to take action on this right now.
And just by consensus, say we want it on.
Duly noted. At your priority session, staff is already preparing for you a list of items. We will put this on there as one of the items for you to discuss. No need for direction.
Okay, then I just want to make sure that the applicant knows that we're not taking any action on the request, but we will take up the topic in our priority setting discussions.
So you've removed your motion and
yeah, I will
that's
withdraw.
Okay with the second, I guess, removed.
I withdraw my second.
Withdrawn. All right, no action, so we can move on, correct? All right, are we ready yet for the sister cities? Yay, all right, come on back up. Welcome back.
Oh, nice. Good evening, everyone. We are the Santa Clara Sister Cities Youth Association, and we're here to present our time in Japan. I'd like you to keep out for a little yellow cat in our slides. This is Shimaneko, which is the mascot of the city of the prefecture we visited.
Hello, I'm Margaret Harasco, and I was a chaperone on this recent trip to Izumo. First part of my homestay was with Mr. and Mrs. Wada. I also visited with their son and daughter's families. That was an important part for them that they wanted to show me. Mary and her daughter played the koto for us after lunch. The Wadas also took me to a new restaurant, Izumo Garb Cliff Terrace, that has beautiful ocean and sunset views. The second part of my trip, I stayed with the Kikawa family. Rieko, Gin, and I made stone carvings at Kimachi Stone. This Japanese sandstone is famous in Izumo for the use in stone lanterns. The last picture is of Ms. Yukimi, Mr. Yamamoto, and Mr. Fuji at his residence, where we toured his family's 150-year-old underground stone structure that was originally used to keep silk moths cool, now used for wine storage. The 4 students standing here were great ambassadors for the program, and we had a great cultural and immersion experience in Izumo. Thank you to Jigusa Kotoku and Mr. Yamamoto of the IEAI for their organization of the trip and outings. Thank you. Next slide.
So in the beginning of our trip, we arrived at the Izumo airport and we received a warm Izumo welcome from the IEA members. And they took us from the airport to City Hall where we met our first host families for the very first time. A few days later, we attended the welcome party, had amazing food and fun activities. We got to perform a dance that we prepared, and I also got to sing a song that I prepared before. It was overall a great night, and we had a lot of fun.
So this is Hiroshizaki Lighthouse. It is the first destination that we went before. It borders right on the Sea of Japan, which right across is South Korea. And this is where we got our first Goshinko stamps, which are commonly found in Japanese Shinto shrines.
On the third day, we had a pleasant visit to Izumo City Hall where we met the mayor, city councils, and city employees. We exchanged gifts and we had a very nice conversation with them. Here's a picture we had with the mayor who is standing at the center of the photo next to Margaret.
So this is Izumo Taisha Grand Shrine. It is one of the most important Shinto temples in Japan. The Shinto gods are one of the most ancient gods in Japan, and they were there before the arrival of new religions. It's home to the largest Shimenawa that divides where the gods reside and where humans are. And it's home to the largest Japanese flag in the country. Next.
We then went to the sake in a confectionery where we got to make traditional Japanese sweets called wagashu, and it's made out of red bean and taro paste. And the first fruit we see is a unripe plum, and then there's also a traditional Japanese flower. Overall, it was a really fun experience, and making it was very fun.
This is Sushi pottery. It uses a kiln that is found in ancient kiln found in Japan. It acts like a staircase where the heat source is on the bottom and it rises up, crafting all the clay pottery. And it's also, as you can see, the craftsman in the bottom left, he is painting it actually blue. That color will turn blue after the process.
Here are some of the foods that we got to eat. In the top left, we got to try soba, which are buckwheat noodles. And below that is our experience in an okonomiyaki place, which is a pancake with a cabbage. And we also got to try other traditional food like omurice and takoyaki.
Here's some more great food in Japan. In like the number 3 is common ramen that you can find at a normal ramen place. What you would do is you would go and take off your shoes to go there. And in fact, image number 4 is fake sushi, and it was made by so don't get deceived. It is made by a craftsman that we met there. Thank you. Or next slide.
We also had the pleasure to visit the Kojindani excavation where the largest number of bronze swords were discovered. We had a wonderful time hiking there. It was a beautiful hike. We saw lotus flowers and we received a Goshuin stamp there as well.
We then went to the Ichibata Yakushi temple where we got to do Zen meditation with the head priest. It was a really interesting experience because while we meditated, in order to make sure that we kept our focus, they would slap us. It didn't really hurt, but it definitely kept us awake. And then we also got to
it hurt me.
We also got to drink water from the shrine, and this water is supposed to help with eyesight, which is really nice.
Don't worry, the slaps didn't actually hurt. It's like with the long bamboo stick, it was very refreshing. So we also followed our respective host students to their Izumo High School to experience what a Japanese high school life is like. So the teachers were very accommodating. We had a very nice Let's Present Kanji to us where they provided us with Japanese names with significance. And after school, we visited the ESS Club, which is English Speaking Society, and they were our pen pal exchangees from earlier this year. So we shipped American snacks and sweets to them, and in return, when we arrived to the club, they presented us with Japanese sweets, drinks, and treats. It was a really good time.
We also went to the Hibarera Elementary School where we got to meet with the elementary students and teach them English and do some different games with them. It was a really fun experience because it was interesting talking to elementary students again. And then also we were interviewed and on live television there.
Next, we got to visit the University of Shimane. Here we made Shimanawa, I have mine right here. And we got to do this with the college students. We also got to do an elder simulation where we put on these heavy packs and experience what it was like to be older.
So also at the University of Shimane, we had a traditional Japanese tea ceremony. The ladies in the kimonos in the top left are actually, they're playing the ancient Japanese instrument, the koto. And you can press the string to like change the pitch. And each string is kind of like a key on a piano. And also in the tea ceremony, what you would usually do is sit around the room as we're doing in the top right. And you would first eat the candy and drink the tea due to the tea being quite bitter.
Fun fact about Izumo is that their Izumo scenery is quite beautiful and their sunsets are actually known to be Japan's national treasure. The sand and the beaches are quite beautiful and it's so quiet that sometimes you can hear the fireflies and see them light up, as well as when you look up, you can see the stars up in the air. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Transitioning to our personal stories with our host families, my first host family was the Iwasa family, and I am so grateful for their hospitality. We visited the Iwami silver mine on the left side of the screen. And my second host family is the Hasegawa family, where we made delicious takoyaki together, and we visited the Matsui Castle. And as you can see on the bottom right corner, we rode in a canal where we all crouched down to get under, low hanging canal bridges, but it would come back up.
I went with two host families, and with the first host family, I got to meet their extended family, and I got to talk about life in Santa Clara, which they found very interesting. And I've never had Japanese food, so they introduced me to many different Japanese food, including udon and ramen, and I really like the tempura. And then my second host family, we played Catan, which was really cool because I didn't know that it was such a widespread popular game. And then also because my second host family did not have internet, I got to live without internet for like 3 days, and it was a very different experience than here.
And for me, my first host family that I stayed with was the Kurokawa family. It is in the top left and bottom left. I'm so super thankful to be able to go to a sushi place there. It is one where there would be sushi on a conveyor belt and you actually just pick it up and that's where you eat. And for my second host family was the Fuji family. And I actually had the privilege to stay in a Buddhist temple. So if you look at the bottom, you can see in the Fuji family right there. And the husband, he is a Buddhist priest. I'm super thankful to have this opportunity to spend with these families. Thanks.
So with my first family, the Watanabe family, we also visited the Matsue Castle and did the boat trip. And something cool about the Matsue Castle is before you enter, you have to take off your shoes out of respect. My second family was the Manewa family. And with that family, I got to try wearing a traditional kimono, as you can see on the bottom right. And on the top right, you can see a picture of me with the softball team at Izumo High School. They weren't my host families, but they treated me as such, and I had a great time meeting them.
We wanted to thank the city council members for allowing us to go on this trip and funding it. We are so grateful that we were able to go, and this is definitely a trip that we'll remember for the rest of our lives. And we also wanted to say a special thank you to Margaret for being our chaperone and taking us to Japan. Thank you.
Saw a lot of old friends in those pictures, so I enjoyed my trip over there as well. So I'm glad you had a wonderful time. And you're right, you'll remember this for the rest of your lives. Before we have some gifts for you, but before we do that, I'm going to go to the council members. I think we have several that would like to make some comments. Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations for going there, but more importantly for being representatives of the city. I remember when we were interviewing you, and in fact, every single candidate that we had was great. I mean, if we could have sent everyone, I think that we would have sent everyone. And we had particular faith in you. I was kind of worried that Aubrey would like maybe take over everything. I don't know, but I'm so happy that you had a great time, and I wish that you stay involved. Again, I remember I recognize a lot of people there as well. I've been in Sister Cities I had been part of Sister Cities for, over a decade ago for a long time, used to manage these. And to see that the process continuing and see the great candidates, like I used to think, we'll never see candidates like this again. And I was pleasantly surprised that the candidates we had this year in the interviews, Margaret will tell you, we had a hard time deciding. We kind of came down to who would be not just great for this exchange, but what kind of chances could we give these people? And hopefully the other candidates that didn't make it, they can apply again. But I'm just so grateful that you applied and were part of this exchange program. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Looks like, sorry, your trip looked very exciting. I'm a little jealous that you guys went to Japan. That seems like it's a great trip. And to be honest, at your age and being so young, your experiences, I think going to a different country to see how other cultures and other nations basically function can help this world immensely, especially here in America, because then we can understand how the world is. So thank you guys for doing that. And I look forward to hearing more about your trip.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. There was a reason President Eisenhower started Sister City in 1956, people-to-people diplomacy. And you as young diplomats have truly shown that how diplomacy works. With all the problems going in the world with different types of war, if the citizens can have a citizen people-to-people diplomacy, it can be a long beneficial to all the countries in the world. Coming back to your trip, I'm sure you must have had a wonderful experience. Cultural and traditions of Japan must be so good to you all. And I'm 100% sure all four of you must be saying we will go back to ISMO again, right? So I have been to ISMO 3 times, let me tell you that. And I know all the names like Wada-san, Yamamoto-san, Yukimi-san, and all the places you have said, I've visited those. And Margaret, Wada-san was my host 2 times. So I can understand their hospitality and hospitality from each and every one of the ISMO residents, basically. So with that, I'm sure you will not stop here. And for so many of students, this has been a life-changing event because they may be trying to measure in something different field, but your college may be international relations or becoming a diplomat somewhere in the different part of the country. So I applaud you at young age. And I also applaud all the volunteers, Margaret and everybody on the board who facilitate this thing. Yes, the council does contribute little, but a lot of the work is being done by you as students and the adult volunteers who serve on your board. So congratulations and don't stop here. Keep going. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I have to say thank you to Miriam for finding my long lost family over there. You actually got to stay with them. So I'll have to tell my husband that you stayed with the Watanabe family while you were in Izumo. That's wonderful. No, I too want to express my congratulations and to all 4 of you, and a special thank you to Margaret for chaperoning the students. I mean, you've opened up the door to Sister City international travels again after almost a 3-year hiatus because of the pandemic. And these are trips that have been ongoing every year for, I think, over 30, 40 years now. So when it stopped, we were really concerned as to when, people would be able to travel again. And so part of the concerns was just being able to reestablish these important relationships that, have benefited the students in Santa Clara, but more so the students in Izumo, Japan. And it just opens up doors that you just never know where they will lead to. So thank you so much for being the next generation of travelers going forward. Thank you for bringing back these wonderful pictures and, these folks faces that we recognize, Kubara-san, Yukimi, Fukushima, Masatoshi-san. It's so wonderful to see them. And thank you for incorporating Shimaniko, the mascot, into your slides. I don't think anybody leaves Izumo without some little tchotchke with Shimaniko on it. So thank you for incorporating that into your slides, and just treasure these memories. And thank you again for opening up the door.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Well, you're wonderful ambassadors for us. And the fact that you all come from Wilcox makes me especially proud since I teach there. And I have to do a shout out to Aubrey because she's one of my former students and we'll miss you now that you've graduated, but wonderful. And when I learned Japanese culture at your age, one of my favorite things I didn't see there, the food, the sweets, wonderful. I didn't see any taiko. Of course, that was one thing my mom wished I hadn't learned how to play was the taiko drums. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Prem. Do we think Prem is for this item? We're not sure, right? Prem? Prem, please unmute yourself. Prem? Okay, I guess not. So we have some gifts for you now. I'd like to have you come join us up here with the City Council and Margaret as well, and we can hand you these gifts. Thank you. Miriam. Thank you for that. That was a wonderful display of what happened on your trip. It was exciting for all of us. Thank you. So the next item we have is public presentations. These are reserved for items not on the agenda. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a public presentation? Please come forward.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I've entered all the speaker cards if you'd like to go.
Oh,
by
for
that.
public presentations?
Yes.
Okay. Sterling,
Jacob.
Oh, it says on here, Jacob, sorry. Jacob.
Actually,
Hello, everybody. I'm Jacob Sterling Silver. I want to talk tonight about some awareness on veteran suicide and isolation numbers are creeping up. There was a recent study that was done by Brown University a couple of years ago, right before the pandemic, and it seems to be upticking. I've noticed with some service work I've done with them. I've worked as a volunteer at the VA in Palo Alto and Menlo Park for about 6-7 years. And I've done a lot of work with guys with addiction or PTSD issues, just hang out with them. And after that time of doing it, I've noticed they're bored. They get what I call doctor or therapy burnout. They're just tired. You know, they're getting poked at by all the psychologists trying to rebuild their life, and they forget how to have fun. They get plagued with depression. And so what I've been doing is trying a different unorthodox approach. I had a depressed veteran friend. I threw him in the truck and I took him skydiving, and he wasn't depressed when he hit the ground. So I'm trying anything and everything to break that isolation cycle, because I think everybody's throwing as much money and time and resources as they can into this issue. And I got to tell you, honestly, the different approach I've seen a hell of a lot better results. There was another Marine that hasn't been to the range in 5 years, and I took him out there. We shot some trap, and he told me the 2 deployments he had going through his mind that never shuts up was quiet when we hung out that day. So it's working. There was another man I've been working with, a friend of mine. He was on the depressive side. I said, hey, get in the truck. We're going to do a drive-by barbecue. We give out free food with this nonprofit that these guys started. Everything's free for the vets. We went down to Fort Hunter Liggett, dropped off some food to the guards there. And he was a completely different man. He used to train at that place. He was telling me war stories on the way back, and that's an all-day trip. So for some reason, I don't know how I stumbled across this as being something that works, but it's working. So we've gotten involved, done some fun stuff. I'm looking for help from the community so this thing can keep going. I'm just trying to help save somebody's father, mother, son, or child, or daughter. We've got a problem, and whatever I can do to get in front of it. And I just know that this has been helping out. So if there's anybody in here that has experience in nonprofit stuff, we're small. I don't get paid. We're all volunteers. We're just trying to go out as a grassroots thing to try to get in front of this and offer one more service to try to mitigate this problem. And teach them how to have fun. They kind of forget. And some guys are okay. They just come back stuck in military mode and they drive their family nuts, so to get them out somewhere and have some good times is the best approach. Please check out the handouts. All my information's on there, and contact me if you got any questions.
Thank you, Jacob, for the information as well. Appreciate it. All right, Gayatri, either here in person or online. Online? Here?
Here.
Oh, hi. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Gayatri. I'm just here as part of Californians for Caste Equity. I'm just here to put in support for the bill SB 403, which is the bill in assembly that adds caste as a protected category within anti-discrimination protections. Just here to kind of put it on the council's radar. I'm here as an Indian American of dominant caste Hindu background in a state with a very large South Asian population, and I can attest to how caste discrimination is rampant in the United States. I have seen members of my community, the dominant caste Hindu community, take advantage of the fact that, we comprise a majority of immigrants here within the South Asian community with access to all of the social networks and capital that, we accrued through this caste system hierarchy, which a lot of people believe is obsolete, but is not. And, it's used to isolate and discriminate against caste oppressed communities in the state and in the country, by denying people promotions in the workplace, enacting verbal harassment in housing, schools, and much more. And currently there is no protections or no ability for people to report this kind of discrimination. So, I urge council members to be in support of the bill, and hopefully this will allow California to be, the really diverse state that I know it's so proud of being. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gregory, please come forward.
Hi, I'm here on behalf of the Santa Clara Swim Club, and we would like to thank all of the council members and the mayor for reopening the ISC. Thank you. We're now going to show you some posters with thank you.
Oh, we're not used to this. We like this. Hold it up there for a long time. Love it. Thank you. Thank you very much for doing that. Do we get to keep those?
Yeah.
Remind us.
Where should we put them?
Pardon me?
Where should we put them?
Oh, over here.
And also, I would like to add, a lot of kids who swim at Santa Clara Swim Club, we've been there for most of our lives. I've been there ever since I was 5 or 4, and it means a lot to us to be back to where we were. It's our home. We've been there. Most of the hours we've lived, we've been there. And and for some kids, sometimes they're pressured to swim. But for some kids like me, it's a way of relieving stress, and it helps my mental state, to be okay. So thank you.
No, I think it's a great place. Like you said, a lot of you grew up there, and a lot of your parents lived there as well. So we'll try to keep it up and running till we get a new one. So thank you very much for bringing those to and sharing that with us. We appreciate it. All right, Amanda. Welcome.
Hello. The last few times that I've been here has been to complain. Tonight I will not be doing that. I just wanted to extend our gratitude to the City Council, to the Parks and Rec Department, and to the city manager. We really appreciate having the pool open again. It opened right before we went on break, so a lot of kids weren't able to go to that pool because they had left on vacation. This week we came back from our break, and it was just, even my kids are like, oh, wait, we're going to the ISC? Oh, wow, this is exciting. So it was just really nice to see everybody there. When I was there were probably 120 kids in the water, swimming, being active, everybody just super focused. So wanted to thank you again.
Thank you. And thanks to our city manager and our Parks and Recreation staff for pushing it and getting it done. We appreciate it. Nile? Is he outside there? We can come back. Kaushal? Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Honorable Council Member and the City Council Member. I just like to give a rebuttal to what was told about the SB 403. It's talking about caste is something like talking about smallpox. Oh, smallpox is rampant in United States, so let's just cover everyone in a PPE and create some, infrastructure to protect everyone from smallpox. So it's a social evil that is almost nowhere exist in the United States, and that's one thing. Second part, if you just talk about the caste, it automatically translates to something in Hindu community, and which is not existing here. And so I would say, please take care of this issue in that way, that first of all, it is not facially neutral. If it is applied, it will be applied to very micro minority community, which is against. creating automatically a discrimination within the law. So that is my point here. If it is a facially neutral law, then it is okay, but it is not facially neutral. It's just applied to a micro minority community, which is already under Hindu phobic attack. As you have seen, there are some events in Fremont cities, like based on their eating habits or face and look, there were verbal attacks and almost physical attacks there. This is just one example. In fact, I would like to have some Hindu phobia discussion on Hindu phobia sometime in the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Satish? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, Vice Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney. It's great to be here. Gratitude to you for, I've been volunteering part of Santa Clara Swim Club also that you're opening up. That's great news. The main topic why I'm here is I would like to strongly rebuttal the SB 403, which Senator Wahab has bought. And it saddens me a lot because it is affecting a lot of Santa Clarans and even the Santa Clara County and the larger California, which, as my friend was saying, it is not facially neutral, it is xenophobic. And one of my close friend, we were fighting it out in Cupertino City Council. And because of the verbal abuses and intimidation, he collapsed in Cupertino City Council and he died. It's very unfortunate. And whoever is selling the story about Senate Bill 403 is totally utter lies. The underneath the whoever is sponsoring that Equality Labs, it got all the data is screwed up. Example, you can see that as a Cisco case, if you haven't heard about it, the caste case, that is thrown out by the judge because of the false data, and there is no way related to that. So what I would say that we are all against the discrimination, but are very concerned that the current version of SB 403 will lead to further overreach by the Civil Rights Department, selective enforcement, racial profiling. So in the Cisco case, the CRD overreached and violated the First Amendment, assigning caste to Sundar Iyer and 50 plus Cisco co-workers. So in the Cisco case, the CRD selectively enforced those whom they perceived as upper caste and falsely accused them of operating a caste hierarchy. We ask you to remove the word hierarchy so that there is no caste in ever considered upper or lower by law and can never be selectively targeted by SB 403. We are deeply concerned about being racially profiled. In the Cisco case, the CRD accused thousands of Indian Americans of physical assault, rape, and even spitting allegations on Dalit Americans with no corroborative evidence. The Cisco judge denied all the data and all the anecdotal claims of the caste discrimination as not evidence. And to add on to that, our Attorney General, Jeff Rosen, Santa Clara County, has said there are 0 cases found regarding caste discrimination. And I would urge all of you to take this agenda and create Hinduphobia, condemning Hinduphobia later next month. Thank you so much for all your support. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Vamsi, please come forward. Followed by Malavika. Welcome.
Thank you. I am Vamsi Rajanara, resident of Santa Clara County, here to oppose SB 403. SB 403's introduction seems to be driven by malicious motives, potentially resulting in unjust targeting and racially profiling and discrimination on not only myself, also my family and future generations. It creates more Hinduphobic. It is a Hinduphobic. We oppose that. Thank you.
Thank you. Malavika, followed by Param. You can also line up as well. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Malvika. I'm a lawyer from India. I'm here to oppose SB 403. I'd like to read out my piece. SB 403 is an abhorrent piece of legislation that reeks of Hinduphobia and bigotry. It is malicious and double-edged sword that not only threatens to tear apart the social fabric, but also unabashedly aims to propagate and institutionalize hatred against Hindus. The definition of caste is anything which is inherited. Even property rights are inherited. So it is rather a joke for me to give such a draconian definition and try to penalize for being a Hindu. I'd also like to say SB 403 is a misguided attempt that not only duplicates the efforts of existing laws, but also adds a harmful layer of Hindu phobia to the legal landscape. It distorts the principles of anti-discrimination and attempts to undermine the progress that has been made towards fostering just and inclusive society. Rather than contributing positively to the fight against discrimination, this law only serves to sow seeds of division and animosity. It is imperative that we recognize regressive nature of SB 403 and reject its dangerous point of view. California has 500K Hindus. Deliberations were not made with us. This law targets Hindus who have nothing to do with their caste once they have left their country. Hindus are a global minority. We are being targeted and exploited. I feel excessive state machinery is being used against us. SB 403 is being imposed on 500K Hindus without representation or having to have any deliberate discussions. This is undemocratic or rather despotic. It's blatant misuse of state machinery. Thank you.
Thank you. Param, followed by Ashish.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council. My son swam at Santa Clara Swim Club for 10 years, so thank you for doing that. I'm a Hindu resident of Santa Clara. I'm here to urge the City Council to vehemently oppose SB 403. In fact, pass a motion to reject it, and also please issue a proclamation against Hinduphobia. The sponsors of SB 403 force a caste assignment based on last name. And let me give you my personal example. My last name is Desai, and they assign me as a caste oppressor. I do not have a caste in America. I do not have a caste anywhere. My last name, Desai, is made up of two words, Desh, which means land, and Shahi, which means revenue. My predecessors were revenue collectors for the provincial government. How does that turn me here right now into a bigot and a caste oppressor? I question the sponsors of SB 403, and I urge the City Council to protect not only just the Hindu citizens and residents of Santa Clara, but 500K Hindus and citizens of the entire state of California. I urge you to protect the entire Hindu community, which is a global minority, from this bigoted bill and completely, vehemently oppose it. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, Param. Ashish, followed by Neetu.
Thanks for giving me this opportunity to present my views on SB 403. So I'm here to oppose SB 403, and let me read my statement. So I agree with what Satish said on SB 403. Let me add some more color to it. We are very concerned about the selective enforcement of SB 403 against upper caste South Asian, especially those perceived to be upper caste Indians. In the Cisco case, the Civil Rights Department decided to forcibly label the managers and co-workers as upper caste or Brahmins to create allegations of caste discrimination on behalf of their lower caste Dalit plaintiff. And then the CRD selectively targeted the alleged upper caste co-workers for falsely accusing them of running a caste hierarchy. There are over 25,000 caste and subcaste in India alone, and this arbitrary gradation of upper and lower caste will make a work environment impossible. I want us to remove the word hierarchy. I want them to remove the word hierarchy completely from SB 403 so that the law is impartial and does not allege an oppressor versus oppressed caste narrative. I want you to note that my suggestions are not based on some future dystopia about SB 403, but CRD overreach, the selective enforcement and racial profiling that run that Arun mentioned have already happened. As seen with the Cisco case, we have already affected the life of at least 50 plus co-workers. We are very concerned about being racially profiled by the use of false and faulty data. In the Cisco case, the CRD along with Equality Lab accused Indians of physically assaulting or raping 10,000 Dalits in America based on the self-acknowledgement surveys. That was debunked several times. The CRD submitted declaration by Equality Lab alleged 25 plus cases of caste discrimination in November 2020, and then 30 Dalit women allegedly being discriminated against based on the caste in the technology sector alone. Some of them claimed even sexually assaulted. However, the Cisco judge denied all this data and all the claims of the caste discrimination as not evidence. So I am from India, and in India, I have never seen a caste discrimination, and I'm here in California for past 18 years. I work for 8 different companies and have never seen that. Even when I meet an Indian person, I ask him, okay, are you from India? Which state? That's it. I don't ask their name, which caste they belong to. Even Satish, I don't know which caste he's in. I know Satish for 2 years, so I don't know, because how can I, and when I don't know their caste, how can I discriminate? He might be upper caste, lower caste, who cares? I have colleagues who themselves say are from the lower caste, but we go together. It's not that I'm discriminating against them. So for me, I'm here to oppose that. So I don't think it exists in California.
Thank you. Nile? No, wait, hold on. Neetu, followed by Nile. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council and the public sitting here. My name is Neetu Garg, and I'm a proud...
Neetu, can you speak in the microphone? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about this sensitive topic, SB 403. I strongly oppose it. Today, I wish to voice my concern about a growing issue, Hinduphobia. To be a Hindu American is not to possess a hyphenated identity. It is an expression of full citizenship, a merging of ancient traditions and modern values. Every individual, regardless to their religious beliefs, holds an innate right to their dignity and faith. This isn't just an ideal, but an expectation in the land of the free. It saddens me to see that in today's society, many of my peers and I face unwarranted assumptions and stereotyping. We are often judged not for who we are as individuals, but through prejudicial presumptions attached to our faith. We don't seek special privileges, we merely seek respect. This brings me to SB 403. Labeling it under the veil of civil rights doesn't mask its true nature. It seeks to paint all Hindu Americans with the broad brush of the caste system. A colonial construction, not the lived reality of many Hindu Americans. Such a bill doesn't stand for protection, promotes division and misunderstanding. While we acknowledge that there might be people who face discrimination, our existing laws are more than equipped to handle such issues. Bills like SB 403 don't aid in protection, but amplify prejudices, creating rifts in our already diverse society. In essence of this isn't just about Hindus, it's about America and its foundational principles. It's about our commitment to pluralism, equality, and constitution. As we consider bills like SB 403, let's reflect upon the kind of society we want to cultivate and whether we want to uphold or undermine our nation's cherished values. Thank you. Please pass the motion to reject it. Thanks.
I just want to make it clear to everyone, this wasn't on the agenda, so the council can take no action on. We can hear you, but there will be no action because it wasn't formally on the agenda.
Thanks for hearing, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, though. Nile, followed by Shalendra. Is Nile here? Nile? Shalendra? Welcome.
Thank you, council members and dear audience. I am here as a resident of Cupertino. I used to be a former resident of Santa Clara. I'm here to humbly request you to strongly oppose SB 403. So the reasons why I'm asking you to oppose SB 403 has an analogy like similar to what happened to us after 9/11. I mean, we can never forget what happened on 9/11. And more importantly, we need to remember what happened after 9/11. Like we all were fed the falsehood of weapons of mass destruction, saying that weapons of mass destruction were found in Iraq, and our forces went in and completely destroyed that beautiful country. And in the process, we lost like thousands of American soldiers, tens of thousands of Iraqi Muslims for no fault of theirs. So the SB 403 bill is being sponsored by an organization called Equality Labs, which to me is the weapons of mass destruction. Because what they are doing is they are falsifying all the data. And based on that data, our state legislators are lapping up this data as if that is the only truth. They're not even bothered to conduct a parallel survey to see if really there is caste discrimination. When I came to this country 29 years ago, I thought that this was a great country with a lot of democratic principles. But I'm really saddened to say that after 29 years, I feel that this country is becoming less and less democratic because they're not hearing the voices of the people that are opposing SB 403. They're brutally targeting us. They are falsely alleging that Hindus are involved in raping Dalits, and a lot of atrocities are being committed on Dalits by upper caste. We already have protection for all different classes like race, gender, national origin, sex. In those, we don't see who is oppressed, who is oppressor. We treat everyone equal. Whereas when it comes to caste, why do you have the hierarchy basis? Why are you saying that there is somebody oppressed and there's someone who is an oppressor? How can we live like this in this state? And we already know that lots of people are living this state because of all these policies that are being, shoved down the throats of innocent citizens. So in ending, I ask you to strongly oppose SB 403, and thanks for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Nile? I don't think Nile is here. Ramya?
The rest are online, Madam
Oh,
Mayor.
they're online? Ramya? I don't see Ramya online. We'll start with Vanessa then. I see Vanessa online. Vanessa, please unmute yourself. There you go. Hello, Vanessa. I see they're unmuted. No? Vanessa? Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I would like to bring attention to, I'm newly resident to Santa Clara. I reside at the San Anton Apartments complex. And I wanted to bring attention to the parking situation. That it's a new development, which is understandable, and construction. And there's also signage on stadium events of not parking. Within 2 weeks of me being a new resident, I received 2 citations, and actually one on Friday because of a stadium event. What I would like to bring to the attention of the council members is that there is a permit program that I would like our streets, Calle de Mundo and Calle de Luna, to be added to help our my fellow residents of our new community. And because I believe that if our streets are added, this would help alleviate financial stress of being cited or towed until proper parking is available for us, which is a new construction and a new property. I would like to see if our addresses could be added to that list so that way we can get permits and place it on our vehicles, which would alert the local police to not target or not cite us based on that, because we have no other parking available to us until it it is created. It's just dirt park. It's just a dirt gravel area at this time, plus construction around, which we're not allowed to park in certain areas because of construction workers. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the council and see if perhaps we can get it on the books or for a meeting agenda either next week or coming up soon, or whatever the next steps may be to help expedite this.
Thank you, Vanessa. Our city manager has acknowledged hearing that, so we're going to refer it to our city manager. Thank you. Then Mosey. Go ahead, you're muted. There you go.
Yes, good evening, everybody. My name is Thanmori Soundarajan. I am a caste-oppressed Californian and a member of Californians for Caste Equity and a director of Equality Labs, a Dalit civil rights organization, and partner with CARE on many issues across the state. All my life, I have experienced caste, and I was bullied in school, faced threats of violence, and even had to flee to a safe house because bigots were trying to harm my family for speaking out on the issue of caste. Even in this hearing, we are having caste-oppressed people dealing with open bigotry and denial of the caste discrimination that we face. But we will not be intimidated. My colleagues and I are coming out of the closet to speak on this issue because we can no longer allow the exclusion and discrimination we experience to be invisible in the eyes of our legal system. That is why we are in 100% support of Senator Wahhab's bill, SB 403, to end caste discrimination. For in our research at Equality Labs, we have found that 1 in 4 caste-oppressed people face physical and verbal assault, 1 in 3 educational discrimination, and 2 out of 3 workplace discrimination. This is not fiction. This is a terrible reality that we need to address. That is why we are flanked by major civil rights organizations like the American Bar Association, the ACLU, the NAACP, CARE, South Asian Bar Association, the Asian Legal Caucus, the California Employment Lawyers Association, the Me Too movement, the California Labor Fed, and many more. Given the grave discrimination that we face, caste equity is needed and widely supported across both parties. Making it explicit ensures clarity in enforcement, training, and any cases that arise. There is nothing unlawful about adding caste, but there is great negligence if we allow even one case of caste discrimination, because we have both civil and labor rights that we must maintain in all jurisdictions. Our opponents came here today to deny our right to be able to ensure all institutions to be free from caste discrimination. But this bill would also protect them. There is a lot of disinformation and a lot of fragility around this bill, but not a lot of lawfulness. So listen to the experts, listen to the American Bar Association, listen to the Asian Law Caucus, listen to CARE. These organizations, along with ourselves, are here to stand for caste equity, and we ask the City Council to approach the conversation of caste equity with sensitivity, empathy, and with ethics. Please work with experts like those at the Stanford Center for South Asian Studies and Senator Wahhab's office to ensure a safe and non-discriminatory process so all of us can come together on this issue and heal from caste violence.
Thank you. Kamaljit?
Hi, good evening, respected council members and honorable mayor. My name is Kamaljit, and I'm here to support Senate Bill SB 403, which is to end caste discrimination in California. This bill was introduced by Senator Aisha Wahhab. I have experienced caste discrimination, and it is terrifying. And that is why I will request City of Santa Clara to consider supporting the bill SB 403 and working with the city staff who work on diversity and equity issues, so we can create a safe and non-discriminatory environment that ensures safe participations for all. As caste-oppressed people routinely face violence just for coming out of the closet. Caste-oppressed community face same type of discrimination as LGBT community. Caste discrimination in California is real, and it occurs across various industries, including technology, education, restaurant, and medicine. Caste discrimination against Dalit, people formerly called untouchable, by dominant castes, including bullying, harassment, wage theft, sexual harassment, housing discrimination, and even trafficking. We need to end caste discrimination. We all deserve to live with respect and dignity. This bill is a civil rights bill which protects all of us. It does not target any religion or anyone. This bill is supported by many organizations such as American Bar Association, ACLU, Asian Legal Associations, including Asian Law Caucus and South Asian Bar Association. We need to end caste discrimination and live without any fear. We came to the United States to follow our dreams and to be free of caste discrimination. And the only way we can be free of caste discrimination, council members and mayor, if you support SB 403. Thank you.
Thank you. Sana, go ahead, Sana.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. You giving me the opportunity to share my experiences with caste. I'm with Californians with Caste Equity and the Indian American Muslim Council. And my parents, like many caste oppressed families, migrated to this country for opportunities, but really, most importantly, to give my siblings and I a chance at not having every aspect of our life shaped by our caste background. However, even growing up in the middle of nowhere, it was really difficult. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're hearing some other discussion. Do you have any devices on in your house?
No.
No computer on? Okay.
No.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It's okay. So throughout high school, I was bullied for 4 years by no one other than two dominant caste girls who would constantly ridicule me by calling me a dirty Muslim. About 95% of our ancestors of Indian Muslims and Christians attempted to escape the caste system. However, the epithets that were used towards me, such as dirty Muslim and rice bag, referred to our origins as untouchable. That convinced our soccer captain to not invite me to our sectional pasta dinner, and even though I was the midfielder, because I was the dirty Muslim. They also carried out a malicious prank against me during tennis practice that humiliated me before the entire school. And just for the record, caste systems aren't exclusive to any one region or part of the world. They exist in many societies such as Japan, Mexico, Somalia, Mali, Niger. And casteism, just like racism, isn't exclusively practiced by one group of people. There are people of all different backgrounds that are casteist. And this bill seeks to clarify existing civil protections under California law. It is indeed one of the greatest civil rights issues of our time, with supporters such as civil rights leaders, Angela Davis, Cornel West championing it, and the American Bar Association issuing its strongest support it's issued in years for caste protections to be covered by both state and federal laws. We ask the city of Santa Clara to support SB 403 and create a Santa Clara that remains welcome to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Pooja? Pooja, go ahead. You're muted. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you so much, respected council members. I represent a group called PARAS, People of America for Righteousness and Social Equality. I'd like to tell you that the Californians for Caste Equity group is a sham group. They're actually a hate group causing caste-based discrimination against innocent Indian Hindus and Sikhs that do not exist. Equality Labs, additionally, is a globally well-known hate group with falsified data in a faked and flawed survey using falsified zip codes to create caste discrimination data that does not exist. Also, there is no caste oppressed backgrounds and there are no caste oppressors. We don't tolerate it in our South Asian community. The claims of fragility are totally made up, and we've got evidence we would be happy to present. This group, Equality Labs and Californians for Caste Equity, stand to make millions from fake caste discrimination cases. Additionally, this bill creates presumption of guilt based on last names, dietary habits, and religious markers, denying equal protection and due process under already currently existing laws. Additionally, the bill is already resulting in religious profiling, stereotyping, and stigmatizing of innocent Indian, Hindu, Sikh Americans across California. Proof of that is that 44 plus Sikh Gurdwaras and organizations are falsely being told that SB 403 is not going to cause caste discrimination, that it's actually going to protect. However, we know that to be false, and we'd be happy to give our presentation to respected City Council. Additionally, existing federal and California laws already protect us around categories of national origin, ethnicity, religion, race, and ancestry. They already provide sufficient protections against any such caste discrimination. Hence, those are the laws under which the fourth case of caste discrimination against Cisco was brought, and the court dismissed those claims for lack of evidence. Finally, the bill, the way it's currently worded, saying that they simply aim to clarify caste, is actually creating more caste-based discrimination that is already causing innocent Californians of Indian, Hindu, and Sikh backgrounds to go into hiding. We respectfully request Santa Clara City Council members to first of all agendize this item on your agenda for the next council meeting and take a no on SB 403 position.
Thank
and
you.
demand
Thank you. Sandeep, go ahead, Sandeep. You're muted. There you
Good
go.
evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I'm here as a witness to tell you my story that I have been discriminated based on my caste, based on my lower caste. In California, I have been called a slur called Chuda Chamar. Chuda Chamar translates into dirty, polluted, untouchable. When I moved to the United States, never in my wildest dreams, I would have thought that I'll be discriminated against, on the basis of my caste. There are people, everyone, council members, the mayor, that are telling you this does not exist or the survey is made up. I'm here to tell you, I am testifying. I am telling you that I have been discriminated not once, multiple times in California. Now, this bill is legally sound. It's so sound that the American Bar Association, South Asian Bar Association, ACLU, and a lot of other plethora of law experts, they have said this bill is legal, it is valid, and they support this. The Judiciary Committee of the Senate, California Senate, the Judiciary Committee of the Assembly, they've all passed this bill. They have taken a legal position and they have agreed this is sound, and in the principle of justice and equality, this must move forward. Now, these bigots are here to tell you and try to confuse you by claiming this is against one religion. There's nothing in the text of this bill that targets any religion, any community, any nationality. This is merely going to prevent caste discrimination and prevent discrimination of based on caste for all people. Now, the way they try to confuse you is by saying our society is already perfect and this is going to disrupt the balance. I'll just give you a quick example. You can go online, look at the local South Asian community newspapers that are published in California, and there's a column called Marriage and Matrimonials where people post ads saying, hey, I want a bride or a groom, kind of like match.com. And there you'll see they talk about caste. They only say, I'm only interested in marrying a person from my caste only. So this is how they practice endogamy, where they only marry within caste and they explicitly say lower caste people excuse. Now this mindset translates into workplace, into the community when they go out, into how they interact with other people and how they discriminate. And unfortunately, it results in violence. So I'm here to tell you, council members and the mayor and everybody else, please listen to the voices of the oppressed, people like me who have faced discrimination, and listen to the experts, as Dan Murray said, and take a position to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Shahira? Shahira?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. Thanks for the opportunity for letting me speak tonight. Good afternoon, Santa Clara Council members and Mayor. My name is Shahira Carr, and I am a caste oppressed woman born and raised in California. I am speaking to support SB 403, and I'm also kindly asking for the support of all of the council members and the mayor on this very important issue to end caste discrimination in the state of California. I'm also with the California Coalition for Caste Equity. And as I mentioned, I was born and raised in California. I've experienced caste discrimination, specifically within the tech sector, like many caste oppressed community members and my fellow kin have experienced, unfortunately. I was working at a tech startup as soon as I graduated from college, and I actually was interrogated, intimidated, and harassed by my supervisor about my last name. My last name is Kaur, which is a Sikh Punjabi last name. And my supervisor was asking me about my real last name in order to figure out my caste identity. I felt very uncomfortable and was not able to report it to HR because caste was not protected. There are companies like Cisco, IBM, and Apple that have actually added caste as a protected category within their company policies because caste has become such a rampant issue, especially within the tech sector here in Silicon Valley and in Santa Clara, where thousands of tech companies reside. I was also not only harassed at my workplace and experienced caste discrimination at a tech startup, I was also bullied throughout high school from my junior to senior year when one of my best friends, who was also Punjabi and Sikh and of a dominant caste, found out I was lower caste, and she told all of my friends, and I was bullied. I was excluded from extracurricular activities, and it really touched my heart when I saw the high school kids because it made me happy to see them, but it reminded me of my experience in high school. And no child should have to go through caste discrimination. Education and the workplace are supposed to be safe places. So this is why I'd like the city to consider supporting SB 403 in order to create safe spaces for us. I urge you to please stand with the caste oppressed community to protect us and again to support SB 403. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Again, I want to remind everyone that we are not able to take action on this. It wasn't on the agenda, so we're just here to listen. Suneet, go ahead, Suneet. There you go.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council member. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am the strong supporter of SB 403 because I faced discrimination based on my caste firsthand here in California. I have lived in California since 1981. Within just a few months of being here, when I first moved from India, I had gone to a temple where we were told, me and my family were told that we could not cook at the temple in their pots and pans, that those pots and pans that we had to use were in a different room. So that was the last time we went to that temple, and that temple gave us the push we needed to have a safe religious place for my oppressed community. So our ancestors worked really hard, and we have now created Shri Guru Rabdas Sabha, which is supporting the oppressed community, where we can safely go and pray. We don't have to be told by anybody that you can't sit here, you can't eat here, you can use our pots and pans. We are here in California, which is a democratic state. And in this democratic state, there should be no discrimination, whether it's caste or anything else. Discrimination of any kind is stigmatizing people across California, and it needs to stop. I am really thankful that you have given me the opportunity to share my personal story with you. Now, I would also like to tell you a little bit more about why the caste bill SB 403 is so important for my community. It's because we have been oppressed for thousands of years in India, and we don't want this to continue here in the democratic country, the United States of America. This is a beautiful country, and we don't want the plague of caste to follow us into this country and plague this beautiful country. So please, whenever you are going to take a stand, I request, I know you've said that you're not here to vote, but I just want you to consider that because people who have said, oh, we are just making up the data, anybody can go online and check the data. Nothing is made up. This is the 21st century where you can't just make things up. So please support us, and we want to make history in California, the first state to become ban caste discrimination here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Prem, go ahead, Prem. There you go.
Respected council members, I am delighted to learn of your commitment to social justice. I support SB 403. I am a Nepali Hindu Dalit. I am Alameda County Human Relations Commissioner and National Association of Social Worker California Chapter Board of Director representing Bay Area. My experience with caste discrimination is very traumatic. I faced caste discrimination here in Bay Area. I am the evidence. My Nepali community, Bhutanese community, and Nepali-speaking caste-oppressed community, including other South Asian communities, are facing caste discrimination. Council members, caste is not an Indian issue. Caste is common in workplace, school, and community setting in the diaspora. But oppositions don't see caste discrimination, but they practice caste system. Keep your focus on who is suffering and ask why. Listen to the voices of the people rarely heard, and you will understand exactly where injustice flourishes. Carefully examine the real history of caste system. Caste blindness is the major problem for caste privileged people. Why do they have difficulty to understand their privilege? Those with caste privilege often have difficulty understanding their privilege because they are taught to view these privilege as normal and expected rather than as unearned advantages. Ignoring caste discrimination is not the solution. This does not profile anyone. Please support the bill SB 403 introduced by Senator Isa Wahab. This bill is truly the only way that caste-based discrimination, injustice, and evil can be transformed. Unite the South Asian diaspora. This bill SB 403 is against them who believe they are above the US law. Council members, you can learn how Dalit-led organization Equality Lab is targeted at this public hearing at this moment. This is the perfect example how Dalit scholars, community members, and community advocates are targeted. Thank you so much for hearing the voiceless and marginalized community. Stand up at the right side of history. This is the great opportunity for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Boz curriculum? Boz curriculum? I'm sorry, this is public presentations.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm going to talk about SB 403. I'm a big supporter of SB 403. It's a civil rights bill, the purpose of which is to end the caste-based discrimination, and it is supported by, as a lot of my friends has told or mentioned, ACLU, SABA, American Bar Association, and multiple social organizations, Hindu temples, a lot of Sikh temples, and Muslim mosques. And I'd like to clarify a few misinformation here as it was shared by some of the SB 403 opponents. First was Cisco case. It is all complete misinformation. The case against oppressor and oppressed went into arbitration, but the case still stands Cisco against state. Cisco has added caste into their bylaws now, and they have urged the other tech companies like Google and Facebook also to add caste in their bylaws. SB 403 makes caste discrimination explicit, and it is important to make a statute in the California. And a few other misinformations over there, like person, it was reported that there's one person who died after altercation in the Cupertino city meeting. And that was because he heard about SB 403. Well, he died of a massive heart attack that doctors could not save because it was so massive, not because of SB 403. And it is not a Hindu phobic. My in-laws are all Hindus and they are all supportive. Only Hindus, if at all they are opposed, are those who practice caste discrimination. As far as opponents of SB 403 are concerned, they are all cursing equality lab research on caste discrimination. I am epidemiologist by profession, and I can challenge none of them have any professional background to make any statement or research results. And I'm happy to offer them one-on-one session to educate them how to read research article. One of the opponents mentioned about his last name, Desai, but he didn't mention why his forefathers were tax collectors, because they were the only educated ones. And why they were only educated ones? Because they belonged to dominant caste. None of the other people from the lower caste were given education, so they could not be the tax collector. So his statement was distraction. And it is an international shame that dominant caste people who have lived in the US for decades have never stood up as Voltaire did and opposed caste discrimination. Now they feel so vulnerable when their bigotry is exposed. I'm aware that city cannot pass any resolution against any civil rights bill, but we urge council member to engage caste oppressed people when making any decision about SB 403. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Rahinder? Go
Hello,
ahead,
can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
go
can you hear
ahead,
me?
please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Rajinder Momi. Caste oppression is a serious system of discrimination that impacts our communities on a daily basis. While caste discrimination can occur across all castes, the caste that at the bottom face the most exclusion. This includes the castes condemned as untouchables. I am myself speaking right now is the so-called untouchable who have personally experienced caste-based discrimination. I am the evidence. I am facing caste discrimination. We do want end to caste in California and USA. We Dalits, which means those who have been broken but are resilient. Others who are caste oppressed, indigenous people are named Adivasis or their tribal names. Caste discrimination is now found across California in workplaces, education, and community institutions. Caste-based discrimination can lead to social exclusion, economic marginalization, and physical violence. Furthermore, it can hinder access to employment, education, healthcare, housing, and other basic services, limiting caste oppressed communities' ability to fully participate in society. This is why we want the city, California, to approach the issue of caste equality from a lens of compassion, equity, and competency. The city would like to, if a city would like to engage on the issues of caste, we would urge you to do so, considering the safety of our families and not forcing us to endure more caste balance in order to address this problem. Other jurisdictions who have wanted to address caste have done so through focus group dialogues, which caste oppressed civil rights organizations, we are happy to collaborate on co-designing such a process, but do not want to be forced into an engagement that violates our civil rights and creates conditions of harm and bullying against caste oppressed children and our families. For this reason, we urge city to be careful on any public
Thank
creation.
you. Thank you. Musa, thank you. Musa, go ahead, Musa. Musa?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I understand SB 403 is not formally on today's agenda, so thank you everyone for hearing it out today. My name is Musa, and I'm speaking on behalf of the San Francisco Bay Area Chapter of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. You heard from me earlier today when we accepted the Santa Clara Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Proclamation. Echoing my friend Gayatri and others today, I urge you to support SB 403 and the addition of caste as a protected category in the City of Santa Clara's anti-discrimination ordinance. Caste discrimination is real and present. There are multiple instances of discrimination against Dalit students and employees in elite universities and tech companies like Google, with large South Asian populations that have exposed this problem. Proponents of the bill have been relentlessly harassed and threatened by right-wing Hindu groups who say caste discrimination does not exist in the U.S. The opposition is involving kids. They are harassing, mocking, and threatening their opponents and reducing any pushback of classist caste discrimination as Hindu phobia to deflect from their own bigotry and silence victims. As a state, we must act. By adding caste as a protected category, you would be sending a clear message that Santa Clara values diversity, inclusion, and equity for all its residents and workers. And you would be aligned with the position of numerous civil rights organizations, such as the ACLU, the San Francisco Lawyers Committee, the South Asian Bar Association, and more, who have all endorsed SB 403 and recognize caste is a real and crucial form of discrimination that needs to be addressed. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Kale, go ahead, Kale.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. It's honestly ridiculous that months after being found guilty of a federal crime, there's someone here who still refuses to take accountability for his corrupt actions. Anthony Becker has lost the trust of our city. Becker disclosed confidential information to a political action committee that bought him a seat after he couldn't get elected on his own. You sold yourself for your special interests instead of serving your constituents. Our community deserves better than someone like you to represent them. Resign and prevent bringing further embarrassment to our city. You were caught. Don't make yourself look any worse than you will in Orange. Thank you.
Thank you. Raj Kumar. Raj, go ahead, Raj. Raj, I don't see. Oh, there we go. Raj? No. Oh, there you go. Raj?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Members of Santa Clara. So, my name Rajkumar. I am a strongly support bill SB 403. The bill SB 403 to end caste discrimination against casteism in California, USA. So this is same as like a traffic light. Whoever cross red light, he need to worry about get a ticket, or whoever drink and drive, he need to worry about get a ticket. I recommend the same as a COVID medicine. Our community, our like Dalits, we are suffering from 1,000 centuries from casteism. COVID right now coming, or people facing. Get a medicine. This is a medicine same as a 403 COVID medicine. I strongly recommend to pass bill SB 403. And matrimonials are based on casteism. Every kind of like a newspaper or a TV channel, radio, all the time the matrimonials are announcing as based on casteism. So if anybody need like question to find casteism, go to Google and YouTube, social media. How many people are being killed by high caste people in India, in students like university, colleges? So that's why I strongly recommend to pass the bill SB 403. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gail, go ahead, Gail. No, Gail. All right. Kieran, go ahead, Kieran. Kieran? You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Namaste to all council member. I'm here to oppose the caste bill SB 403. This law selectively targets Hindus and thus is unconstitutional and discriminatory. It will increase Hindu phobia and it will also increase bullying by wrongly labeling our kids as casteist. It will hurt job prospects of Hindus youths where they don't have any clue about the caste. So I strongly ask you and I strongly request you to please oppose the caste bill SB 403. Thank you. Really appreciate giving me time to speak up.
Thank you. Mohan? Mohan?
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Fantastic. Namaste. My name is Mohan Gumalam. I'm not an upper caste Hindu. I'm against all forms of discrimination. A lot of speakers before me have talked about their experiences. I really empathize with them. I really think that such discrimination should be handled through law enforcement of existing bills. We should bring perpetrators to justice. However, I don't think a new bill is needed. SB 403 was introduced with a lot of fabricated data. When this data was presented in the courts, the judge threw out the data. The only case was the Cisco caste discrimination case. And that case also was thrown out of the court. This bill has been sponsored by Equality Labs, which is a for-profit organization. They will make millions of dollars with the passage of this bill. But they choose to hide behind the mask of equality. They have been funded and have a page on Crunchbase too. They have presented this faulty data to many organizations. And while the bill looks great on the face of it, it is deeply flawed. And that's how there has been a lot of buy-in from various organizations like ACLU. Now, many of these organizations are looking to take back their support. Equality Labs sponsored the creation of California for Caste Equity Organization to bring credibility about the touted caste discrimination occurrences. Many of the speakers are here today. Did the council notice that none of the speakers are from the city of Santa Clara? They're not even from California. Now, coming back to the bill, the author of the bill already states that the existing law covers caste discrimination. So why the introduction of the word caste and hierarchy? One must ponder. And I have been to the Capitol to testify against the bill, and every single member of the Assembly and Senate said the same thing. This bill is wrong, but we'll let the courts decide it. However, we will vote for the bill. This is pure politics at play. So please don't buy when everybody says that this bill was passed without opposition in Assembly and Senate. Many here will make money with the passage of the bill, and this monetary gain will come at the cost of the lives of Hindu Americans. Studies done by Carnegie Institute and Pew Research debunk the caste discrimination claims. So why do other religions feel the need to police the Hindus, especially care? Why should we be policed on our food habits and marriage preferences? I request the City Council to understand that they should take a stance against SB 403. Say no on the usage of the word caste and hierarchy. Stop reverse discrimination. Request more studies. Get the impacted community involved while framing laws. Don't put a community in crosshairs. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take a break to check with our city attorney and city manager because I have 40 more speakers. And I know, I have 40 more speakers and I'm looking to continue 2 of the items so that we go straight to the Monroe Street item. But I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break so I can talk to them, and maybe we're going to reduce the time of the speakers, the public presentations, or maybe take them after this. All right. No, please, enough, please. Give me a 5-minute break and we'll try to figure this out. All right. To the speakers online, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
I'll bet you didn't predict that. I'll bet you didn't predict that. I'm not trying to throw more on you.
Yeah, I saw that. I clicked on it too, but there's nothing big, and I think that really limits what we do.
Thank you. So thank you everyone very much. In order to move this agenda along, we still have 37 speakers for public presentations, but I'm going to ask that public presentations be moved to after item number 8, and that we continue item number 6 and 7 so that we can go straight into item number 8 after this. And I'd like to ask the council for consensus for that. So we will, you're okay with that, Anthony?
Unless you want to, do you want a motion for that?
No, I don't think, well, we will when we have to do 6 and 7 to continue. Do we need an official motion on that?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm comfortable with consensus on that general
Okay.
motion for all items.
For all of them. Okay, thank you. But we will continue to hear public presentations after item number 8. So those of you online, I apologize. It's just that we have scheduled public hearings for this evening, and we want to make sure we have a house full here and people online, and we want to make sure that we hear that this evening. So, so with that said,
I'm
City
noting
Attorney?
Consensus for the record,
Consensus.
Madam Mayor, on the item.
Councilmember
very good.
Watanabe, are you? I have to look up. Are you, Councilmember Watanabe, okay with that?
Yes.
I know you're many hours ahead, so.
Yes, but
Thank
whatever.
you. So we are now going to move on to item number 8. For the people on for public presentations, we'll come back to public presentations after item number 8. We have a public hearing, actions on an environmental impact report, EIR, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, general plan amendment to the community mixed use designation and related policies, rezone to plan development and vesting tentative subdivision map for the development of 50 multifamily residential units, 4 townhomes, 3 single-family residences, and 3,800 square feet of ground floor commercial space for the properties located at 906 to 950 Monroe Street and 1341 Homestead Road. For the record, I will be abstaining on this issue. It's right next to my office in the Franklin Mall. I'm going to turn this over to Vice Mayor Park to run this public hearing, and yeah, that's it. Give us a minute to change out here.
Thank you.
Again, thank you very much for everyone who stayed to make it to this item. Mayor is abstaining, so she won't be here. I think that she's done for the rest of the meeting. And again, this is item 8, which is the public hearing, actions on environmental impact report for 906 through 950 Monroe Street and 1341 Homestead Road. This item is a public hearing, which we declare to be open, which I declare to be open. And we'll go to staff presentations now. Go to City Manager to introduce staff.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Park, members of the council and the public, both here and at home. Javon Grogan, City Manager. I'll provide a brief introduction of this item. The item that is before you is a consideration of a mixed-use development proposal at 950 Monroe Street within the city's downtown. The proposal includes 50 multi-family units with 3,800 square feet of ground floor retail, 4 townhomes, and the preservation of 3 single-family homes. To approve the project as proposed means that the City Council would need to adopt an environmental impact report and approve a general plan amendment, rezoning, and vesting tentative map. As we begin tonight's discussion, it is important to note that there has been a recent change to the boundaries of the general plan amendment. Staff in their presentation will provide greater explanation of the change, but to summarize, the general plan amendment boundary in response to recently received community feedback prompted staff to relook at the potential applicability of the proposed general plan amendment. In response, staff has limited the boundaries of the proposed general plan amendment specifically to this project site to align the proposal to the noticing and outreach that was conducted. However, the City Council has full discretion over this housing proposal as it includes the general plan amendment, which is a legislative act. The presentation will be provided by Rena Brio, the city's Assistant Director of our Community Development Department. After that presentation, staff will be here to answer any questions from the City Council and support you through your deliberation.
Very much.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? And thank you, City Manager Grogan. To summarize, this proposal does include a general plan amendment, a rezoning to plan development, a vesting tentative subdivision map, and the certification of an environmental impact report, as well as a mitigated monitoring and reporting program. As City Manager Grogan first discussed when he introduced the item, staff would like to talk first about the recent changes made to the general plan amendment boundaries. As was stated, this particular general plan amendment seeks to modify a community mixed use designation, which is in our general plan, and related policies to specifically support added density and height that would be in our downtown focus area. And that is subject to certain conditions that is intended to limit the applicability of the general plan amendment. Community feedback was provided to staff after the Planning Commission meeting regarding concerns about the applicability of this GPA and how it would affect several parcels that are outside of the project site. Planning management staff relooked at the potential applicability of the GPA and these proposed conditions that were presented at Planning Commission. And the area of the GPA that would be applicable as it was presented is indeed larger than the outreach that was provided for. The city's outreach policy specifies that the area that's affected should have noticing occur from 1,000 feet of neighboring properties. However, noticing occurred only from the project site and not from all the affected areas of change that were going to be proposed with this GPA. In addition to just noticing, really the content of the outreach was focused on this particular project site, and recognizing that the outreach as well as the focus of communication of the general plan amendment was on the project site, staff, prior to issuing the staff report that has been posted online, revised the boundaries of the general plan amendment to be applicable only to the project site. And this is going to explain a little bit further on how we accomplish that, but essentially it's by adding an additional condition to the general plan amendment so that it is only applicable to the project site. The project specifically would need to have frontage along the west side of Monroe and also be located to the south of Franklin Street and north of Homestead Street. These are the project boundaries. As currently proposed, the GPA, once again, would only be applicable to the project site. So I do want to emphasize that today, the general plan amendment as proposed is going to implement change as proposed, perhaps on only the project site, not on other areas. So just explaining a little bit of what I described with images. So previously, the description of the GPA as it was presented at the Planning Commission meeting meant that all the sites in orange could be subject to change. And where the proposal currently is the GPA would be applicable only on the site that we are considering a project on today. To summarize, the project at 950 Monroe Street is a 3 to 6 story mixed use residential project. It includes 50 condominium units, 3,800 square feet of ground floor retail space, and 4 townhomes. It also includes the preservation of 3 single family residences. Just to orient everyone, I'm going to see if this works here. Oh, great. The site is located on the west side of Monroe, bounded by Franklin Street to the north, Homestead Road to the south. It includes 3 parcels today, which are outlined in yellow and red. In yellow are actually 3 single family homes that have 2 single family lots, as well as a commercial building that is a single story and has surface parking that wraps around the front and along the southern border. I want to point out the interface of the the lotting today, which is there is commercial that fronts onto Franklin Street, and there is single family residential lots that front onto Madison and to Homestead Road. This is a closer look at the single story commercial building that's proposed for demolition. And this is a closer look at the 3 single family homes that are proposed to be retained. 906 Monroe Street and 930 Monroe Street are on the city's historic resources inventory. Before I get into more details about the project, I want to talk about the timeline as it was during the city's review process with the application. On June 16th, 2020, Lamb Partners filed an application that was at the time, including the removal of all 3 single family homes, including the 2 historic resources inventory properties, and in its place, constructing a 5-story mission style building. On December 1st, 2020, there was a community meeting with substantial community feedback. On December 21st, 2021, the most significant plan revision was made, which was to retain the 2 historic homes on Monroe, and then modify the 5-story mixed-use building to introduce a 4-story residential element that would step down, and the building would be 6 stories at the corner of Franklin and Monroe. On March 16th, 2021, another substantial plan revision was to retain the 1341 Homestead House and to replace the 4-story element that was being proposed with instead 4 3-story townhomes next to what is the single family interface of the project. On January 21st, 2021, the project was presented to the Downtown Community Task Force. On November 8th, 2021, an EIR public scoping meeting was held. On October 14th through November 30th was the EIR comment period. Between June 2022 and May 2023, there were 7 plan updates that were made, and the most notable revision is that it reduced the height of the townhomes to 2-story. And on June 29th of this year, the Historic Landmarks Commission considered the project and provided a recommendation to council, which I will explain, as well as on July 13th, the Planning Commission considered the project at its public meeting. And today is October 22nd for the City Council consideration. So to date, there have been 6 public meetings held on the project to receive community input. Here's the project site as proposed. It includes 3 lots. The green outline shows the lot that will include, as proposed, the mixed use building, as well as the 4 townhomes, which are in the back of the site. and the 1341 homestead house that's being retained. The two other lots are the two single-family homes that are on the historic resources inventory. They are being provided their own individual lots. This is the proposed architecture elevation along Monroe Street. The tallest part of the building is the, architectural element at the corner of Monroe and Franklin, which is 84 feet, 8 inches in height. The majority of the building is 6 stories. However, you will notice that the building tapers down to 4 stories and then to 3 stories as it abuts the single-family historic homes. This is the west side of the project, or the west view. And what I'd like to point out here is that this portion of the mixed-use building is abutting commercial development, the retail that fronts along Franklin Street. And then this portion of the development is abutting the single-family homes that exist on Homestead as well as on Madison. So this would be an interface with rear single-family homes on Madison. This elevation at the bottom shows what that interface is, a 2-story townhome interface. And I'm going to describe the parking that's proposed. First, the regulatory context, which is state law, AB 2097, exempts parking in this particular location. So the parking that's being proposed is being done in a voluntary manner. 81 of the vehicle parking spaces are in the basement, and there is a stacking system being utilized, and 7 are proposed at the ground floor, which will be accessible to the retail. Of the vehicle parking spaces, 29 will be EV level charger 2, or I should say EV level charger 2. And then 26 spaces will be EV ready. There are 54 class 1 bicycle spaces that are going to be in a bike room with electrical outlets, and then 10 class 2 bicycle parking spaces, which will be open to the public on the ground floor. So some important considerations for this project. The project is proposing to amend the general plan. So there are certainly inconsistencies between the project and the general plan as adopted. However, there are other goals and policies in the general plan that the project has made attempts to address. This is a housing opportunity, given that the project is proposing housing in excess of the general plan, and it also is proposing affordability that is now higher than the city's affordable housing ordinance. So until the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant's proposal was to meet the city's affordable housing ordinance, which was 15% of the units averaging 100% of area median income in terms of what the units would be affordable to. They have changed that proposal to 20% of the units averaging affordability to 100% area median income households. Another important consideration is neighborhood compatibility. You'll see that there are amendments to the policies of the downtown focus area related to neighborhood compatibility as it relates to height. However, the applicant has made efforts, as I've outlined, to actually include shorter elements, smaller elements next to single family, whether it was townhouse elements in particular that were being proposed next to single family rear or side yards. Historic preservation is also a very important component of the project. Originally, the project was proposing to remove all the houses on the site. Now all 3 are proposed to be retained on the site, 2 of which are on the city's historic resources inventory. And of course, community input is always important when we consider proposals. And as I will get into more specifically, the project has made changes in response to the community input that was provided. However, there have been concerns from the beginning of the project's submittal that the project is not in conformance to the downtown precise plan or form-based code. And what I'll explain a little bit about the downtown precise plan right now is that this particular project was submitted in June of 2020. The precise plan process began in the end of 2018. And so this project was submitted about 1.5 years while the downtown precise plan process was underway. That being said, the downtown precise plan, and the form-based code are scheduled to come to City Council by the end of the year. Those are still drafts. They are not adopted. And so there has been concerns from the community about the mismatch between the standards that should be applied to the project as well as, what are the standards today. So just giving everyone an overview on what the general plan designation is for the site today. It is community mixed use, and that is to support medium density development with a mix of residential and commercial uses along a major street. It includes a minimum floor area ratio of 0.10 retail and a density of 20 to 36 DU to the acre. The site is also within a special planning area within the general plan. It's called the downtown focus area. And it's also within the boundaries of the downtown precise plan, which I mentioned is under development and is anticipated for council consideration later this year. This shows the project site and the specific boundaries I just mentioned, the focus area, as well as the draft downtown precise plan boundary. So the proposed general plan amendment to community mixed use would specifically allow for a higher density than the current general plan allows. It would allow up to 70 dwelling units to the acre. And that would be a mix of residential and commercial uses. However, the following conditions need to be present in order for this particular density to be applicable. The project would need to be within the focus area of the downtown. It would need to be within a quarter mile of bus routes with frequent service during commute hours. It would need to be a development that has at least 0.10 FAR of ground floor retail. And if the site's located on the historic resources inventory, then any of the development proposed would have to be performed in a manner that would meet the Secretary of Interior standards. And these are two conditions that were added or modified since the Planning Commission meeting. The first condition here indicates that the project would need to provide 20% of the units as affordable at prices such that the distribution of the affordable units averages to a maximum of 100% AMI. This is the applicant's current proposal, and thus why it was modified from the Planning Commission meeting. The last condition has been written, as I mentioned previously, in order to limit the applicability of the general plan specifically to the project site. The proposed general plan also includes amendments to related policies, specifically to transition policies in the downtown focus area. Also, it would provide an exception, if you will, to allow a building height of a maximum of 6 stories. And I do want to highlight that 6 stories is actually a height limit that's been reduced since the Planning Commission meeting. Since this is a site-specific general plan amendment, we wanted to match the proposed height with what the general plan was going to be proposed to be amended to. You'll notice in bold the additional language to limit the general plan amendment policy exceptions to the project site. So want to start at the community meeting feedback that we received back in December of 2020. And this is not in any way the full totality of the outreach that's or the feedback that's been provided. And I have some information on that in a second. But back in December of 2020, the community had provided feedback, one, for the project not to remove or demolish historic homes as they had been proposing. The applicant responded to those changes by preserving 3 single-family homes. Back on December 1st, the application included a 5-story massing next to single-family, and that was deemed by many members to be incompatible. So that was replaced instead with the addition of 2-story townhomes that would be adjacent to single-family. Back in December 2020, there was proposed mission-style architecture, and many people considered that non-desirable. And the applicant made changes in order to break up the facade with some different styles, and then really has a contemporary Art Deco style at the corner of Franklin and Monroe. Now, the comment that was also provided back in December of 2020 was that the application should wait until the downtown precise plan is adopted. And here, the application has no change. The applicant continues to desire to advance the city's review as soon as possible. So talking about our downtown community task force, and they are tasked with providing input on the creation of the precise plan and the form-based code. This project was presented to the Downtown Community Task Force on January 21st, 2021. And after that presentation, the DCTF did write a letter of opposition and cited concerns that the project doesn't consider the draft downtown precise plan, the draft downtown form-based code, or the current general plan. At the Historic Landmarks Commission on June 29th of this year, and before I talk about the actions, just the scope of what the Historic Landmarks Commission considers is preservation of historic structures as well as the compatibility of new development with historic buildings. So the actions they took is they approved a minor significant property alteration. And what that permit does is actually allow changes to the historic homes because some additions were made that were not done to period. And so it was proposed to have those removed, and the HLC approved those changes. The HLC, though, did recommend denial of the architectural review of the mixed use project, and they recommended denial of the rezoning and the vesting tentative map. Oop, I went the wrong way. At the Planning Commission meeting of on July 13th, the Planning Commission recommended to adopt the EIR and the MMRP, to approve the general plan amendment to the community mixed use designation as well as related policies, and to approve a rezoning to plan development. And they added another section to the resolution. I'm going to read the section off because it was unique, which is that the Planning Commission encourages the owner and any contractors or subcontractors working on the project to evaluate hiring local labor from or contributing to apprenticeship programs, increasing resources for labor compliance, and providing living wages during the development of this project. The Planning Commission also recommended approval of the vesting tentative map, and then they also directed staff to prepare a condition of approval so that the applicant would provide a protective plan for the historic structures during construction. And staff has added that condition as P3 to the conditions of approval for the rezoning. And that takes us to the staff recommendation. So staff is recommending that the City Council certify the environmental impact report and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the project. That they also approve the general plan amendment to modify the community mixed use designation and the related policies, and to approve the rezoning to plan development for the development of a 3 to 6 story residential building mixed use that includes 50 condominium units and 3,800 square feet of ground floor retail and restaurant space, 4 townhomes and 3 single family homes. And that the council approve the vesting tentative subdivision map to subdivide 3 parcels for a condominium map. And that concludes the staff report. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much for that. This time, if there are any questions from council, I mean, it's reminders, questions only. We're not here to make motions. We'd like to hear from the public before we go into anything else. But if there's questions, I can't actually see any hands raised. So.
I'm sorry, I need to let you know my computer just crashed.
Okay. Well, you can just raise your hands. I see Councilmember Hardy.
Are you calling on me?
I'm calling on you, yes.
Thank you. I wanted to make certain I was being called on. So I noticed you put condo standards. So does that mean they are up to the proposed units within that corner? Are those condominium standard building so that they could be for sale?
By making those units condos, they could be for sale, but the applicant should address whether or not they're intending to make it for sale or if they're making them condominium units for other purposes.
Oh, well, but they are up to condominium standards, which is a higher level of construction, correct? That's the way they're proposed.
I will let the applicant address that.
Okay. So you talked about, I'm confused because you talked about the highest portion being 84 feet, but yet we're talking about 6 floors. And it seemed to me that you were talking about the parapet, some of the Art Deco. So I was wondering how high is the actual roof? And when it talked about stackers, I have in my head what I've seen in San Francisco for parking. Is that what is proposed? I want to make certain I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So the height that's proposed, there is architectural elements that are taking the building at the corner to 84 feet, 8 inches. However, the actual top of the roof, we have this number here, is lower, of course, is 73 feet. And regarding the stackers, yes, they are mechanical stackers. The applicant would be best to describe the type of stackers that they're using, but it would allow for the shuffling of parking spaces to maximize space.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. General question, like the developer has taken some planning according to the draft plan, downtown draft plan. Has there been any historically in the past, have we assumed that, like, okay, based on some draft plan being present, let's say El Camino draft plan, right? But is there any history, like we accepted a plan based on a draft plan which has not been approved?
Councilmember Shahal, maybe you can provide a little bit of clarification. Are you asking whether or not there's been precedent of other projects looking at draft plans before they've been adopted?
That's correct.
I am not aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I can't tell if Councilmember Watanabe has her hand up. No, just does not. Okay, I have a question, clarification on page 21 or slide 21, which is the second bullet, which is with project frontage on west side of Monroe Street that is located south of Franklin. I kind of didn't understand what that sentence was referring to.
Yes. So what this sentence is an additional condition to address where the specific general plan amendment is going to be applied. And that condition states that in order for the general plan amendment to be applied, the project will need to have frontage on the west side of Monroe Street that is also located south of Franklin Street and north of Homestead Road. So what that's saying is the project has to have frontage on Monroe Street and also be located south of Franklin Street and north of Homestead Road. It's the boundaries of the project site.
I see. So that's, you're just stating in text.
Yes, because, and thank you for asking about this. This is, as I started the presentation talking about how staff has limited the boundaries, it's actually by adding a condition to the general plan in order to limit its applicability.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I have a list of questions here for staff, but I also have a list of questions, some of them for the applicant. Do we go with staff first and then we go to the applicant, or how does that work again?
I think you can ask your questions and then the
two-tiered.
The appropriate party will answer the questions as.
Okay, sounds good. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, if we might clarify, with staff here following their presentation, appropriate to ask questions of staff now. When the applicant comes up and presents, that's probably a better time to pose your questions.
Just wanted to confirm, so I could split that up. Okay.
Yeah, very good.
So for staff, my questions are, so basically it comes down to, I see that the downtown task force recommended not to approve with lots of concerns, not only from theirs, but a lot of commissions. And however, I see that staff wants to approve it. So my question comes down to is, specifically, how do you feel about this plan? And does this project serve the community well? Will it create livable, walkable, quality community for Santa Clara, specifically being in the downtown area? Do you want me to go through the list, or you want to go one by one?
So maybe you could go through the list,
okay,
so I can understand how to address the question.
Sure, absolutely. And so basically, specifically being in the downtown area, does this basically bode well for the community besides just check marking the guidelines What is the height? I don't know if Councilmember Hardy asked this question because I was actually trying to write some notes down really quick. But what is the height of the Gateway Crossing Silicon Sage project across the street? I know specifically it's 4 stories, but what is the highest point compared to the actual 84 feet with this project that's being proposed today? Also, Rena, you said that the applicant chose to go ahead, even though that it was recommended to wait. As I reiterated before, the Downtown Task Force recommended not to approve. Lots of concerns, also I said from other commissions, however, staff wants to approve it. So why is that? And those were my only questions for this.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have our team who's helping me, texting me probably, about look into the Silicon Sage project to get us the height so I can give you that answer accurately. And questions about whether or not this project is a walkable, I don't want to paraphrase you were asking.
So specifically, how do you feel, staff? How do you feel about this plan? And does this project serve the community well from either creating a livable, walkable, quality community for the city of Santa Clara and its downtown, specifically also being in the downtown area? I know that there's been some concerns considering it. People have compared it to El Camino Real, and we don't want to have El Camino Real near Main Street. So specifically, what does staff feel about this plan? And does it serve the project? Does it basically serve the community well? As I said, walkable, livable, quality community. That also goes with the other question of if others have recommended not to move forward on this, why is staff pushing forward on it?
Yeah, and I do want to clarify the Planning Commission also recommended approval of the project, so I don't want to diminish their recommendation.
Understand.
This site is one that is adjacent to a lot of commercial, is adjacent to transit, is relatively close to our BART station. It's a site that has a lot of accessibility to amenities, as Santa Clara has them south of El Camino Real. And so this site makes a lot of sense to have higher density. The applicants worked through a long process to achieve a outcome to provide some compromise, and staff is recommending approval for really those reasons. And we are in full recognition that there's a downtown precise plan that's underway. That's not something that we can look at as something that we would require a project because it's not adopted policy. Staff looks to the council for their adopted policies before we require developers to adhere to them. So that is a point of concern. I know that the community has raised, but staff is not looking to those standards prior to the council really adopting those standards.
Thank you.
There are no other.
And it might take the team a little bit of time to get that answer on Silicon Sage and check. Oh, wait, maybe not. Says looks like 53 feet.
Okay, thank you.
There are no other council hands up at this time.
Okay, so if there are no other council questions, then we'll open it up to the applicant presentation. And the applicant has up to 10 minutes to present the project to us. Thank you.
I'll take a moment just to wait for the presentation to come up. Thank you very much, Chair and council members. I'm just going to test it before we get started. Pages are not moving. Pointer works, but the pages are not moving. Perhaps in the meantime, we can reset the time clock as well. Yes, we have a functioning button. Thank you so much. These are just some past projects that we have worked on, two of which here are on Franklin Street, just down the street from our project. This is our office building, also historic preservation. These are homes that we have on Lewis Street. The one on the right was moved from Santa Clara University. And of course, one that I also love greatly is our Fremont Street project. All three of these across the top have ADUs on the back that are two-story in, or two of them have actually all three have two-story in height. ADUs similar to what we're proposing here on this project, also approved by the city of Santa Clara. The project has reached the height of the 72 feet in order to have proposed the conservation of the historic homes, which is a bonus that adds a floor according to, this is a page taken directly out of the proposed downtown precise plan. We're also providing an art room, art space, and public meeting room as part of the project. This is as proposed by the downtown task force at the corner where our project site is right along here. This is Monroe Street. We have up to 72 feet here at the corner, up to 3-story or 40 feet here in the middle, and this backs up to the historically classified home at 945 Madison, and then 2-story in this particular area. And this is what we're actually proposing. We have from the back end of our property to the adjacent home on Madison Street is approximately 72 feet, 72 and a half feet. And from the property line, our rear property line to our 3- and 4-story part of our project is also 72 and a half feet for a total combined of roughly 145 feet of distance from the back of the home to the back of our building, which is 3- and 4-story. We do have in this particular area, the 1-story home that is being preserved. Behind it, 2-story, 4 2-story townhomes that are 25 foot in height maximum. Even though here behind the 945 Madison, it would be allowed under current zoning and under the proposed downtown precise plan to go up to 3-story or 40 feet as indicated here in this chart, which is again, a direct excerpt from the downtown precise plan. And the button's not moving. There you go. This is the Benton project, just to illustrate that here you have 2 historically classified homes along El Camino or near El Camino, and 2 historically classified homes here on the back street. Important to note on that is that if we were to apply our standards that we are using, basically from backside of historic home, which is 145 feet away to get to 3- and 4-story buildings, that's what this red line represents. The precedent set here on Benton is that it's only 10 feet away. The 3- and 4-story buildings are 10 feet away from the back of these homes. Likewise, on the 2 homes that face out towards the corner of El Camino and the side street, this is the 72 and a half foot setback line that we are proposing that would basically remove the 3-story building that is here. What I'm basically getting at is that the setbacks that we are applying on this project are greater than any other setbacks that I have seen applied in the city of Santa Clara all along all the major projects that have been constructed in the last 10 years or so. This was covered in the prior presentation. This was represented on the petition that the project would, the general plan amendment would affect all of these potential projects, when indeed it is just simply the project site, which is new information, of course, that has been presented by staff. This is as applying the standards of, this is again, a direct page out of the downtown precise plan, and then amended. Everything you see in red here is we have added to illustrate a point. The project height being proposed here at 72 feet, as is also here proposed at 72 feet. This particular instance, 70 feet away, just across the street, are historic buildings here. At this particular location, there are historic buildings here proposing 124 foot height. And across the street here on right across, we have historic homes, again, 70 feet away, plus their front yards. So maybe an additional 20 feet or so on that. The point being is that on our project, we have approximately from the face of the historic building behind us to the face of our 3- and 4-story buildings, 145 feet approximately, as opposed to what's being proposed overall on all these historic home interfaces, much less than what we are proposing in our plan. And this is again, a page taken directly out of the downtown precise plan. We added these dimensions up in here. 945 Madison is to the rear of our project site. What you see here, this sort of light blue casting, are the bonus levels that are being added, maximum bonus building heights based on providing community services and benefits. But again, this is the 124-foot height, 72-foot heights that are directly across the street from historically significant homes. These are, again, the heights that are being proposed. This is the 945 Madison. We've added only the black text that you see here to see in the heights around them. Our dimensions represent the bonus heights by adding the floor with community benefits. The reason that we're illustrating these pages, these excerpts, even though this is not an approved precise plan, is to show that indeed our plan is compatible and respectful to what the precise plan is portraying or wanting to be in the future. If the council were to approve the precise plan in the future, we would be substantially compliant with those standards. Very important point by the authors of the downtown precise plan, the original firm that was hired to write up the text. A plan for downtown will remain just that, a plan, unless individual property owners decide to develop. An understanding of development realities and the market is an important part of creating a plan that will be realized. An important factor of that is, this is a chart from the downtown precise plan that shows that it is not feasible for residential condominium apartments. And yes, this is a for sale product that is being designed here to condominium standards. It is not feasible to do 30, 40, 50 dwelling units to the acre. And it might be feasible at 60 dwelling units to the acre and is feasible at 70 dwelling units to the acre. Our project, we are at 65.5 dwelling units to the acre, right in the center of that spot. Additionally, residential development is likely to be feasible as type 3 construction and may be most feasible in a range of 5 to 7 stories. Again, a direct page out of the downtown precise plan, which we comply with. This is a photograph that is directly out of the precise plan about interface street in, as you had mentioned, Commissioner or Councilmember Becker, will it interface? Will it be accessible to street activity, et cetera? This is our image that we are presenting that shows the landscape strip as proposed in the precise plan, the sidewalk adjacent to it, protected by from street traffic, and outdoor dining that is being emphasized on our project. Our entire frontage that is retail has fully operable walls, so you can open up the glass walls to the community, to the outdoor dining, and creating a total indoor-outdoor environment. So it's connected to the street rather than cut off from the street. This is just the section that speaks to parking not being required for this particular site. However, we are providing 81 parking spaces and 66 bike parking as presented by staff. This is regarding the environmental aspects. So we are requesting the EIR be approved tonight. The project proposed to retain these residences on the project site. The significance of the resources is not linked to the surrounding structures, and the proposed development project would not alter the character defining features of these historic structures. Therefore, the proposed development project would not result in a substantial adverse change in the significance of these resources as a result of the proposed development project. This was also reviewed by the Office of Historic Preservation and all the various state agencies that review the EIR document. This is the original structure that we proposed, a little bit of history, the 5-story Mediterranean style building. When we had our community meeting, they said, we don't want mission style in this area. We want something that reflects a downtown streetscape. The button is not working most of the time. The downtown streetscape was sort of emulating a project that we have designed with more individual buildings. And then we evolved to this presentation, which is scaled to have the higher density at the corner of Franklin. Again, Franklin was identified as a major gateway into the downtown. and then stepping down towards the historic structures and the existing single-family neighborhood. Another view of the project. The parking is provided underground predominantly and is automated, and it's a shuffler system. So you go as a resident, you will go to a single parking garage. You will always go to the exact same space, and then the shuffling system will take it and park it elsewhere. But you always go to your own garage door, you push your fob button, and it opens up to you and you only in that particular space. So that's the sort of the convenience that we have applied on many projects throughout the Bay Area successfully. The ground floor has a separate driveway. The main driveway access to the basement is down on Franklin Street. I can't see the clock, I'm sorry. The rear of the project does not have any balconies facing the adjacent neighbors, the single-family homes, and there is only fixed obscured glass on the windows on the second story.
Yeah. So, Mr. Caruso, I'm going to have to stop you. I don't see the timer. I think that's unfortunate for everyone. I think other people are keeping time, but was there a timer up?
Was up.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't paying attention to that. I was looking at the presentation. But I guess my first question is how long? I feel like you're not even you're about halfway through the presentation, and I don't think we're going to get through that.
I have probably about 2 more minutes to wrap up.
Well, I'm going to say if we can keep it to two minutes, I'll allow the 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is another excerpt from the downtown precise plan showing the articulation of the architecture. And as you see here, the massing scale vertically, which is what we have done in our presentation. And you can see it here. And very importantly, this is the mass of what the downtown precise plan allows, the 72 feet in height, which is compatible to what we have designed. Their plan does say 5-story or up to 72 feet. Ours is 6-story at 72 feet to the roof, 73 feet to the roof level. We're 1 foot above. And then the single story or 2-story area here. This is the elevations that have already been presented, building sections, and skip to the end. Community benefits. We are having an 871 square foot Donald Von Racefield community room. We are preserving the 3 homes. The townhomes behind the Madison House are 25 foot in height. And most importantly, we're providing 11 affordable units. It'll be the first affordable housing projects or units in the history of downtown Santa Clara, 3 of which will be very low income, which will be significant because those are rare to find, and we're very proud to present them as part of our project. We are responding to the 65.5 dwelling units to the acre, which is consistent with the downtown precise plan, as is the preservation of the historic structures. And we're proposing 20% rather than 15% affordability on this project. And very importantly, from an environmental point of view, there are no significant impacts per the EIR as has been circulated and authored. Thank you very much for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have and look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. At this time, we'll take questions from council to the applicant. I see Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Somewhat you've answered that you are at the condominium standard, which I know is much higher for construction. You compared your massing to the proposed form-based code, which I was looking at and explained a bit of the parking. What I wasn't really clear on is you talked about the total setbacks on the proposed townhouses. What is the setback from their fence?
From the fence, it's 10 feet.
Okay.
10 feet away, and single family residential allows 5 feet on a side setback. We're providing 10.
I think that for right now, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nora. Okay, so my questions for you are, I'll just list them all out and I guess you can go through them one by one. what about power out? I know that you're talking about the shifting parking spots. What about power outages? I know that was a concern at somewhere in East San Jose. They had a similar issue where if they had a power outage, it was really hard for the people to get their car out. I'm just wondering if that's kind of the similar situation here. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. So the way these work is there is battery backup so that all can be lowered. There is no below grade parking provided, meaning sometimes they have pits and you have to come up out of a pit. There are no pits proposed here, which means that you drive your normal car that's at grade level, on the parking level out, and then the car above you will lower down automatically. Sort of like elevators will always go down to the ground floor, similar with this type of system.
And how long would that kind of take? Because I know that, a lot of us are related to these things. If you have an emergency and you're trying to get out really quickly, how long does that process usually take?
Usually, well, it depends per space, availability of people and different factors. So I don't know how many minutes it takes, but it's just on availability. So if people are all trying to leave the building, they can certainly get the cars out from ground level immediately like you would out of a normal parking space. So that part will be normal. And then the only other thing is then you have to drop the others. In downtown Santa Clara, it depends also on how often the power goes out. And there can also be generator backup for these things.
Okay.
Situations.
Okay. So my next question is, have you considered reducing the height and its massive nature? Have you considered matching the 53 feet of the adjacent building across the street?
So the height proposed on this site is 72 feet by the downtown precise plan. So I feel that by us having our building at 73 feet, we can reduce 4 inches per floor and make it 72 feet, and it would be exactly what is being proposed. I think the precise plan has some good merits to it. It's just untimely for us because we've been delayed many months just going through the process that we have to get here to you tonight. And we feel that we don't have any certainty on when that precise plan might come down the road. No one can predict.
Okay.
So we are basically complying with what is current evidence that 72 feet is what's being considered on the site. And that's what we're proposing within a foot. So.
Okay. Considering the height and knowing that the other project next across the street was kind of a issue as well, because I remember in the past it was an issue, especially with its own height of four stories. I personally feel that this is a gateway kind of project. Did you ever consider the curve height to not tower over the current neighboring properties on the side of Madison, which is basically the backside? Have you considered any different massing in that?
So Madison is sheltered by. Let me go back if I can get to the right slide here. Just apologize. The Madison house, there is a site adjacent to us. Here we go. Thank you. So this massing you see here, the 72 foot yellowed outline, if you will, there is the property directly behind us on Franklin Street that is actually the one that is also allocated up to 72 feet according to the downtown precise plan. So if anything from Madison, they would see that building next door to us when it were developed in the future and not the backside of us. What they would see is the 2-story building here at 25 feet, because that would be screened by this yellow outline, which would be the adjacent property. And I'll show you on their map, if you will, where that is actually the property. It was Emma's old property. So that is this site right here. This site right here is also in the downtown precise plan up to that height, which is illustrated right here in the map from the precise plan. Right here.
Okay.
So that is this property here, which is at that, by the color gradient, the same as this one, 72 feet right at this point. And then this area can go between 2 and 3 story, depending if they have community benefits, so up to 40 feet in height. So we are compliant with the heights that are proposed. Again, 5-story versus 6, but it's still at the same height.
Okay, because my other question is there's a property that's right behind it, and I did meet with this property owner. They are Mr. and Mrs. Harrow, and based on, did you see what they have in front of their property with what it will
look
look
planning
like?
commission, yes.
Okay, and now
that is inaccurate, but I respect their opinion.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. So my next question for you is, so because of that right there, and I'm asking that question, did you work with the neighborhood to come up with a project that worked and helped the neighborhood, both the neighborhood and yourself? And so basically, did you get everybody to come on board? Was there any compromises? Was there any, yes, I'll do this. No, I won't do that. What kind of, I guess what I'm trying to say is, how far did you guys work to get that?
So I think in staff's presentation, they went over quite a bit over the last 3 years, how we have evolved the project numerous times to accommodate requests. I met personally with one of the adjacent neighbors, Joya and her father. And I said, look, I've been doing this for 39 years at that point. I said, I've never seen a next door neighbor come out in support of a density project next door to them. That just simply hasn't happened. I said, but if you can have something, what would you want that would benefit you, that would make sense to you? And they said, well, we would like for that 1-story house to remain right where it is so that the views coming out of my 2nd story and my home won't be obstructed. And I went back to the ownership, to Randy, and proposed that. And he said, sure, let's do it. Let's make the project work for the neighborhood as well. And then additionally, when at a subsequent meeting and community input, we had several stories proposed in townhomes behind the 2 historic homes. They said, we want something that is down in scale, more residential scale. So we changed the project again to go down to a 2-story behind the little 1-story that we are keeping. So yes, we have made numerous changes over time. The whole style of the building changed completely from mission style to a downtown style to emulate what is proposed in the downtown precise plan. We've changed the project probably 7 or 8 times design-wise to accommodate all those changes and the inputs all the way up to tonight, the changes that were made to the general plan amendment in order to accommodate those concerns about how far reaching the GP amendment could have been and limiting it to more specifically the site. So yes, we have worked with that. Will everyone come out and support? Absolutely not. But we have tried our level best to still create a project that is feasible and provides community benefits and provides much needed housing during our housing crisis.
Okay. And so basically going back to how I was asking if you worked with the neighbor. Now, I know that you had reached out to me a few times to try to have a meeting. A lot of us were on council recess. And when I was on council recess, I had the opportunity to either meet with you or had the opportunity to meet with many of the people here in this room right here. And so from what I've heard from many of the members of the community is that there hasn't been anything, there hasn't been any collaboration or work. So working together. So what my question is our staff, Rena, she basically said, that you, the applicant, chose to go ahead, even though that it was recommended to wait maybe it was recommended to wait, not only from a few sources minus the Planning Commission. So the DCTF task force recommended not to approve. The neighborhood, they had the major concerns. So my question for you is, why did you choose to move forward?
Well, let me also bring up a point that, first of all, we go forward because that is the project before you tonight. Under state law, we have the right and obligation to move forward with residential projects, firstly. Secondly, the implication of saying we need to wait for a plan, like, for example, the El Camino plan. Had people waited around for the El Camino plan, they would still be waiting tonight. That didn't happen. So under my understanding, and there's a city attorney that is brilliant in legal matters, I am not, but my understanding is that you can't consider future laws to judge current projects. That would be illegal. So to wait for something that isn't here, doesn't exist, and I don't know if anyone here in this room can guarantee me when that's going to happen. I hope not, because that would be a breach of the Brown Act. So That's why we're proceeding, because we have a project that we believe is feasible, that is beneficial to our community. I've lived in this community or been part of this community since 1999 and really believe that there is, I don't live in the city, just to be clear, but I work in here and my offices are here and my projects are here. And when we look at that, we want to bring something forward that makes good sense today. Irrespective of that, the reason I've made a lot of comparisons to the downtown precise plan is to show the good faith effort that has been made to accommodate all those different aspects and attributes of a good plan potentially, but it doesn't exist yet. So that's why we've chosen to move forward to answer your question.
Okay, and to close out, basically kind of following up on that, I read the Silicon Valley Voice letter to the editor. I don't know if you read that as well, that's out there. It was mentioned that the developer chose not to work with the DC task force and aligning the project with the developing precise plan. So you would consider that to be false then?
I do. Okay. Completely and totally. We attended downtown task force meetings. We had community meetings, met with a lot of the different people over time. To be clear, to work with someone doesn't mean that we do someone else's will and beckoning. To work with someone is we listen, we absorb, we make a judgment on what parts make good sense, which we've illustrated significantly, a lot of attributes from the precise plan that we are incorporating that make good sense, and move forward with that.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your honesty and you're bringing up some good points, but at the same time, I do apologize for not being able to meet with you. The residents took priority, so I apologize for that.
Thank you.
And I think we've got Councilmember Chahal, but before we go to Councilmember Chahal, I want to tell everyone in the audience that I know there's going to be a lot of different opinions here, but please be polite. Show a little bit of respect to the person that's speaking, because at some point during this meeting, that person will be you. So please, let's try to keep their comments to a minimum. Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Esmer. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
I have two comments basically. 945 Madison, you're taking that setback from the end of the house 70 plus feet, right? What if, like, I don't see justification on that. What if that particular resident makes an ADU on the back of their house? It will not be 70 feet.
But that ADU would not be historically significant. The point that I was trying to make is setbacks from historically significant buildings similar to the Benton and other projects in the city.
Oh, you're just pinpointing the historically significant distance only.
Yes.
Okay. My next question is, I know you have been taking into account the proposed downtown plan, basically. The EIR document, does it take into account the proposed downtown plan into account when we did the traffic study or something, or it is not taking into account any of the proposed downtown?
I would rather have the environmental consultants who authored the environmental impact report answer that question, if that's okay.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Vice Mayor, members of the council, only to the extent that we addressed cumulative impacts and could look at reasonably foreseeable projects, were we able to address the potential for the downtown plan based on the project level analysis, specifically of the project. We could not take that into account.
So basically, the cumulative effect of most of the downtown precise plan has not been taken into account.
Only relative to, like I said, the cumulative effect of all the potential development in that area, we were able to look at it. But for, for project level traffic, air quality, those sort of things, no, we cannot, because it's not an actual project at this time.
Okay, so that's my point, because in one case, we are not taking into the cumulative effect of that plan. On the other side, we are trying to take a benefit of the precise plan on the height and others. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Watanabe's hand is up.
Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so Mr. Caruso, thank you for the presentation.
Welcome.
I wanted to ask you about this is a mixed use property. So what do you see different here than, say, compared to Silicon Sage? Silicon Sage has been built quite a few years now. And we hear concerns about some of the retail space hasn't been leased there. And what do you see different where you want to build compared to Silicon Sage? And what do you think you're going to be doing differently that's going to put the retail in those spaces?
Thank you for the question. Good question. So the Silicon Sage building has no grease trap, so it cannot have food service items there. It has no shafts going through the building all the way through for ventilation of hoods and cooking devices. Whereas our building is designed and shown on the planning documents, the grease trap is located on the ground floor level in the parking area at the ground floor. It's clearly marked on the plans. And there are shafts shown that go all the way through the building, through the roof, in numerous locations in the ceiling above the proposed retail space, so that the space can be used for any type of retail purpose, whether it's restaurant, cafe, other forms of retail businesses, et cetera, bakery, coffee shop, et cetera. So that will set it up to have a broad marketplace as opposed to the narrow one that is at Silicon Sage.
Okay, thank you. And have you broached any potential retailers, or has there been any interest so far?
I believe the owners have spoken to various retailers, and they have started to work with those. As on their other projects, their spaces are fully leased and successful because of the models that they have used in the past.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
I think that's all the questions from council.
Thank you.
So, and again, this is a public hearing, so we'll move to the public.
Okay, I will call out the first speaker and then who's going to follow. First speaker is Steve Kelly and Hiro Gao. Followed by Ed Stocks.
Maybe we'll call a couple names so people don't line up. Thank you very much.
Followed by Danielle Kelly-Terna.
Okay. Mayor or acting mayor, council members. Myself and Hyrule, we're long-term residents. We want to see the downtown recreated, vibrant. We also want to see the 50 critically needed housing units, 10 of which are affordable, 3 of which will be very affordable. We want it to be within walking distance of the Santa Clara train station, which is the future BART station. It's imperative we see more housing within walking distance of transit. This site is within walking distance. I can walk it, and I have a partial knee replacement. I love the fact that this has 66 bike spaces. So I would add, I would like to see 8 or 10 spots capable of charging electric bikes. This project will revitalize the downtown area. It'll provide wonderful outdoor dining, and while preserving the old quad neighborhood by preserving the homes and greater setbacks. Further density is needed to support other local restaurants and retail shops. This project is aesthetically pleasing. It's gone through multiple phases, and I've seen a lot of transitions over my 8 years when I served on the Planning Commission. I think it fits well in the neighborhood. I love the fact that it has a community room, and it will serve Santa Clara and Santa Clara residents well. I'm hopeful that this project will lead to further projects in the downtown core area where we can see housing, dining, all close to transit that people can utilize. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's Stocks, followed by Danielle, then followed by Patrick Clark.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening. I wasn't expecting to be on so early. Vice Mayor Park, members of the council, good evening. I'm a resident of Santa Clara, speaking for myself, and I wanted to oppose the plan in front of you tonight. I want to focus tonight on the use of planned development. Seemingly the do-as-you-like zoning is opening the door to several unintended consequences. I'd like to go through an ongoing planned development case study. On Planning Committee's agenda tomorrow, you will see item 3, an existing 2015 PD home on 1485 Bellamy Street that's applying to do a PD rezone, almost tripling in size. 668 square foot home on a substandard lot becomes 2291 square feet on just a 3,800 square foot lot. The applicant applying there using the PD rezone in a historic neighborhood flanked by cottages. Recommendation for denial by the Historic and Landmarks Committee staff is recommending approval of the PD rezone. It's clear that a PD zone has failed to uphold an original agreement after just 7 years of existence. Councilmember Becker earlier said, we don't want ECR on Main Street, and yet the developer himself has compared his design to the Benton on ECR. Planned development and the GPA lays to one side our structured approaches to zoning, and it demonstrably offers no future protections from ongoing PD rezones. PD should be used sparingly and when no other option exists, and that bar has not been met. An approval of an 8-story building in this development plan with no cohesiveness of design or zoning is the polar opposite of what this resident wants to travel. Thank you.
Next is Danielle. She have 4 minutes. She's had time donated from Sherry Ernst, followed by Patrick Clark and Jonathan Marinaro.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Danielle Calaterna, and I'm here tonight to speak about this proposed development. And in some ways, I feel like the elephant in the room because I am that building that's on the west side of the 7-story building. That's my parents' building. They built it in the 40s. They built it themselves, and they were very hardworking people who loved Santa Clara, were on commissions for decades. And I hope that when you own a property and you own a building, that it still is yours, that no one can take it away. I have something to tell you about the developer in a minute. I'm here tonight for 2 reasons. One, to protect my buildings since they're a historic part of Santa Clara history. Second, to protect my tenants who work very hard to have successful businesses. Myron von Raesfeld owns the building that was sold to become part of this project. And Myron worked with Mr. Caruso and Lamb and proposed the project to me a year and a half ago and offered to buy my buildings for a third of what they're worth, just a third. When I explained how important the buildings were to me, that they were my parents' legacy and their place in Santa Clara, they said, well, we could put a statue of your mom out in front. It's an insult to destroy my parents' legacy and offer so low a price just to have them turn around, develop it, and make millions on their development. That is the only time I've heard from them. I've never heard from them again. They have never tried to talk to me. They have never tried to be compatible with the historical building that's right next to them. My tenants at 1346 Franklin have just endured 5 years of the property across the street at Franklin and Monroe being developed. They were told the construction would take 2 to 3 years. It extended far past that time. They were told there would be more parking. There's less. They were told that businesses would move into the first floor. There has been no businesses except for a gym there, and it wasn't viable. There's been trucks, dirt, construction equipment, utility delays, and so much more they've had to endure. And now they're going to have to endure it again right on the other side of their wall. The plan for this development exceeds the limits in every way possible. How can my tenants and property withstand the demolition, foundations, equipment, noise, dirt, hazardous material exposure, closed streets? With this new construction, these businesses may be driven completely out of business, and there's no hope of anyone else renting the spaces while this project is being developed. I was curious to see that when he was showing the graphics, that my property was slated to be 4 to 5 stories in height when it's not for sale. How is that going to happen? So I urge you to stop the forward progress of this development. Please honor the citizens who really loved and were committed to Santa Clara, citizens who bought and developed property for the good of the city. Thank you.
Patrick Clark, followed by Jonathan Marinaro and Norm McDonald.
And if we could, let's
good evening.
please also keep the clapping and jeers or anything else down. Just want to keep it a kind of a neutral, serious meeting. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Patrick Clark. I'm president of our Mother Perpetual Help Church, which is a historical church, and it's just catty corner from the other 2 historical sites there on Monroe. And I feel that this particular project would be very derogatory to the church. First of all, it's going to increase the traffic. There's no room for more cars, but cars would have to be parked all over the place. It would just turn into a total fiasco, and it would help destroy the church. This is a historical church. It's probably just as old as the 2 buildings catty corner across the street. And I know the Historical Association recommended unanimously that this project not take place because it's just going to destroy the integrity, the historical integrity of the entire area. And I think it's just a prelude to something else happening to tear down more historical sites. But I think we ought to keep it together. So I request that you deny the general plan amendment. And I think, like I say, we've heard the term raceway, and I'm afraid that's what all the streets are going to turn into, Homestead as well. It'll be so noisy and so such a terrible situation for people living there. How are you going to get any sleep with, or have a church service or have a family meal with all this noise and confusion and lack of parking and everything else that will ensue if this project is approved? So I say disapprove it and do the right thing. And God bless you in your decision making.
Jonathan Marinaro, followed by Noah McDonald and Robert Fitch.
Hello, thank you, members of the City Council. Thank you, Vice Chair Kevin. I am not a very long member of Santa Clara. I've been here over a decade, and I know there are members that have been here quite a long time, but my family's been here since, well, at least there were orchards or well before that. And if there's things that this city needs, is it does need a proper downtown, and it does need more dense housing for all the poor people that are out there that cannot find a place. Many of my friends, family, and others do need more out there. That said, I was initially against this because of how it affected zoning in the entire area, because it seemed like it hadn't taken into consideration the viewpoints of the residents and the people living and working in the area. After the presentation, I'll say that I'm actually rather impressed with what they've gone through and done by limiting the area as well as by doing the setbacks. Looking at a simple sun map, we'll see that you're not losing any sun into your backyards or anything there by this being there. I do wish that there was more consideration for the Downtown Community Task Force, given the amount of work and blood, sweat, and tears they put on into this. But I also understand the need to develop when you're not sure when a plan like that will come into play. I would say that I feel that there are some other voices that need to be brought on into this. Once again, the community and such around us, the church that is 2 buildings away from my own house. But at the same time, we do still need denser housing and we do need a downtown again. And sitting on our hands with the downtown that we have will not keep us as the city we are and not make us what the city we can become. So thank you for your time and have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Noah McDonald, followed by Robert Fitch and Brian Goldberg. And Noah has 4 minutes. Time was donated by Ann McDonald.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, my name is Noah MacDonald. I was born and raised in the Old Quad neighborhood, and I'm opposed to this development. I, like many others here, are looking forward to the potential revitalization of the downtown, but this project will only serve to harm those efforts. There are many issues to talk about when this serves as time. I want to bring out one major one I noticed myself. In the Planning Commission meeting and earlier on, the architect said in his presentation that for this project to be financially viable, it has to be in the range of 60 to 70 dwelling units per acre. And he said that his project is 65 and a half, implying that it would be infeasible to reduce the height. However, I think this number is somewhat misleading, since the only way for that number to be reached would be by including the 2 historic homes in the calculation. In reality, the actual number of the project area is closer to a range of 80 to 90 dwelling units per acre. Everywhere else in the planning documents and the presentations, the clear distinction is made between the development site and the 2 historic homes. So I'm not sure why it should be included for this. I think this just shows the lengths that the developer is going through to try to push this through and seem like they are listening to the community when in reality they're not. They tried to remove the historic homes. They weren't allowed to. They tried to amend the general plan. It seems like they weren't able to in the initial way it was. They talk about the changes that have been made, like they are listening, but they've never actually listened. They just wanted to make it look like they are, the approval. Still 6 stories. Haven't changed anything. I have time, so I'll go over a few sort of extra little nitpicks that I've noticed. The parking garage, so these are just a lot of little things that add up. The parking garage entrance isn't aligned with the back wall of the building, which looks bizarre. There's no renderings from Franklin Street, so the only way you could see this is in the height evaluation. I'm not sure why there are no renderings from that angle. Maybe that's why. The facade break between the corner segment and the one next to on Monroe, it happens right in the middle of the residential units. The point of a facade like this is to try to make the building look like multiple buildings, like that classic downtown style. So having units that straddle between 2 segments that are supposed to look like separate buildings doesn't really make sense to me. The whole stepping down thing with is all this stuff done for the setbacks? It doesn't really do anything. It hasn't made anyone, hasn't appeased anyone, but it does, I think, make the project look worse. It's strange. The development will actually have less retail square footage than the existing building. I'm not sure how you could build a big condo like that and actually reduce the amount of retail space, but managed to do that. It's by about half, about 2,000 square feet. And also, I'm not sure that the best way to kick off a historic downtown revitalization is to demolish one of the oldest commercial buildings that's still there. The townhomes in the back are strange. I've never seen anyone try to build ADUs in the back of a condo development before. and the automated parking system, which after some explanation still doesn't make sense to me. In conclusion, we want a downtown, we want people, but most importantly, we want it to be done right. If we continue this haphazard parcel by parcel development, we won't get a downtown. We'll just get a wasteland of condos and empty promises. We want a downtown that respects the neighborhood and builds upon it, not in spite of it.
Next is Robert Fitch, followed by Brian Goldberg and Nima Moridi.
My name's Robert Fitch. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Clara. I come before you to ask your help to create a miracle. That miracle is the recovery of downtown Santa Clara. A downtown that died many years ago has a chance to be resurrected. You have before you a proposal that will help this recovery. More than 50 new housing units, bringing people to a downtown that might yet live again. For downtown Santa Clara to live again, we must create conditions that allow it to live. We need more people in and around downtown Santa Clara. This property is one of the few places that's large enough to build a large unit that brings people a place to live. The city has approved 20-story apartment complexes elsewhere, so it's not that unusual to go up to the height of this building. This is actually a moderate amount of density compared to some of the things that are being approved elsewhere in the community. This property, located at the corner of Franklin and Monroe, is the perfect location for a substantial number of new residents that will help bring vitality to downtown. Thank you.
Brian Goldberg, followed by Nima Moridi and Mark Hogue.
Council, first of all, I wanted to thank you for your service and all that you do to help make Santa Clara a great city. I've lived here all my life, and I'm also very proud to be a Santa Claran. I'm glad to see that the Planning Commission act in favor of the measure of the Monroe Street project, and also that staff is recommending approval. I hope that you also see that how this can help revive downtown and add the much needed housing that's been discussed. This will be a great addition to the city, a great piece in creating a downtown environment for people from all around the valley to gather. And I'm excited about the project because it addresses the need for housing. It can also be a start of downtown development that complements and is complemented by neighboring projects. And it's an opportunity to blend the old with the new, especially in preserving the two historical homes. Equally important to me is the ability to have quality places to go for dining and entertainment in my own city. For years, my friends and I, we've gone to downtowns of Campbell, Los Gatos, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, even Redwood City for dinner, music, and festivals. And I'd really love to be able to have that experience here in Santa Clara. This project is a great first step in making this possible. And we've talked about this for a long time now. So I'm ready for this to move forward and become a reality. So my friends and I can stay in our own city for quality times together. And I hope you will help make this happen. Thank you.
Nima Moridi, followed by Mark Hogue and Dan Andrusek. Nima? Mark?
Good evening. My name is Mark Hogue. I've proudly lived in the Old Quad for 35 years. I strongly believe that city government should mirror what is best for its constituents. City planning, civic, historical, and fiscal responsibility must all be paramount in the hearts, minds, and actions of our elected officials. I truly love Santa Clara and enjoy the town in its resplendent beauty and the history, which has compelled me to comment tonight. There are several what I would call questionable aspects of the proposed development project at 950 Monroe Street. As our city's governing body, the fate of some very vital issues falls squarely on your shoulders. Chiefly among them, a general plan amendment directed at this project would set a very dangerous precedent, potentially doing irreparable damage to our city and especially the Old Quad. We do not need nor desire double the normally allowed parcel density. We do not want poor visual transitions to surrounding neighborhoods. We do desire responsible height limitations that respect the character of place. We do not want compromised setbacks which dramatically alter and adversely affect the quality of life for our Santa Clara residents. This project, if handled correctly, could be a vital stepping stone, offering a great potential for a pleasing streetscape and desirable lift to the community. Please do not allow this project to be driven by single-mindedness or special interests, which would be a huge disservice to the good people of Santa Clara. In closing, anything you do, do it well. The last thing you want is to be sorry for what you didn't do. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Next is Dan Ondersak. He'll have 4 minutes. Time was given to him by Patricia Machado, followed by Ginger Beck and Mary Grizzle.
Vice Mayor, Council, City Manager, City Attorney, staff. My name is Dan Ondersak. I'm co-chair of the Downtown Task Force, but I'm speaking tonight as chair of Reclaiming Our Downtown. Pardon me. You haven't heard this yet, but I want to commend Adam Thompson, Jonathan Evans, and the entire Quad Core group for the excellent work you're about to hear in their presentation. If I were managing them, I'd give them all a raise. The point is that they are not on staff. These folks are unpaid citizens with families, jobs, hobbies, bowling, whatever. They're not doing this for any other reason than for the love and dedication to the city and for the downtown. And with all due respect to staff, they got it right. Staff got it wrong. Reclaiming Our Downtown is in 100% agreement with Adam and team that the submitted project for 950 Monroe does not meet Santa Clara's current zoning objective standards in the general plan. And for that reason, and not the precise plan, Council should unanimously deny this application. By doing so, despite the threats, the applicant has no avenue for legal action against this city. In September of 2018, the City Council broke this city's addiction of parcel by parcel development that has scarred Santa Clara since the councils of 1957 through 1964, when they destroyed our downtown. At $1.8 million, you, the council, voted to implement the first precise plan and form-based code in city history. This will ultimately replace the hodgepodge of ugly, unrelated buildings with people-friendly, architecturally significant destination point, which would be downtown, and follow the citizens' needs that they have stated over 4 years. We had our first ECTF, I'm going to take a step back here. We had our first ECTF meeting in December of 2018 with the goal of getting citizens' inputs into what they wanted to see, as well as advice from economic advisors on how each of the proposed building sites in the plan would be profitable for the developer, including 950 Monroe. 32 months later, this applicant and developer bought the 950 Monroe property. The Downtown Task Force had just completed their 19th meeting the month before. This applicant knew and did not want to participate in the precise plan. But more importantly to the vote tonight and to you all, they do not want to conform to existing city code. Due to this, and that the project does not meet your citizens' goals for this part of downtown, council should unanimously deny this application. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Ginger Beck, followed by Mayor Grizzle and Jim McNamee.
Good evening, council, city manager, our city attorney. Adam Thompson had been pounding this to everyone who will listen and is interested in our soon-to-be downtown so that it will be understood by all. I finally get it. I didn't before. Yes, the precise plan and form-based code are very important documents, and we all feel the land project should comply with both, even, should comply with both, even though neither has been approved by council. But more important is the fact that the submitted project does not meet the current community mixed use and zoning objective standards as detailed in the current general plan and combined zoning designations. It doesn't meet the community vision for the downtown either. I think the latter is what's important here. The project does not meet the current general plan and combining zoning designations because it makes land projects threat to sue the city useless. I urge this council to deny this project for many reasons, but most importantly being, as it stands now, it does not meet the current general plan specifications. I want to say something since I've got time, and that was the end of my speech, but I want this council to please consider the time that we have spent on doing a proper downtown. If this goes through, any building like the Wells Fargo building, the land project, or any another contractor, it sets a precedent where they can build an 8-story building where the Wells Fargo is, and all the properties up and down Franklin Street, all the way to the Carmelites, all of those homes will be up for grabs if they're ever sold again to a contractor where they can build an 8-story building because he set a precedence. Please, this is my whole fight. This is the fight of my life, is to have this downtown built right. I don't want someone coming in and throwing shadows into the downtown. Right now, the precise plan and the form-based code have guaranteed that it's going to be light and lively and beautiful. Please deny this project.
Next speaker, Jim McNamee, followed by David Delosier and Adam Thompson.
Thank you, council members. In September 2018, the City Council approved the Santa Clara's first precise plan and form-based code for the new downtown. We thank you for this. Downtown is the citizens' #1 project. What saddens me this evening is we wouldn't even be here if the precise plan had been completed. This developer would have had to follow the precise plan as outlined by us, the citizens. There is no way this thing would have taken over 4.5 years. Should have taken over 4.5 years. While the return of the downtown is the #1 project to the voters, it's apparent it is not the #1 project for the city staff. I am imploring our new city manager to please change this. There have been numerous delays due to staff, and we must make the return of the downtown the priority for staff, management, and council. We have had an excellent urban planner, committed committee involvement, and many other staff that are more than capable. What has been lacking in the past, in my opinion, is for city management to make the return of the downtown as important to staff as it is to the citizens of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Next is David Delosier, followed by Adam Thompson and Rob Mayer.
Good evening. My name's Dave Delosier. I'm lifelong resident of Santa Clara. I live by the Carmelites, and I own commercial property on the corner of Benton and Monroe. I'm not in favor of this project. I've written you numerous emails about that. I think there's a lot of deficiencies in this project. I don't see a benefit to not only the citizens, to Santa Clara, but even to the Old Quad neighborhood. Yes, he's allowed parking, and I know we're not supposed to be talking about that. That's great. He's provided the parking, but it's not convenient. Did you look at the garage door you have to go through in order to get into the commercial parking? You can go down to a restaurant and drive through a commercial garage to see if there's parking. Everything makes on-street parking the convenience rather than their parking that they're allowing. I believe that this is overbuilt. You have a tool in your toolbox to not grant the general plan amendment. I think you should use that. And he has options, if you do use that, to try to build this project and provide housing that is needed, and lower income housing that is needed. I think that you need to use that as your tool. And I'm sorry, I'm not an attorney, but adding conditions to a general plan amendment, I think opens Pandora's box to more lawsuits down the road on other properties, because you cherry pick this area and then another developer say discrimination and why did you do that? So I hope that you deny this project. Thank you.
Speaker is Adam Thompson, followed by Rob Mayer, followed by Jorge Hero. Adam Thompson will have 6 minutes. His time is being donated from Scott Machado and Robert Blake. And staff, thank you.
Good evening, council and staff. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster than 6 minutes for everybody. So my name is Adam Thompson. I'm the chair of the Downtown Community Task Force, lifelong resident of Santa Clara. I wouldn't be here before you tonight if this proposal matched or even was remotely close to what was in the precise plan. I've spent a lot of time, obviously, developing the precise plan. And so we want to make sure that, you know, for the facts, it does not conform, but that's going to be the last time we talk about that. So what this project does actually entail is it requires you to approve a general plan amendment. This is 100% discretionary. Even with all the state laws that are out there, they still allow a jurisdiction to control its general plan. So I'm asking you tonight, because you still have this discretionary ability, please take action and deny that general plan amendment. The reasons to deny it are as follows. It is bypassing the precise plan, which is really leads into the community vision. This developer, as you saw, has not come before the Downtown Task Force since 2021. So it's been many years and there's been many changes since that they have not gotten feedback or input. They refused to meet with multiple neighbors and community members along the way that would have allowed them to get that feedback early enough to come into this meeting and actually produce a plan that was part of that community vision. And they've also made fake claims or misled claims about the benefits that this project provides to the community. Council directed staff to form the DCTF in December of 2018, and we've had 41 meetings. We've spent almost nearly $2 million on the plan. So there's a huge financial commitment that the city has put forth, and that is a fiduciary responsibility to uphold and maintain, and we should wait for it. This developer has a choice, as mentioned by the previous speaker. There's a state incentive under the state density bonus law. It's very clear, very straightforward. They're able to produce a higher percentage of affordable units at a lower affordability level to achieve a density bonus that they need. This would require, what this would give us is the lower affordable density units, which we absolutely need to hit our RHNA numbers and what the state is really looking for us to achieve. So we would commend them if they wanted to use this to achieve the density that they're asking for. There has been talk about legal peril and all of that. And so there is, because our current city jurisdiction is out of the housing elements law, that it does open us up to potential application under the builder's remedy law. It's a very old law. It's not proven recently. And what it really it still requires more affordable housing at a deeper affordable level than what they're providing. And all it has to do with is to get the two entities in the room, the city or county or the jurisdiction having authority and the developer to figure out if there's a way to come together. Financial feasibility. You know, a lot of people like to throw around, is it feasible? Does it pencil out? You know, you don't have to be a sorcerer of Oz to understand the numbers. It's the cost to acquire the property, the cost to build the asset, the return on revenue over time. It's very simple. I've done a couple different pro formas that actually have the community vision in mind, which would be for sale townhomes with work-live units, something that would actually allow shopkeepers to control their destiny in our downtown. And it would actually be very fitting to what we lost in 1963 under urban renewal. Also, it still pencils out at 4 stories with the same density, just chopping off the units on top. Now let's look at what they have proposed. This is the 6-story building proposed. I know everybody wants to throw around that there's condos. Condos doesn't work out. The cost or the valuation of a condo per square foot just doesn't make sense. Financial feasibility under the current market conditions with the high construction costs and the the financing rates. But the 6-story, as you can see, has a very big profit benefit for the developer. And so they've continued to stick with that versus trying to work with the community. Then let's talk about the misleading community benefits. So one is the conservation of historical resources. Those were required under the Mills Act contract of those properties, and they're still overdue, and they should be provided to us. It's not an additional benefit. The community use space of the community room. This was something that the DCTF talked about and decided ultimately not to put in a benefit in the plan, and it does not exist today. The reason being is retail, as we've all found out along El Camino and other areas of the city, requires other retail around it. It requires that synergy and that activation. Putting a community room that might or might not be used, we have one at the Niner Stadium that does not get used, would not fulfill that activation. And the last one is adding 5 below market rate units at 100% AMI. I don't believe that most people really understand what 100% AMI is, but what it is in Santa Clara County is 2 people renting a 1-bedroom for $36.25. Now you see why I'm asking you to use the state density bonus law that provides additional, deeper affordability levels to really get the people that really need that affordable housing. I'm always available for additional questions, information, and ultimately, we've waited 60 years to rebuild this downtown wisely. Remember, we're here today because the Council of 1963 acted rash for urban renewal, and they left us with this. So please deny the general plan amendment. Thank you.
Next speaker, Rob Meyer, followed by Jorge Hero, followed by Kristen Brown. Rob also has 6 minutes. His time being donated from Marissa Mayer and Ellie Mayer.
Quick question before we start. To advance, I just arrow to the right, I guess. Okay. So 6 minutes? Yeah, thank you. Hi, my name's Rob Mayer. I'm an architect, a local architect. I live in the Old Quad. I've been here for 22 years. I am on the downtown task force. The problem I have found with large projects such as this is that the architectural design and detailing takes a back seat in the discussion as the building and to the building and height and unit counts. The one thing I want to clarify about the precise plan is there was much more to that plan than height. And so they've discussed height, but there's so much more to that to create good building design. So downtown design with the community vision. Building design matters. It affects whether we like the space and want to spend our time and money there. Good design is not number of units squeezed in onto a site, is more than simply using quality materials. Good design has soul because it's in proportion with its surroundings, it's authentic design, and it's not a caricature. Good design embraces local assets. On the left, it's great that they want to keep those two-historic homes versus their initial thing was to move them. The Art Deco building on the corner is a great thing to replicate on the corner. And that's actually what was one of my discussions, my only discussion with the applicant. Only discussion with the applicant. It's hard to be cockeyed over here, but I'll keep going. Thank you. So how do we embrace the historic homes? An alternative here would be to do a two-story facade at the same height as the historic building that's in light gray, and then step back a third story so that at least when you're walking along the street, you get a greater sense of two stories. I was just in New York, and what's very common in historic buildings is they basically add on to a historic building, they push it back and do a black cool element, but it just sort of goes back into the background. So that's one technique can be used. And I'd actually continue the facades, the base facade at 2 stories further along the block. The red hatched up there is the height of their proposal above the general plan, which limits to 50 feet and 4 stories max. What is authentic design and architecture? Here's an amazing Art Deco building. I'm not saying to build this exactly in our downtown, but you can see that it's got massing and connectivity vertically and horizontally with some very refined detailing. But it's nice, simple architecture to replicate. So that's why it's great. It would go on the corner. But do you notice that it steps down to anchor street face? It's solid and elegant building form. The lower floor is taller than upper and consistent window widths. Here's their Art Deco proposal, which is a dashed red line, and it's very tall and narrow on Franklin Street. It's tall and narrow, does not step down considerably to anchor the corner. It has large recessed balconies that disrupt the facade strength, which is a huge component to Deco design. Even if they claim it's a modern interpretation, this is a very weak interpretation, and it doesn't anchor the street corner. Here's the other block, or no, so here's what I would typically consider a good step down. You have the corner element that's angled, and then it steps down a little bit and steps down further all the way across that Franklin Street face to provide an anchor. And then you step back where it's 2 stories, you would step back a 3rd and 4th story so that the Deco facade is more prominent. Here's the other block on Monroe Street, and the other corner, and it mimics the same thing to anchor the corner, and then you step back the floors above, okay? The spaces you like have good street activation. Food and beverage are main draws to downtowns these days. We must maximize outdoor seating in corners for strong street activation. If you're familiar with Taplands, excellent street activation. They have multiple dining tables out there. It's not a single row. I love that the applicant provided this photo here, but the problem is there's actually 2 rows of seating here. But that's not possible in their design. If you look at their design, they have a little table on the left with 2 seats, then a 4-person table, then a 2. When you get activation and synergy, you have several rows of tables along. If you've ever been to Jasmine, they tried to put a single row of seats out there. No one ever uses them. Subway sandwiches have single rows of seats. You have to activate more by having more than 1 row of seating. So they need to set that back. We need larger building setbacks to allow 2 rows of seats for maximum street activation at this most important corner. So the other problem I see is on Franklin Street. They've got a proposed driveway. Franklin is envisioned to be restored to our main pedestrian-friendly street in the downtown. We cannot have a wide driveway and staircases taking up valuable retail space on the Key Street corner of Franklin Street. Authentic garage openings. This is next to the historic buildings. This is a brick building with 1-foot wide walls on flanking the garage. That is not authentic, okay? You would never do a brick masonry building that way. Lastly, the other garage looks like an appendage. Another person had mentioned this. Townhomes have small patios. 4'10" is the patio depth, 4'8", sorry. Case study, 101st Street in downtown, 48 units, 3-story condos done by this builder. Council said the first submittal was too massive and did not fit in with the downtown's village character. City Council suggested revision to reduce each floor height by 2'6", increase building setbacks and redesign facades. The developer made these major changes and built it. He knows he can do it. Thank you. I ask you to deny this project.
Next speaker is Jorge Hero, followed by Kristen Brown and Janet Stevenson. And Jorge has 4 minutes, given by Lucia Hero.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council members. I have 900 signatures that I'd like to submit for the record of people that are opposed to the project. One of the biggest concerns that we have is the scale of the project relative to our neighborhood. Now, there was a comment made earlier that somehow I'm misrepresenting the height, but this model was based on the blueprints that were submitted to the city website, both with the downtown gateway and the land project. If you stop by our booth at the farmer's market or the street dance, you would have seen my banner where I show a 73-foot roof line. That's exactly what the number that Rena provided to you. So my model is accurate. It's actually what it is. This is what they're proposing. You'll see that it's just out of scale, not of proportion for our neighborhood. I mean, this will be the tallest building built in that area in decades.
There you go.
Sorry. Okay. So you can see the perspective looking in from Benton Street, how it stacks or dwarfs the downtown gateway project. There was another question about the impact to our neighborhood. So take a look at the sunrise in the middle of summer at the corner of Madison and Franklin. Now imagine that building there. What's that going to do to the sunrise to our neighbors? How come that's never pointed out? These are comments by the Planning Commission. I'll let them speak for themselves.
The concern again is it is pretty massive.
Time is money. China grows so fast. We are so slow. So as Mr. Boza mentioned, time is money.
I don't like 6 stories. 6 stories is too much. It's huge. It's overwhelming. But this plan is, I mean, it's not horrible. Okay, at least you can say it's not horrible, which is not a great, I'm sorry, it's not a great compliment to say something isn't horrible, but it's definitely not great.
Another Planning Commission.
I have a couple issues. One, what were the alternatives? 2, by going against staff on a variance, do we now end up with 30 more of these that staff gets, and now all of a sudden they're constantly being bombarded with this?
Chair Lamb, from your perspective, I think your argument for supporting finding 4 would be that by granting the variance, we're furthering the general plan goals and policies with respect to encouraging ADU construction.
The zoning is what it is. This particular case, if we're going to do this, we're starting this all over town. I mean, I know there's examples where a variance could be needed at this, at TPG's, whatever it might be. But this is a biggie. I mean, we think about it, even in that 8 years you and I've been together on this, how many variances have we seen? Not many. If I were making the motion, I'd make it to deny. But there are trade-offs too, right? So, and that's why I was asking what other things could be done on this, or should they go back to the drawing board? My 8 years, there's probably been 3 variances, maybe 4.
Vice Chair Lamb?
No.
He doesn't like variances for ADUs in Atherton, but somehow we're supposed to stick with 6 stories in our neighborhood. Does that make sense? This is your opportunity to define the vision for our city, our vision, your vision, not his vision. Thank you.
Next speaker, Kristen Brown, followed by Janet Stevenson and Joya Diaz.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Kristen Brown, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, or SVLG, a business association that represents hundreds of Silicon Valley's most respected employers in issues, programs, and campaigns that affect the economic quality of life in Silicon Valley. Matters of housing affordability and equity are of critical concern to the well-being of Bay Area communities and to the continued economic growth of the Bay Area and California as a whole. On behalf of SVLG, we express our enthusiastic support for the 950 Monroe Street development proposal. The creation of 54 condominium residential units and townhomes, including affordable units on site, will benefit the city and the region. The Bay Area's housing crisis is well documented. California's stagnating production rates are responsible in no small part for how housing costs have skyrocketed in the Bay Area over the last decade, but the solutions are clear. We need to produce more housing at all affordability levels, and especially near transit and at infill sites. The proposal at 950 Monroe Street accomplishes just this, offering Santa Clara the chance to add over 50 new housing units in a mixed-use walkable community without displacing any current residents. The region continues to desperately need housing at all various income levels. The leadership group is committed to increasing the housing supply in the Bay Area, and we strongly support this project. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on this matter, and thank you for your consideration.
Speaker, Janet Stevenson, followed by Joya Diaz and Rebecca Flores.
Good evening, council. Thank you for having us. It's very late. I urge you to oppose this project, particularly to not amend the general plan. I think that's a very, very important point. As we can see from that planning commission, the developer is on the planning commission in Atherton, and he feels it's important to respect the zoning in the area and not amend general plans there. So why would he think that there can be an exception in Santa Clara? In the beginning of this project, it was pointed out they were never concerned about restoring the historical homes. This community had to come together and really voice our concerns in order to make that happen. It just didn't come from them. It came from us. And so now we're asking again, we have to keep this up to please don't change the general plan. A 6-story building is not a good building in that particular spot. First of all, it's an eyesore. And I think after this project is built, we're all going to look at this with regret. And a building that is no taller than the Silicon Sage building, which is right there, that's 53. He's asking for 72, and he keeps saying that it's because it's in the precise plan. Well, the whole thing about the precise plan is that the big, tall 6-story buildings, 72 ones, are in the center of the downtown, not on the edge, right where the houses are. That's the whole point of having some cohesiveness. That's the whole point of having a plan is for that purpose. And so, I mean, you could tell that our planning commission, when I was at the meeting, they were so ambivalent and made a lot of negative statements about they didn't really want 6 stories either, and yet they approved it. So please listen to the people who live there. Listen to the people who vote for you, who want you to represent their interests, and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Next speaker, Joya Diaz, followed by Rebecca Flores and Matt Hancock.
Hi, Joya Diaz. Thank you for allowing me to come up here and speak my mind. I wanted to give you a little history on my family and how long we've been here. My great-great-grandfather came over from the Azores in the 1800s, and we have lived 6 generations of us in the old quad. With the revamp that they did in the 60s, my great-grandfather lost his bike shop. With Silicon Sage, my father lost his family home. It was right there on that corner. And now we're 1399 Homestead and 923 Madison. So we are like this around, it'll be right next door to us. I oppose it. It's just too big. Please deny it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Rebecca Flores, followed by Matt Hancock and Jonathan Evans. Rebecca Flores. Okay. Matt Hancock.
Hi, my name is Matt Hancock. I was born and raised in Santa Clara. I have no intention in leaving. I've 2 kids that proudly attend public schools here, and I'd like to keep it brief for my fellow community members and out of respect for their time and energy. The general plan amendment must be rejected until the community can be heard appropriately with the community's vision of its downtown. Thank you.
Next speaker, Jonathan Evans, followed by Tommy Tran and William Wisdom.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, Vice Mayor, Park and Council. My name is Jonathan Evans, and I'm the president of the Old Quad Residents Association. And I'm here tonight to ask you to deny the general plan amendment. I had kind of a statement I was going to read, but it's getting late, so I'm going to try to paraphrase and go fast. Recent state laws have taken a lot of the discretion from city councils, but as noted at the beginning of this meeting, the city does retain full discretion over general plan amendments, and you're under no obligation to approve a request. And don't take my word for it. You can ask the city attorney. I think the city manager already stated that. One thing about this is that the project doesn't meet the current general plan for their location. So they're requesting what I'd like to call a super variance, which is changing the general plan to suit their needs. We need to stop this practice of granting spot changes for individual developments within the general plan. It takes the whole planning part of the general plan. And I kind of wonder why we even have a general plan in the first place if we're never going to stick to it. And while I recognize the needs of the city change over time, those changes should be done as part of a larger planning process, whether that's a precise plan process, a broader update to the general plan. Otherwise, we're just encouraging development applications to rezone to whatever they want. Like, would we consider this building to be built like just down the street here on Warburton? Would you build it in, another, single family neighborhood? The developer was already showing earlier today that they were saying, oh, the Benton Street has some different setbacks. And look, we're going to use that as an example as why we should be able to do whatever we're doing. Setting precedent by saying you can do whatever is just going to continue and encourage future designs like that. And I do want to point out the Benton Street was a case where a developer did work with the community and did get unanimous support from the community as opposed to fighting with what's going on. And finally, like with the general plan amendment, I'm curious why we had to get rid of simple things like having transitions to the neighborhood so that the building could work better. And if we are changing the general plan, why not pick an existing land use? Why are we making something up that's special for this one location? And then finally, I was really confused when the applicant mentioned somehow 3 very low affordable housing units, because I don't know how that adds up to 100% AMI, 20%, unless they have 150% units in there. So I don't really believe that offer. So thank you.
Next speaker, Tommy Tran, followed by William Wisdom and Ann Catherine Chatterjee.
I'm a new member or a homeowner in the old quad. We're part of the next generation who picked Santa Clara to raise our families. I'm excited about a new downtown, but don't want to get ahead of a plan. We are currently in the process of revitalizing the downtown because the current one doesn't work for us. As others have mentioned, the community was gutted of the previous downtown that we had, and the current one that doesn't work for us was built. This is our opportunity to get it right. I don't believe that using this project as a precedent for our downtown project that has not taken a part of the planning process is the right way to go. We are residents who have to live with this project. The builder My kids, I don't want my kids in the next generation to have to think about redoing this project because it doesn't work for our community. Thank you.
William Wisdom, followed by Ann Catherine Chatterjee and Willie Lamb.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you for your presentations. They were very good. Unfortunately, don't think it's the right place, the right plan for this place. I've lived in Santa Clara since 1995, 2 miles, a mile and a half away from here. I've seen the massive building in the last few years. If you look at what's going on with Monroe Street, it's a major thoroughfare now. People go 35, 40 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. You have signs. I mean, this is besides the point, but you really need to look at these things because everything you build affects everybody else along the line. There's speed signs, says 25, it's hidden by trees. People don't pay attention. It's going to be very dangerous. It's a beautiful place they designed, but it's too much. How are you going to account? I'm a member of the little chapel that's on the corner of Homestead and Monroe. When they went through and redid the paving and did the street, we used to have parking all along the side on Monroe. They'd put the bicycle lane going like this, and this isn't regarding you guys necessarily, but these are the variances they do. Now they have a line here, so you're afraid to park there. That's our only parking. It's assigned to our church. I'm sorry, people. Let's start and be real. Let's think ahead and make it livable. Let's deny this variance, please. Let's start again and make it right. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ann Catherine Chatterjee, followed by Willie Lamb and Michael Cole.
Hi, I've been a Santa Clara resident for almost 20 years, and just from previous personal experience, I feel like the city just gives too many amendments and variances to everybody who's asking for one, and I see that as a big problem. So not following the general plan, and giving an amendment, it's just another, drop in the, on the barrel that kind of, aggravates the problem. Communities are now affected. And even though I don't live in downtown, I am directly affected because I work in the school district and I have a son that goes to the school that's right by this district. So every time I drive by, I see this big monstrosity of a building that's supposed to go up there. And I think, well, how does it affect traffic? Because, this is, as I was said before, a major thoroughfare. So children are actually biking to school, they're walking to school. I don't dare letting my son take his bike to school because I'm worried that he would actually, be hurt because of all the traffic. So I feel like putting up another high density building like that is just going to aggravate the situation that is already there. So I truly oppose this project. Thank you.
Willie Lamb, followed by Michael Cole, followed by Carol Lucero.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of John Elwood, the past board chair for the Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce. He couldn't be here today. So good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is John Elwood, past board chair for Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce. I'm writing to you this evening to show my support for the Monroe Street development based on a number of reasons, including the Chamber's advocacy for its members. The housing shortage is acute in our communities. In a study published in 2022, Santa Clara combined with San Jose and Sunnyvale made the top of the list of having the worst housing shortage over any other city in the country between 2021 and 2022. We are fortunate to have a developer like Land Partners who has been engaged with the Santa Clara community for a number of years, supporting local nonprofits like Santa Clara PAL, the Parade of Champions, and Mission City Community Fund, and takes the community's concerns and feedback seriously while making a difference in helping reduce the housing shortage in the region. We are also fortunate to have Santa Clara's own Sal Caruso as the architect, translating the community's concerns into responsive design drawings. Some believe the development should be delayed until the downtown precise plan and form-based code is adopted, making the Monroe Street development subject to its provisions. If Mr. Caruso has not mentioned it by now, many of the downtown precise plan and form-based code requirements meet the goals and policies of the draft of the precise plan as it applies. To delay 950 Monroe Street until the precise plan and form-based code is adopted would be unreasonable with consequences to the developer. In summary, the 950 Monroe Street development is a model in designing new multifamily housing while considering the surrounding uses and community's interests. I encourage you tonight to approve the city staff's recommendations as outlined. Thank you, John Elwood.
Next speaker, Michael Cole, followed by Carol Lucetto, followed by Diane Ringer.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Michael Cole. I live at 742 Jefferson. And in 1982, I appeared before this council seeking permission to live and run a photography studio out of 906 Monroe. I was denied. I was overwhelmed. The dissenter was John Mahan. I met with John after that meeting, and a week or two later, I came back. I learned about politics. It was my first, it's my first venture. I sought counsel from some of the people in this room. Hey, is this a viable option? Can I do this? And eventually I did. And for almost 35 years, it was very viable. But then it was time to retire. There were 2 attempts to sell the property. And on the 3rd attempt, Randy Lamb approached me, and I couldn't have been happier. While we were negotiating, Janet Stevenson said, hey, Michael, that building is not going to go anywhere. I said, Janet, once I sell it, I really don't care what happens. Well, looking back now, what I am excited about is 1341 906 Monroe, my 2 former properties, and Butch's former property at 930 will stay. But then we moved down to 950, which is certainly a hornet's nest of interest in this room tonight. What I like about it is it sits at the corner of Franklin Street. And if I turn around and look down towards Lafayette, I see the downtown task force vision. However, in 1990, in the 90s, Rod Dearden chaired a group, and we met for 10 months and trying to bring from the railroad station up Benton or Fremont, downtown, up to the parking lot across the street from Winchester.
So time is done. Up. Can you?
I hope that you conjure the spirit of those that made mistakes, look at this, and vote yes on the project.
Next speaker is Carol, followed by Diane Ringer, followed by Steve Ringer.
Hi, I'm a long-term resident of Santa Clara. I don't need 2 minutes to tell you what I need to say. Everybody else has already said it. I just hope you stick to the general plan and deny this. Thank you.
Diane Ringer, followed by Steve Ringer, followed by Noreen Carlson.
Mine is not as short as that, but it's to the point. Thank you for listening. My name is Diane Ringer, and I've lived at 946 Madison Street in a 1906 bungalow for 34 years. It's behind and across the street from the project that's going in. I oppose this project because of the height and the density and the zoning and general plan amendment issues. The height and density make it incompatible with the neighborhood surrounding it. I was able to speak with a land use attorney who graduated from Santa Clara University and is familiar with the neighborhood and this project. The question he encouraged me to ask our city attorney is how much discretion and to what extent do you, the city council, have in regards to the density and height and general plan amendment application? We bought a home here because of the historical homes and the sense of community. We raised 2 children here that went to Santa Clara schools. I retired from Kaiser, Santa Clara, nearby. We remain here benefiting from the farmers market, the senior center, and close by restaurants. I don't consider a 6-story building a downtown. The relationships we have developed with the neighbors have become friendships to last a lifetime. Priceless. I'm hoping that the council cares about this neighborhood and the people who live in it as much as I do. Do what the community wants, please. This project is too close amid a historical neighborhood that does not welcome its massive presence. It is not beneficial to our community. Less stories or townhomes on the Monroe Street side would make it fit in better, I believe. The developer communicates that he has listened to the community and made requested changes. Not really, not enough.
Next speaker is Steve Ringer, followed by Noreen Carlson and Gabrielle Seagrave.
Hi, my name is Steve Ringer. That was my wife, my beautiful bride. We got married in 1984, and we lived on Alviso Street in the Tripoli apartments. And we had an old gentleman, Olivo, and Larry Marcelli, helping to take care of the apartments. And we grew to love Santa Clara, and we were hooked. And later on, we found out it was like the Golden Triangle, it's just a perfect location to get around to anywhere and all of the potential jobs and so forth. But we moved to 946 Madison Street in 87, 88, right after the stock market crash. And so it was kind of scary for us, trying to do that. And it was perfect. It was like a godsend for us, and God has taken care of us there. And so it was a lot of TLC put into the house, which is not a big deal, but I didn't know what I was getting into. And, eventually, thank you for you guys. We built an ADU in 2019. We put a new foundation in, all electrical and plumbing. And anyway, it's a sweet spot. And we really love being in Santa Clara. We just retired, and I want to get more involved. And this has kind of started it, and I want to stick, and I want to follow through on this stuff. So the other thing that I want to mention really quick, these townhouses that are right in the middle of the block. I don't get it. I'm a contractor. There's no street access. And do you want to start this repetition in other neighborhoods? You have these alleys where you do have a road, and you're going to put these townhomes in those backyards. So you're starting a precedent. You really don't want to go down that road too. Thank you.
Next speaker, Noreen Carlson, followed by Gabrielle Seagrave and Quinn Shedidick.
Good evening, almost good morning, Council. I'll be really quick. It's sort of sad. After listening to all those people calling in about class system, we need to love one another. We need to work together. And it's sort of disappointing that Sal didn't really, I felt I was the old quad president and got involved because we were dealing with Irvine and Silicon Sage and all these developers coming into our neighborhood. We've worked beautifully, and we're not against development. This development has taken its own course, and we really haven't had, we really don't feel like we've had a fair say in this. And I think that it's a way overreach, the density and the and changing the amendment, which you've heard that all night long. But we are for development. I would love for these people to go back to the table and come up with something better that will work for all of us. That's not just going to benefit them, but benefit our neighborhood, and everybody can be happy.
Next speaker, Gabrielle Seagrave, followed by Quinn Shedidick and Joanne Hill.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council. Again, my request is to deny the general plan amendment. It doesn't meet the community vision for our downtown. Approval of this plan essentially strips our community members of a cohesive plan. We've been working since 2018, having meetings. Our community has been hard at work, trying to work with the city, trying to work with developers. And it's definitely going to strip us of our opportunity that we've been working for. I do have concerns about parking. I know that's not something that's allowed to be really discussed, but I will tell you as a police officer for 27 years, it's going to be a nightmare in parking with over 50 units and 81 spots, some of which are on the street. It's going to not be very good for people in the neighborhoods. When Councilmember Chahal asked about a resident wanting to build an ADU unit in their backyard, and if I'm not mistaken, the developer basically said, well, it's not historically significant, but it is to that owner of that property if they're trying to have an income or bring housing to their for their own interest, and they're in the shadows of these buildings. It's going to make a big difference to them. Please, again, use your discretion. Let our downtown precise plan get finalized. Use your discretion and deny this. Thank you very much.
Speaker Quentia Didick, followed by Joanne Hill, followed by Patricia Leung.
Hello, I'm Quentin Diduck, living at 904 Madison Street. Thank you, City Council, for hearing me here today. So a couple of things. A friend of mine once said, you want to keep miners and loggers under regulation so that they don't create chaos and terror and damage and destruction upon the earth. It only took me coming to Santa Clara to feel the same way about developers. Good thing that we have rules and regulations and general bylaws to hold these people accountable for their actions and regulate them and prevent them from being released. So I want you to imagine that your predecessors built a cave, bricked it up, and held the dragon in the cave. That is the developer that we have here. Some people have punched holes in the brick and let the dragon see outside the cave. So he looked at the neighborhood and said, I can take all of this by introducing one general amendment. Fortunately, some people, brilliant people in this group, caught that. What other things have we not caught? Those are the things we want to think about. The other thing is, once the dragon is released from the cave, once those bricks are pushed down through rules and little tricks, that dragon is loose. He's loose in your community. I hope all of you one day can retire from your positions happy and successful in your careers. But just know that when you do, if you release that dragon today, he'll still be roaming tomorrow. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joanne Hill, followed by Patricia Leung and Lou Faria.
Thank you for letting me speak. In 1960s, I was a preteen. A little closer. Okay, thank you. I was a preteen, and I spent lovely, wonderful days with my mother shopping in a little downtown Santa Clara that was just so quaint and cute. And we shopped for fabrics. We shopped at the dime store. We shopped for cake at Wilson's. But as a teenager, as a young teenager, suddenly that downtown was destroyed. It broke my heart, broke my father's heart. My mother thought, oh, they're going to build a brand new, shiny downtown. That never happened. In the last meeting, Ray DeGama spoke. He's 94 years old. He is dedicated to having this done right. I'm dedicated to having it done right, and many other people that live in this town are dedicated to have a downtown done right. I'm asking you please to deny the plan as it is. Hopefully, everybody will get back to the table and we'll have a new plan that works for everybody. I'm afraid that if we don't do this right, we're going to have another downtown destroyed later.
Next speaker, Patricia Leung, followed by Lou Faria, followed by Saskia.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Patricia Long. I am the chair of the Historical and Landmarks Commission. My opposition to this application is noted in the records, and opinions are my own. You're not going to see too many recommendations out of HLC because we spent 4.5 hours discussing the basic merits of this project against preservation principles and decided it was inappropriate on the fundamental level. Because of this vote, we were not able to forward further recommendations in the event you choose to move forward with this project. By the way, a townhome's as form and location makes no sense. I agree with the planning chair that the historic resource protection plan during construction is needed as an approval condition if you choose to disregard the HLC's recommendation. I also want to point out the applicant's presentation on the DEIR page 52. There's a misrepresentation. The reviews against the SIS standards are specifically on the work proposed on the HRI properties, which HLC recommended for approval, and not on the impact of the mixed-use portion of the project on historic resources. I have sat on the other side of this mic for the last 7 years, and I can count on one hand the number of times that I voted for a rejection of the proposal. My job is to evaluate the project on its own merit within its current standards, regardless of the applicant's reputation, good or bad. Usually when we see this type of project come through, it's normal to see a bunch of opposition around it. As surprised as you can be after spending years of staff time, millions of dollars in consultants, and many hours dissecting and evaluating the validity of community concerns, there are some really great reasons to deny this project. What you need to do is put some trust in the people you gave the resources to properly educate themselves. The community is tired of coming back to square one every time. And the sheer number of people who oppose this is a testament that they don't think that you care. I hope you're proving them wrong. Thank you.
Next speaker, Lou Feria, followed by Saskia, followed by Bajis Katwan.
Good morning, almost. Lou Faria. I moved to Santa Clara over 50 years ago and looked around for quite a while when I decided to stay and wanted to buy a historic property to restore. I did this to give back to the community. It wasn't for a selfish means to, in the future, to sell it for a big profit and then say, the heck with our neighbors. I did it for the community, like many of the other people in the Old Quad have restored their homes. They're giving back. I'm here to oppose this project because I don't think they're giving back to the community. I don't think any one of you would start building a house just by building it, just pouring the cement and start building without a plan. And why are you building the downtown without a plan? It doesn't make sense to me that you need to come up with a plan for the downtown before you put on a roof or you put on a door. You got to have a general plan, just like a house. Also, looking at this, the symmetry of that plate, look at the symmetry, the little houses and then the big building. It doesn't fit. It's going to revitalize our town? BS. Did Silicon Valley, we heard that, they were going to say that, did that revitalize our town? No. Maybe we need to look at, someone mentioned earlier, work lofts on the main floor. We have the downtown later on where we'll have the coffee shops and all, but doing a work lofts on the main floor will help housing and reduce the height of the building. It's ridiculous. Deny it.
Next speaker, Saskia, followed by Bajis Katwan and Alicia Guerra. Saskia has 4 minutes. She has time donated by Sue Harper.
I know many of you, and I've been on this side with you, and I've stood with you on other projects, and I was asked tonight to come and speak on this project. And I don't like speaking, and it's nearly midnight, and I have a very early morning, but I'm very dedicated to this. I'm dedicated to this city. I put in a lot of time and effort in helping all of you at one stage or another. This city has a history. It has a history of not thinking through developments. It started with the old quad, amazingly. It started with tearing it down for greed, probably. That's all we know. We're not sure, but we think that's what it is. And maybe we'll never know. Fast forward a few years and we've got the Kaiser project where I met Kevin. Developers went through Chapter 11. That site stood empty for ages. And then it was sold to somebody else, and then it was developed by somebody else, and who knows. The Kmart on Coles, half developed. I hear the reason it's half developed is because the complex sits empty at the front because there is contamination. Nobody thought about that because nobody did any real delving into that project. They just gave a developer rights to build. We, the citizens, are left with an eyesore now. The applicant says that there will be a community room. So did the stadium. Yeah. Adam was right to mention that because I remember that. We've never seen it. Apparently, it's a storage room. We've heard now that Wheels and Deals did a shadow study. I remember that discussion too. I think I was here that night. And in that night, nobody took any attention to that. And the big building went up and there are people living in shadow 24/7. Lovely. And then, of course, we have the wonderful Silicon Sage development. Let me think about that for a moment and let you all think about that. He's apparently, he started a Ponzi scheme and he's probably facing jail time. The building has commercial sites never to be used because they didn't do the planning properly for that. Interesting. And then lastly, well, there's some other things. Did you know that people talk about, we don't have enough housing. We have 106 projects coming in Santa Clara. You only have to look at your own website to find that out. 106. Some may be in the building at the moment and some are on their way and some are being built as we speak and some are coming. One of them around my corner, 447 units are about to be built there. So here we are. Let's look at Aspen, Atlanta, Oakley, Utah, Fort Worth, and Chicago. What did they all do? What do they have in common? Maybe something Santa Clara might want to think about for the moment. They have all a moratorium on building at the moment. Maybe you want to look into China and see what they're doing. They're pulling down some of their stuff because they built too much. So people talk about low-income housing. I challenge you all to sit down and have a discussion with me about what that really looks like, because it isn't what you think it is. And I've said that before in this council. I would urge you to vote against this. On one last point, Planning Commission is not an approval commission. These people did not get approval. And the city, it's obvious that the residents don't want it. Finally, listen to the residents.
Next speaker, Budgies Katwan, followed by Alicia Guerra, followed by Connie Costa.
Actually, can I?
Hello, thank you.
Does staff need a break? Do we want to? Okay, maybe we'll.
You want to take a break? You sure? We can take 5. All right. Hi, my name is Budgies Katwan. I am a father to a student that went to Santa Clara, and I've been hanging out with Santa Clara here for the last 4 or 5 years with all our friends. And there's really nothing that you're offering here downtown for any of the kids, the people walking, shopping, any of that. Make it convenient, make it vibrant. Please don't compare the Sage project to what's going on to the Lamb project. Completely different. This has been a well thought out project. Make it come alive. Make downtown come alive. You guys be the people that make this place come alive. don't look at your rearview mirror. You guys heard some of these stories that have happened, some of these stories that have been told about their families. Those are all heartwarming, and that's wonderful to hear. But you got to move forward. Look at all these other cities that have made it happen. Look what happened to Sunnyvale. Look what's going on in Menlo Park, Palo Alto, Redwood City. All those cities that have become vibrant. When you have people walking around, you have people driving at 35 miles an hour, like you said, people are going to slow down. They're going to slow down because there's people walking around. Okay, because you have people on bicycles, you have people in whether it's mothers pushing babies, whatever the case may be, you got to make it come alive. Okay, so don't be the ones that are going to sit there and not make this happen. Make this happen for everybody and for the future. Okay, I was given more time by Alicia Guerrero. She said to donate her time. So please, if you could add 2 more minutes on that. I'm sorry, I forgot to say that before that. This project is consistent of the general plan, except density. We need density to preserve the housing and to provide 20% of the affordable units, and it's identified in the housing element through the part of the general plan. There is no variance. This is consistent as the EIR said and the staff reported and noted that, please. So please realize what you're doing and wake up to this and realize of all the things that are going on that you can make happen for the future. For the people that would like to move to this town with their kids and see a vibrant downtown. Thank you very much.
Next speakers are online. Connie Costa, followed by Kathleen Romano, followed by Gary Baga. Connie, unmute yourself, please.
Is it online?
How about that?
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Wow. I'm trying to get out of this.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
All right.
You have 2 minutes.
Here we go. Here we go. You know, my dad was a very, very wise man. And one of the things that he taught us 6 kids at a very early age was to do things the right way the first time so you don't have to go back and do it again. It was if this council approves this project, it will be making a huge mistake. It will be approving a project that does not meet the standards set forth by the precise plan or the form-based code. That you yourselves, that you, the city councils, have paid for. In other words, all the money spent on the documents will be for nothing, as you will be moving backward to parcel by parcel building. You just might wind up with another Silicon Sage building. So I say, do the right thing first time, and you will have no regrets later. I'm asking, do not approve this project until the precise plan and form-based code is approved, and do not approve the project until it meets all the requirements within the documents. Thank you.
Speaker Kathleen Romano.
Hello, this is Kathleen Romano. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'd like to say thank you, council and staff, for letting me speak today, or at this late hour. I appreciate the service you do to the city and appreciate your time. For clarity, I'd like to say that I am a historic landmarks commissioner, but today I am speaking as a resident of the Old Quad. I'm not far from the area of this development. I am outside of the 1,000 feet, but I am very excited that we will eventually have a downtown. But in this case, I ask that you do not approve this. Do not change the general plan for a single project. Do not continue the parcel by parcel approach of trying to build a downtown. It does not fit the fabric of the area. If it was in the middle of the future downtown, its height would be fantastic. If it was across the street, literally across the street on Monroe, and had setbacks, it would be great. It is on the residential side of the community. It should not be that tall. It should be limited down to no more than 3 stories. It needs to fit the fabric of the surrounding area of residential homes and small businesses that are not in the immediate downtown. Please take into consideration the community when deciding this one single project. It is not the entire downtown. Thank you.
Next speaker, Gary Baga. Unmute yourself, please, Gary. Oh, he just put his hand down. What was that? Unmute yourself, please. We can come back to him if you like, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Next speaker, Pooja. Unmute yourself, please.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Pooja from Caste Equity. First of all, thank you so much for giving us opportunity to speak. I'm here to show my support for the bill SB 403.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Sorry,
this item is a different item.
Not that item right now. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's try the next speaker. Prab Kahar.
Okay, I just want to make a note for everyone online that we are still on the 906, 950 Monroe item. We are not back to public presentations yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will come back to you.
Anwar Mirza. Oh, she just lowered her hand. Kathy Kelsey.
Hi, this is Mark Kelsey. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Kathy, and myself. Council members, thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. I join my neighbors in the Old Quad in asking you not to approve. We join our neighbors in the Old Quad in asking you not to approve the general plan amendment and not to approve this project. My neighbors in the Old Quad have spoken very eloquently about the reasons why this project should not be approved. The city is certainly not required to approve it. And I don't see that the community benefits from making an exception to our general plan. The developer should be abiding by the general plan. And this project should be providing community benefits. The benefits primarily go to the developer and in terms of profitability. So please don't continue the parcel by parcel development. Let us get on with the plan development that we have with the downtown plan. This is not the project. This is not the time. Please do not approve the general plan amendment and do not approve this project. Thank you.
Donna West. You're muted, Donna.
Hi.
We can hear you.
Hi, Vice Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney. Thank you for your service and support of our city. I'm Donna West, Santa Clara business and researcher with Reclaiming Our Downtown. And I'm actively talking with the architects, urban planners, and downtown task force members across USA. And I go to the meetings monthly since 2018. I agree with the community written letter. Please listen to the community. I read comments from 4,000 members of Reclaiming Our Downtown daily and listen to the Old Quad's residents, and we are united. Why are we here again? Please deny this project. Please do not approve it. Why? This current plan proposal is not unique and is not unusual. It will result in parcel by parcel development we've seen in our city for over 30 years. Let's toss the, even if we toss the precise plan out because it's not on the table, let's look at the general plan. The project should not be approved because of this general plan amendment. It's all community use, mixed use properties within the current downtown focus area and outside the downtown plan will be able to use an amended high density development zoning forever, just like this one is doing. The property and other parcels like our beloved Wells Fargo property that just closed down on Washington and the properties on Franklin Street, which you've heard from the next door property. We all know zone is community commercial and will be directed to affect if this general plan amendment gets approved today.
Time's up, Donna.
Okay, please.
Next speaker, Matt Reagan.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Matt Regan. I'm Senior Vice President of Policy at the Bay Area Council. We represent about 300 of the region's largest employers, including several in Santa Clara. I think what we have before us this morning, is a perfect example of the perfect being the enemy of the good. We have a good project. It's 54 homes in a community that desperately needs them. Homes adjacent to jobs, adjacent to transit, tick all the good urbanist boxes, and this project absolutely meets the standards for all of them. I will be brief, it is late, but one of the previous speakers mentioned the builder's remedy, and I think that bears mentioning. The Bay Area Council wrote the builder's remedy law in 1986, and this is a prime example of a site that is ripe for a builder's remedy litigation. The city of Santa Monica, which is also out of compliance with its housing element, recently settled 14 builder's remedy projects with a developer and is now going back to the developer somewhat with their tail between their legs, begging for the original projects, not the ones that the developer came with the builder's remedy, which obviously, as you know, obviates all zoning if the project can produce 20% affordable. This site can bear a 20% affordability mandate and go up high. So I would urge you to take what's a good project and approve it and move forward and take what you've got. It's a very, very good project. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 8181. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Vice Mayor Park and City Council members and staff. I'm Emmy Moore Minister. I'm speaking as a citizen representing only myself on this property at 950 Monroe Street. The plan is consistent with the general plan, this project, and I'm hoping that you will support it. The project's been at the drawing boards for years, and I was, a couple of years, I should say, and I was involved and participated with a lot of the folks from the old quad when the study session, and I believe it was December of 2020. And the developer asked a lot of questions. They wanted to know what we liked and what we didn't like. I came out right up front saying I have a problem with this quasi-mission style. There were others who said that. There were folks in the old quad who made suggestions on how the building should look. The developer and the architect listened to us closely. They made modifications that improved the project significantly. Obviously, it didn't please everybody, but they made improvements with a design that would be more compatible with the downtown neighborhood. At the same time, the study session, I remember one of the neighbors, she was quite concerned about what the project was going to do to impact her property on the back. Thus, the developer goes back in the design and they recreate lower two-story townhomes. Overall, the project's been reduced from 64 to 54 units, 61 to 54. It still maintains the affordable housing that we need, what we've yet to have built in Oak Quad. The 3 homes are saved. I love that. The 3 historical homes are saved. Another plus. As one of the co-founders of the Old Quad Residents Association, God knows that was many, many decades ago, and some of you are still in the room tonight. We worked diligently to try to just bring a grocery store to downtown. All we wanted was a grocery store. But what did we hear over 40 years ago? You don't have enough density. You lack critical mass. We cannot build it. You need more people. This offers a solution to that. Today, 45 years later, there's a renewed sense of hopefulness in downtown. I love it, to bring the downtown back, to have shops and cafes. But yes, this lofty dream will not be met unless the revitalization will not happen without quality projects such as Monroe Street.
I think we're going to have to call time on.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to share.
And the next speaker is Myron Von Raysfeld.
Evening. Good morning, Council. I'd like to just correct the record on a comment that was made earlier. I do not own this property, never owned this property. I am a member of my family. My dad owned this property. We have a family partnership. My dad sold the property. So just to make clear that I didn't have that. And in addition to that, I never talked to Danielle. I talked to her broker who then spoke to her. So just to clarify that. But let's talk about a couple other things that have been going on while all of these things go on. For over 50 years, I've heard we want a downtown. I've lived and worked in the hardware store that we had there. We never had a downtown my entire life. It was gone by the time I could see what was going on. But I'll tell you what's happened in the last 5 years. Since they started doing this plan, housing prices have gone up over 60%. We have a housing crisis in California and in this area. We have a lot of people still coming here. If we don't build and supply the housing, the prices are going to continue to cause major havoc and major problems for everybody. And this needs to change. And this is a good project in a good area that, as Sal pointed out, meets what even they're trying to propose. And even though there's no proposal, I'm actually totally against trying to do anything that's to something that's not opposed, because you never know when you're going to approve it. It may or may not ever get approved. So with that, I would tell you that when you got something in front of you that meets most of the stuff, that's sometimes what you got to do. Rarely do you ever find a project that makes everybody happy. I do think this does make a good effort at maintaining the Victorian homes on the corners. It takes care of the neighbors behind by reducing the heights behind them. Does it make everything the way it would always be if nothing ever happened? No, but nothing will. So this is your time. The time is now. You got to do it now. And we should do this now. This is a good project. You don't know what you're going to get if you say no to it now. It may never happen. Thank you.
We have 2 more hands, Vice Mayor. Not sure if it's for this item. We'll just, okay. Gary? Gary, unmute yourself, please. The next, Monica. Monica, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. Thank you. I'm Monica and I represent a multi-ethnic interfaith org called Hindus Not Right-Wing
And
Caste.
just so you know, this is still the 950 Monroe topic.
Oh, apologize.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, doesn't look like there are any other public input, but I think I will call for a 5-minute break prior, and we'll come back with questions. 5 minutes, 5 hours, is there really any difference at this point? Yeah. Okay, we're going to restart the meeting. She took the gavel too. I'm like, oh my God. She didn't have the gavel. Thank you very much. So Mr. Caruso, I've heard that there are still some public input. We'll take the public input and then we'll go directly to the applicant's rebuttal.
Okay, we have phone number ending in 6267. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, or more appropriately, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. My name is Charmaine Locascio, and I'm calling in support of the proposed housing project on Monroe Street. I lived in the old quad on Harrison Street for many, many years, and I have watched what has happened in the city of Santa Clara. The developer in this particular case, Mr. Lamb, as well as his architect, Sal Caruso, have worked diligently to present a project which will help the downtown neighborhood as it continues its efforts to rebuild after the massive, massive failed urban renewal of years past. This project will help attract people and shoppers to the downtown area, which is so badly needed, as well as also support the local businesses and perhaps even attract new businesses. The city, and specifically this neighborhood, definitely needs more affordable housing. This project includes this component, and affordable units will actually be built, unlike previous projects which have come before you. Having lived in a historical home in downtown Santa Clara, it is refreshing to see that the developer has worked closely with the neighbors and has revised the original plan by, one, reducing the number of units down to 54, reducing the height on the back of the project, which is good for the residents living behind there, and for making the decision to retain the 3 older adjacent homes. This project is accessible to public transit, which is wonderful for our seniors. I encourage you to vote in support of this well thought out project at Monroe on Franklin Street. Santa Clara and the old quad.
Thank you very much.
Ramya?
Hi. I'm here to, give my opposition to SB 403.
Yeah. So this item is still the 950 Monroe item.
Those are all the hands for now.
Okay. So that's all the comments. I will invite the applicant to rebut for 5 minutes, if we can get 5 minutes on the clock. And again, we would like this to be rebuttals of some of the items that you've heard, some of the issues that you've heard, some of the questions that people have had,
Of course. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. The biggest thing that we heard is it's too tall and it's too dense. I think that was the consistent theme. Let me point out a simple fact and not inflammatory information that is used to rile up the troops. The fact of the matter is that this legend and this icon here are directly from the downtown precise plan, 100%. This is the same colored version with illustration of our project site. About 50% of our site is 1 and 2 story in height. Specifically, 1 story here on Homestead, 1.5 story on the 2 Victorians, 2 story here in the back, almost half of the site, and then 3 story here and 4 story here. The height that is illustrated here is at 72 feet, directly from the downtown precise plan. So the height and massing is following the downtown precise plan. That is an absolute fact, not fiction, not conjecture, not inflammatory information to rile the troops, but actual fact. 72 feet. We're in reality 73. I apologize. We're 1 foot above. If you want, we can remove the foot and make it exactly 72 at the top of the roof structure to be exactly in compliance with the downtown precise plan, while preserving half of the site for 1 and 2 story buildings. This is a reality. If you have any questions on that whatsoever, please let me know because I will further illustrate that point. As far as density goes, let us be clear that it is the downtown precise plan that clearly states that for residential condominium apartments, we need to be between 60 and 70 dwelling units to the acre to be feasible. This is directly from the downtown precise plan, not my opinion, not an opinion of a different brokerage or different investment people, but actually a fact that is illustrated by the authors of the downtown precise plan. These are important facts and not just opinions, because the main argument against the project is too tall and it's too dense. Half of the site is 1 and 2 story, and the other half is at the height that is prescribed by the downtown precise plan. Are we joking here when we have people testifying that it doesn't meet those standards? It is an absolute fact by design. We retooled the project, lowered the scale of the project, stepped it down specifically to comply with that downtown precise plan. And on the density, this is again, they're writing their information right here on the density that is needed between 60 and 70 dwelling units to the acre to be feasible as condominium projects. And contrary to Adam Thompson's presentation, the project is feasible. Otherwise, it would not be proposed. No one is going to do a project to lose money. And Randy Lamb and Lamb Partners have been doing very successful projects for a while and been able to properly make them feasible and aesthetically pleasing and successful. And their retail spaces are filled because they go out and seek the right mixes for the neighborhood and the community to be beneficial. The comparison to the project here, the Benton, is not to say that they did it and we're doing it. Absolutely to the contrary, as a matter of fact. They placed 3 and 4 story buildings just a few feet away from the property line. Our 3 and 4 story buildings are 72.5 feet away from the property line. We are exceeding their setbacks by 62.5 feet greater than the Benton. And to be clear, on the rear of the 2 little historic buildings that are part of the project site, the 5.72 acres, the 3 and 4, this is a 3-story building, this is a 4-story building. Those are 10 feet away from the back of the historic homes. From the back of the historic home at 945, we are 145 feet away, to be clear. This mathematical fact, not opinion, not other information, but fact. So when we compare it to this, we're not saying they did it and we're doing it. We're saying they did it, we're being more thoughtful, greater setbacks that far exceed any setbacks ever done in the city of Santa Clara, greater than any other setbacks that I've seen between historic buildings and development. So to conclude, when the neighbors say we want our vision heard, we heard their vision. We designed to that vision. This project represents that vision, and it can start a beautiful benchmark for a successful project in the city of Santa Clara. As Ray Gamma, that was quoted earlier and used in the negative, Ray Gamma came and supported the project at Planning Commission level and asked the Planning Commission, please approve this project. We've been waiting 50, 60 years. As he said, I'm getting too old. I don't know if I'm going to live that long to see this, and I'd like to see it done successfully. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, sir. And I don't know if staff has anything to add.
I just had 2 things. Most of what was said by the public are people's perspectives of the development. And there's just 2 factual things I wanted to clarify. One was related actually to my presentation. I stated that there were 81 total spaces. 81 basement spaces and 7 on the ground floor. There are actually 81 total spaces, 71 in the basement and 7 at the ground level, and 3 that are associated with the single family homes that are being retained. So I just wanted to provide that clarification. And then I think a lot of the terminology that was used to describe a variance, that this is a variance, there's, I think that was used mostly to, I'm losing the words for it, but more of from like a passionate perspective on what's being done. I just wanted to explain that variances are a different type of tool, a different type of requirement. You need actual specific findings to say that there's something incredibly unique about the lot itself, and those findings need to be made for a variance. A general plan amendment requires not specific findings like that, but rather has a lot more discretion either to support or to deny a project. So I just wanted to provide the clarification between a variance and what's in front of you, which is a general plan amendment. And that's all I have in terms of, responding to the public, but staff's also here if you have further questions.
Mr. Vice Chair, I've got additional comments too.
Okay.
If this is the appropriate time, I think it is.
So the public hearing is still open. So if you can put your comment in as part of that. And I think that we've got a hand from Councilmember Hardy as well. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, very good. This is me part of being part of staff's comment, on the record of the proceedings to date. So first of all, I want to say, while I don't agree with every word of the legal advice that you received today from the audience, it wasn't half bad, particularly the occasional compliment of my office or me and my legal skill. I thought that was spot on. But I do think appropriate for you to hear from me and our office our thoughts on a couple of key legal topics. First of all, it is true that given the nature of the decisions before you, legislative decisions where you're making policy, you do have broad legal discretion to either approve or disapprove the project. I'm prepared to defend, and I believe I will be in a good position to successfully defend either outcome of this group that we hope you'll reach at some point tonight, based on reasonable land use considerations. And I think there's a good amount of evidence in the record of these proceedings to support either position you might ultimately take, again, given your broad discretion. Secondly, with respect to the pending draft downtown precise plan, because it is only a draft, the standards that are set forth in that precise plan are not applicable to this project and should not be relied upon by you. That being said, if you had concerns about this project and its compatibility with the surrounding, land uses, I'm not saying that you should, but if you did, the fact that a downtown precise plan is pending with respect to property that includes this property would be a valid consideration of yours in exercising your legislative discretion with respect to the project. So too, I would argue, if you are inclined to approve the project, would be developers' assertions that the project really is consistent with a lot of the concepts, that are in that pending specific plan. So I know it's a subtle difference. You're not applying that plan. It's a draft plan. It doesn't apply currently to this project, but it's not like you have to act like that process isn't going on. Again, you're making a legislative policy-making decision, and that's a reasonable factor if you've got concerns or issues, with the project itself, or are otherwise favorably disposed to the project. So I wanted to share those two observations with you as you go forward in making your decision on this. Obviously, I'm available, and Xander, Abby from my office are available to answer more specific questions that you might have. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I know. Thank you very much. So it's a public hearing. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. When we're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
that motion passes.
Motion passes. So this takes us to council deliberations. Are there any questions or comments from council? I would like to hear questions and comments before motions, but have Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. It's more comments. No questions. I think we got all those out. We can't beat a dead horse too much longer. Anyway, so good morning, everyone. I could literally smell the coffee being made just a little bit ago. So we're almost, hopefully we'll get out of here pretty soon. I heard a lot of people talking tonight and saying certain things about how long you lived here and how long, they've been in this community. Actually, it don't matter how long you lived here. You could live here for 40 years, 20 years, 1 week, all your life, or you could have been born yesterday. You are a Santa Claran. Hearing from people of all generations, from long-timers to newbies, is truly educational. These are people that actually care about their community. These are people that love their city, and so on. The Old Quad is a truly powerful community. They have lots of pull, lots to say in their neighborhoods. And frankly, I've always been told when I first got into Santa Clara issues is they're the ones that you need to know. They are being heard tonight, loud and clear. The conversations I've had with residents is always the same talk of making something that actually fits with the community. Far too often, Santa Clara has done development as piecing together as a puzzle, figuring things that would fit in one place or another, like round pegs into square holes or vice versa. El Camino was an example of this in the past. Other areas around town followed. The height and density of this site have many concerns, especially not fitting with the neighborhood. Incompatible building height to adjacent residential properties. With the current 83 feet, is just 16 feet from 100 feet and 20 feet from being two gateway projects stacked on top of each other. An upcoming precise downtown plan that I'm interested in seeing, this is a part of that process. Personally, I don't like seeing this happening. I don't see this kind of project happening in prime streets like Palo Alto, Los Altos, Los Gatos, or let alone the El Camino or anywhere in the city of Atherton. So I ask, why here? Why this large? The cities that I agree, these cities that I've listed are very vibrant, but is there 6 stories? I'm pro-housing. I believe in YIMBYism, and I understand the housing crisis and the needs. However, I'm pro-Santa Clara, and I'm pro-residents, and my ears are always listening, and my finger is always on the pulse. I feel we can do better, and by matching what residents needs and our housing needs. Some answers I got tonight about why this plan serves the community just didn't cut it for me. I often feel that sometimes there's no TLC into what is best for Santa Clara, not developers. It checks the guidelines, but does it actually capture the spirit of these neighborhoods? I always say it, and you've probably heard me say it a dozen times since I've been here. I want harmony in the neighborhoods where everyone is not 100% getting what they want, but then there's compromises. This project does not do that for me. I cannot hear that harmony. I cannot hear the unison or the rhythm like any other project. I keep asking, will this set a precedent and cause a chain reaction or a domino effect? It is like everyone wants cupcakes. One half wants it with sprinkles, the other half wants it with cookies on top. We're not going to please everybody in this room, but we have one thing in general. We want cupcakes. So we can settle on something sweet. However, we need to make sure that everyone ends up being happy in some way. That the citizens, that word, citizens' needs are met. I am accountable and answerable to the residents, not developers nor staff. This may not be my district. However, I serve this community regardless, and I just don't see this plan working with the community unless the developer tonight is willing to reduce their height. I'm listening to the community and hearing the deficiencies tonight. I am offering the developer again a chance to make a change, to make a deal, not with me or this council, make a deal with this community. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Do we see Councilmember Chahal? Councilmember Hardy?
I heard a question asked over and over again, consternation over a general plan change. And so I wanted to ask staff, how often do we do that and under what circumstances?
General plan amendments occur a handful of times a year. We often do them in the context of specific plans, as you're aware. We also do them when individuals do see a disconnect between what they're proposing and what the general plan allows. So we do have privately initiated general plan amendments such as this one. I don't have a number off the top of my head to say like we average so many per year, but I would say 3 perhaps per year. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it's not super common, but it also does happen annually.
Thank you. I will say, I like the fact that this proposal has 3 single homes, 2 of them historic, preserved. The fact that I hear so often about the height, but yet the form-based code that's being presented and I hear a lot of excitement about would approve this, it's only 1 foot difference. A general plan amendment is not the end of the world. And we need a certain amount of density to be able to even have a downtown. I, as a planning commissioner, had to argue very hard. Do you realize that the developer thought that the Safeway and the Rivermark wasn't going to have enough people? And it was within a week that people were yelling at me there wasn't enough parking because it was so busy. Decisions made in fear are often bad decisions. So I want to make certain that we're not making decisions based on fear. Fear of what we don't want, fear of litigation. Those kind of fears are not a good way to make decisions. I personally think that this project did change in a good way and is something that would work. I think it would be a very good start. And I've seen other situations where this would get this going as to what we want to see, because we do need more density if we're going to have that downtown that we want. I like the idea of the ability to have restaurants there and that it opens up right up to the street. That is an exciting idea. I have seen it in a few places and it works really, really well. The reality is we have the best weather here. And when I was in Miami, and their weather isn't that great sometimes, they even had rooftop restaurants. And I've asked myself over and over again, why don't we have those here? I think because too often we're afraid to do something different. I think we need to start opening ourselves to something different. I would love to approve this project. I don't know if that will happen. If we're not able to come to a decision, it may be best to continue if we have to. I will yield to my fellow council members to hear their concerns.
Thank you. And I think now we'll go to Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So
as a council member, I have to listen to the residents and both sides of residents, whether asking for the project or opposition to the project. And when I look at the facts, if we follow the precise plan and take a decision based on what our draft precise downtown precise plan is, I think that's setting up a wrong precedent. Once the thing has not been approved, it's just in a draft form, and we don't know in what form it will be approved finally. It's just a draft. So I don't want to set up a precedent which is based on a draft plan, and let's follow that into and approve the project. So keeping that aside, if I go to current situation where I have our general plan, which dictates our decision making right now. So if I look at the density being given, higher end is 36, and I think we are going with 65.5, and that give me 80% higher density being requested as general plan amendment. Height is almost 50% more height than what our general plan dictates as of now. So these are the two objective numbers which I'm looking at. If there are something which are within the delta is very less, I would have thought about it, but the delta on this one is pretty high. And Santa Clara has, I know housing, everybody is asking about housing. Santa Clara has quite a bit of housing plans in pipeline. I think we will easily be meeting our arena numbers. And if this project, as requested by some of the residents and proposed to the developer, that instead of 54, even if you have a, like whatever the number was, only townhome was 30, it does make a difference a little bit, but at least it's palatable to both sides, and it makes sense that, okay, listen to that. My other issue is there were two community meetings, one December 1, 2020, and second DCTF meeting on January 21, 21. And here we are more than 2 years and 6 months. I think we should have engaged the community in between this time to listen to what's going on and what are the pain points of the community, how we can make it feasible from the perspective of residents of the city of Santa Clara, basically. And I'm not saying every resident is supporting it or every resident is opposing it, but I look at the numbers presented to us. There has been pretty strong opposition to it with the number of signs we got and testimonies by different group over here. So that shows there are some disconnect between the developer and the community. And I feel that like some of the plans which have improved are because of the involvement of the community. And similarly, like downtown redevelopment is basically primarily because of the residents. Like we should not take any of people sitting over here should not take a lot of credit out of, because it's a grassroots movement which residents have come forward with, and they have made it happen basically. So looking at that, I don't feel comfortable with this particular general plan amendment. And I think the developer and residents and DCTF and other Old Quad Resident Association have a chance to sit together and make it a plan which can be mutually beneficial to all the sides and make us comfortable taking a decision, basically. But given what I have today, I will not be supporting the approval of this plan. Thank you. I'm trying to be a little bit more brief because it's already morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Councilmember Watanabe has
She just raised her hand.
raised her hand. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you. Well, let's see. If we hang out here for a little bit longer, I might get to see the sunrise. Let me see.
We can make that happen.
Yeah. I've appreciated all of the input that I've heard this evening and this morning, and there have been a lot of good points made on both sides. This is very it's difficult because I listen to the residents, and I know that's my job, is to listen to the residents. But I also listen to Mr. Caruso and have thought a lot about what has been said, the pros and cons, basically. And I appreciate the passion from the residents and their concerns. However, where I'm going to go with this is that we keep talking about a downtown and developing a downtown. It needs a kickstart. And from what I see in terms of projects coming into the downtown right now, with the exception of Silicon Sage, there's nothing coming into the downtown. I mentioned Silicon Sage when I was asking questions of Mr. Caruso because I feel like there have been a lot of mistakes made on that project, and I was not on the council when that project was approved. But I've heard enough about where there were budget cuts and things were not done properly, which have severely impacted that property from being successful, which is why if something is going to happen and be done properly in the downtown, I don't want to see happen here what I've heard happen in Silicon Sage. And who knows, you've got a company now that's gone bankrupt, and who knows what will ever happen to that property, if it will be properly developed, because it was not properly developed. It was not finished properly. And I don't want to see that happen again. Not in the downtown that we care so much about and we want to see move forward. I just did a brief search on Randy Lamb and their development, and I see they've done some very successful projects up in Redwood City, Menlo Park, and coming down the peninsula, Mountain View, and which actually explained to me why I've seen so much growth going on in Menlo Park. The last time I drove through Menlo Park, I didn't recognize it. And I don't know if Mr. Lamb has had anything to do with that development, but I must say it looks really good. And as does Redwood City. So anyway, based on the presentation also, there was talk about so the changes that have been made per requests of the community. And so there were 4 very significant changes done, one going from 8 floors to 6 floors. 3 historic houses were saved, and 3 houses that again keep residents in the community that didn't go away. They're of value, they're historic value. They changed the architectural style that made it more appealing to the community. And the only change was there was one change. Oh, and that was waiting for waiting for the precise plan, the downtown precise plan to be approved. And that was the only request that wasn't granted. And but those were three, but the three that were done were very significant. And it showed that the developer and Mr. Caruso were listening to the community. And also the addition of 20% affordable housing. And, you know, earlier today, at some point in this meeting, we talked about zoning code changes and the importance of zoning code changes that would affect NERC and the downtown and the university community. This is putting 20% affordable housing in a community where there are a lot of students. And I think that that would be a big plus as well in the downtown. So when I take all of that into consideration, and then the fact that the downtown precise plan, as it is in draft form, but still the heights that are part of that downtown precise plan conform with what is being proposed in this project. And as Mr. Cruz has said, it is respectful. This project is respectful to the downtown precise plan. So based on that, and the fact that, as many others have said, we need more housing, we need affordable housing. This, I believe, can be a good kickstart to the downtown, bring in some tax revenue, and just add some vibrancy to a neighborhood that people have been longing for a long time now to see come alive again. And I believe that this is a good way to start that vibrancy. And along with other projects that are being talked about, the BART, and also the downtown precise plan. I think that this would be this is a good addition to it. It would be a good addition to it. And again, I believe it would be a good kickstart to getting things going downtown. So for that reason, I am supporting the project, and I hope that it will go forward tonight. So that's all I have to say at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Any other comments? So I've been listening, and I don't know if people know this, but I actually write down, or try to write down, as many of the comments that I hear from any side. And that's one of the reasons why my eye is not always on the clock when it ticks down and goes past zero. Apologize for that. But at the same time, I feel that even if people talk long, every single word that they have is input, and I try to use that. I will admit, I talked to Mr. Caruso. I've known Mr. Caruso for a long time. He's put a lot of projects before the city, and I've talked at a lot of them. I've been in support of a few. I've been against a few. I know a lot of the residents here. I've talked to a lot of the residents as well. I think that there's no such thing as a project that's completely bad. And I think that's really important to note, that there's no such thing as a project that's only good. I've said this very much. People don't like NIMBYs, but YIMBYs aren't doing anyone any favors if they're not pointing out the problems in the projects that come before us and trying to make them better. They're just saying we need projects, we need housing, we need something, and that's why we're going to approve every single housing project that comes before the city. I don't think that does anyone any favors. I think that we need to understand this. But I did listen to the people. I heard Ed Stock say he was tired of do-as you like PD zoning. I heard Danielle and the Harrows. And what I heard from them is that the neighbors don't support this project. They're the people that are closest to this project. And I would have liked to have gotten their support. I heard Jonathan say, wish there was more interplay with the DCTF. And again, I know a lot of the people on the task force, and I'll also say, I've never seen a project that worked with the task force, with the people on the task force, not even with the task force as the task force, but the people involved who are involved. I've never seen a project that worked with the people there that was not made better than when it started. In fact, I saw Mr. Mayor's presentation. I thought, oh, I'd like this presentation to go on for more than the 6 minutes that it was scheduled for, because I thought these are kind of good ideas. I wish people would think about that. I heard Mr. McDonald say that this project has less retail than what exists, and that's kind of concerns me because this is supposed to be downtown. Myron Von Racefield and 8181 and others said we need more housing. And I countered that with, and we need more parking. This project has parking. And then we go back to the first comment, which is the one that started all of my thinking. It was Steve Kelly. He said, I want to see a vibrant downtown. And my problem with this project is the focus is on housing first and downtown second. And I think that that's kind of a sticking point for me. And it's not that it's a bad housing project. There's no such thing as a perfect housing project, but there's usually a strong synergy between housing and retail in a downtown. I've often complained, sitting right there, that one of the problems I have with Santa Clara is there is no place that I can go on a date. There's no place that I can go, like if the President of the United States came to visit Santa Clara, where would I take him? Or her eventually? And the short answer is I would usually take them someplace else. Right. And like I said, the retail in a downtown cannot be an afterthought. Right. I see a lot of possibilities, and they put a lot of thought into what can go there. There's the shaft, there's the ventilation, there's the grease trap. I see a lot of possibilities, but no strong plan. And usually when you have a retail area, you start with an anchor and you build the retail, you build the plan around how you're going to bring people in. One of the concerns I have about Santa Clara in general is we have a lot of housing developers here. We don't bring in a lot of retail developers, and that's why very few of our projects have retail components that I think are worthwhile. I think that if we thought about retail first and we said, we're going to have housing, we understand that. But what kind of retail, what are the draws that are going to bring people in? And we don't do that. I feel like we start from the reverse. We're going to bring the people in first and then give them no place to go. I think that's kind of unfortunate. And what a prime location. I really think this is a great location for something like this. I mean, it's in abutting historical neighborhoods, walking distance to this place. We're going to have a direct route to BART stations, to the BART station, which is a terminal station, to a train station, to lots of different things. If you want to, you can visit the police station. Right. But parking for retail and visitors, I'm counting, and I don't know if I'm right about this, but I see 9 spaces. And my question is, for a successful retail area, is that what we want? When I think of 9, is that even enough to support a single successful restaurant? When I think about a successful downtown, I think about Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, Campbell, because that's where I go. And all the downtowns have huge parking spaces, has huge parking structures, some every second or third block. And I think that, we don't like parking because we think parking is very expensive. But I've said this a lot. Parking is the first line of defense for any retail, for any commercial area. And they support hundreds of people. The parking's annoying, but, not enough to keep people away. Like we've got to have enough parking so that people can come here and they want to come here. This is the place they go because they can park. Right. I heard Brian Goldberg say that I want ability to have quality places to eat in my city. And I think that this is not going to be by providing a space and saying, well, what do you want it to be? I think some of that starts with, we find the kinds of businesses we want to be here and we say, hey, we'd like you to be here. What do you think what kinds of support retail would make you successful? Like what works for you in other places? And I don't think we've ever asked that question. I heard Mark Hogue say, we don't want poor visual transitions, right? This could be a great stepping stone. And I see this, it's right, but it's at the end, it's on the other side. I don't want something that says, well, you came from the BART station, you walked the downtown, now you've come to our place, it's time to turn around and go back. Right? I would like something that says, oh, you found gold at the end of this rainbow and we'd like you to stay. In fact, it's one of those things you have to walk a little bit further, but you're going to be glad that you did that. I don't like the fact that we're kind of changing the requirement for 5 stories. I mean, we said, well, you want it to be 72 feet tall. We're going to give you 72 feet. We're going to fit our 5 stories, our 6 stories in that. And I feel that, well, those are 2 separate requirements. I don't like the fact that you're trying to use the height requirement to get an additional story in. I feel like you should look at the limitation on the number of stories and say, well, that's what we're working with. Let's try to stay within that. I looked at page 10, the bonus blue levels. I look at all of them and I'm considering this, and I realize that most of the blue levels are like away from residential. And the ones that are here, they're across the street. I really wish they had, well, I'm looking here. I'm looking at this picture right here. And I'm looking at the ones here that are really close. And I think, well, these are the things that I don't necessarily know. I don't necessarily think I agree with them because this block is very different from these blocks. And I really wish that the people that were specifying the heights considered that. Not just what can we do to make things uniform or simple, but what makes this block or what makes this area different from the other blocks that warrants additional consideration. I hear a lot of things about variances. I remember 10 years ago, 12 years ago, we used to have variances. And variances I liked because it says, we want to change this one thing. Then we went to this thing called PD. And what I hated about PD is that, as Mr. Stock said, do as you like PD zoning. That's exactly how I felt about PD, which is a question I've asked is, okay, we have PD, we're doing all these changes, but if we had to do variances for each one of these things, how many variances would we need to support this project? And we never got an answer to that question because oftentimes it'd be a lot. This case, I don't think it's that many, but at the same time, I just don't like going to PD. I like knowing what we're getting. And general plan, zoning, it's not just for developers. I think that, it tells prospective home buyers what they're buying into, what kind of place they're buying into. And when we don't follow that plan, like I was on the general plan steering committee over 10 years ago. I don't think a lot of people know that. I know this general plan, or I knew this general plan very, very, very well, which is why every single project that came in and destroyed a piece of that general plan and that zoning, I felt it. In fact, it made me very sad because we had spent so much time, just like we did with this downtown, building something that I thought would lay out a vision for the city. And then we piecemeal didn't follow the plan that we paid a lot of money, spent a lot of time doing. And that's why we had to do lots of other changes. I look at Mervyn's Plaza. People remember it as Mervyn's Plaza. It's supposed to be the largest regional mixed-use hub in our city. It's one of the largest parcels of that type, and it has no housing on it whatsoever. I don't think there's a single building on that that's over a single floor. And these are the kinds of things that push the housing into our neighborhoods. You need to realize that housing is like an air mattress. If you push it down here, it's got to go up someplace else. And this is why following a plan is a good thing. I used to admonish Planning Commission, and this is going long, so I'll cut it short. I used to admonish Planning Commission that, again, I think one of the members said it, this is not an approval commission. this is not an approval department. It's a planning commission. It's a planning department. And planning implies more than just checkboxes and check marks. And this is what is allowed. Planning, I used to say, this is vision. This is what we want the city to be. I came back from a dinner from the North Peninsula cities, and the city of San Carlos was talking about how they revitalized San Carlos. They've got a lot of challenges because they're next to the middle of airports. And the one thing they said is, if we make a zoning change, if we affect the zoning in any way, it better be for the better. It better show us, it better be to align with a vision, not just approve a project. And these are the things I really wish that we could do here. But more importantly, we need that for a downtown. I would really like a project where we can talk about not just the housing aspects, because I mean, housing is not a project, not a problem that we're going to solve with this project, right? But I really wish we would talk about what's going to bring people here for a downtown. And when I see projects that lead with, this is how our downtown is going to look, this is what our downtown is going to feel like, this is what people are going to walk into, that'll make me more excited, because I know that this has, and I really like the idea of the sidewalks, and what is built on this side of the street is going to 100% affect what the other side of the street, what the other side of Monroe feels like, which is why I think that the first strike that we have is not just about, as not just about a kickstart to build something. I think it should be a kickstart to say, this is the type of thing. This is not just to kick off development, but to set an example. I'll end my comments there. I don't know if there's any other input.
Councilmember Becker has his hand up.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. It's about 1:30 and it's almost last call. So don't you all wish you wore your pajamas? I have a question for the city attorney. Am I able to ask, basically, because I asked a question at the very end of what I was talking about in Let's Make a Deal. Am I able to ask the applicant a question, or do we have to open the public hearing again?
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Becker, if it's just a question and you're not asking for new testimony, you wouldn't need to reopen the public hearing.
Okay. So based on my question, kind of I alluded to the question at the very end was about making a deal. You know, you're going to be making a deal basically with the community tonight. Would you be interested and would you consider reducing the height to the height of the building across the street?
I need to confer with the developer. I'm the architect.
Yeah.
I know.
Are there any other questions or comments from council while we wait? Why don't we take another, well, actually we're coming back. Are you coming back?
But I would recommend it's a very good question. It's a valid question and requires more than 5 minutes to make that decision. I would request deferral to be able to evaluate this thoughtfully and not just, kickstart like this. I think we hear what you're saying. We hear what Vice Mayor Park is saying about, the plan calls for 5-story, ours is 6-story, et cetera, et cetera. And you're asking for a 20-some foot reduction in height. We need to look at all of that.
Yeah.
And look at what is realistic and feasible and see if we still have a project, right? Okay. So that takes more than the 5 minutes. So I would ask for a deferral.
Understood. But at that point, that would be a different project, would that not? That would change almost everything about what this item is requesting.
So
the same project, just lower.
No, understood. But I think that we can get clarification. No.
So in recognition that the change is going to be a reduction in units, I think it would be advisable still to do renoticing for the project site. However, we have had instances where projects do change on the dais, usually obviously not to add more intensity, but to decrease intensity. So I think I would perhaps appreciate any additional guidance that the city attorney's office may provide. Certainly if it's a reduction, it does feel like there would be adequate environmental clearance that's provided. We can obviously indicate in the public hearing, in our agendas, that the item has been continued. That is a practice that we have so that people who are monitoring the project are aware to come again, so you don't necessarily have to renotice. So we have had these instances. Now that I'm able to think a little more clearly at almost 2 a.m., we've had instances where projects have changed. An example of this is the Gateway Crossings project, where the applicant did return a couple of times. Not every time was the project renoticed for a new project description. So I think in talking this through, it seems as if the direction that the council is asking the applicant to consider is a revised plan. It would be good to know, that the applicant has understood the direction so that we can confirm that it's going to be somewhat a reduced project. We'll know that the environmental clearance is sufficient, and we will also post anything that is changed in advance of a public hearing. So I think if the city attorney's office has different thoughts than what I've shared.
So briefly, and I may ask Xander to step in here if I go awry on that. Everything you say makes sense. In terms of what reprocessing would be required, just like the developers evaluating the proposal and determining what kind of adjusted project they might be willing to tender, back to you. We'd probably want to discuss a little bit based on what they end up coming up with, what additional reprocessing, might be required. It could be as simple as Rena pointed out, given the reduced intensity of the project, coming back to you with a revised project, but I wouldn't want to advise that or opine that definitively until we see what in fact comes of the developers' ruminations and potential recalibration of the project. Xander's nodding at me, so I know I'm not completely off on that, but that's our thought on that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the response. So in the light of that, I would like to make a motion. My motion will be to deny the project.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any comment, any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Watanabe, and we also have we'll go to the Councilmember Watanabe first, and then we'll go to the city manager.
Yes, thank you. I think that's, I will not support that motion. I think the request that was just made of the applicant to consider the project and to potentially bring it back. I mean, obviously, this is not something they can decide in 5 minutes. This has serious implications as to the cost and how it would be impacted. So I think denying the project is the wrong way to go. I think that the right course of action here is to defer the project to give the applicant adequate time to be able to come back and say whether or not the request to reduce the height is something that is feasible for them. So I am not supporting the motion.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. I'd like to make a substitute motion that we continue.
Second.
We have a substitute motion from Councilmember Hardy to continue the item, and we have a second from Councilmember Watanabe, but we have a comment. Sure. Because I'm also going to take input on discussion on the motion itself as well. I have a couple of questions, but we have the city manager.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor Park. I was just going to note for Councilmember Becker, if the goal was to have the applicant go back and confer both with staff and with their team about possible modifications, the most correct motion would be a continuance. I think we would be continuing to a date not certain at this point, and so we will need to renotice the project. But a denial motion, if that was successful, would essentially deny the project, and there would be no further reconsideration unless it was from someone from the prevailing side. So if you would like to continue the process as we were discussing it, it would be a continuance.
I understand where they're coming from, but I think, going back to Gateway Crossings or Gateway Project over by Coleman, the decision was made at that moment during that night. So I kind of see the same situation. If we're asking a question, it should be something that be able to say, yeah, you know what, let's make that work. So I won't be supporting this motion.
So Vice Mayor Park, the first action, if in fact you're ready to take action, would be on whether or not the substitute motion can even be considered.
We'd vote to consider to see if we want the replacement. And if that succeeds, we would vote on that motion. And if it doesn't succeed, we would go to the original motion, which would be the denial, and we would vote on that. But I do have a couple of questions. I think that we've got Councilmember Hall as well.
So keeping in view the discussion we are having, I would, as developer has requested that they want to confer and they want to discuss about it, I'll support the motion, at least because everybody has spent so much time into it, and now the developer knows what the community residents want out of it, and they even we can give them some time to have another meeting among themselves so that they can come up with a better option to come up. So I can support the motion to continue.
I have a couple of questions. So I don't know if assistant director or the city manager but so if we continue the item to a time uncertain, which means that we give them as much time as they need to reformulate, to rethink about the project, then it would simply come back, but it would it be renoticed? I mean, I think that you were talking, it would be renoticed. So it would essentially be new project application, but within the old, not approved application. It would be the old application, but a new description of the project with the old application.
Just to clarify, if you continue to a date uncertain, The project will come back to you, as the city attorney noted. We are not confirming that it will immediately come back to the city council. It may need to go back to the planning commission. We will decide that once the proposed modifications are known. Because we do not know how long the process to identify and evaluate those modifications, we are recommending that you continue to a date uncertain, which means that we will renotice the hearing.
Understood.
Additionally, it will be the same application. It will just come back as a modified project.
Understood. So the other part of that is, so that helps with a lot of paperwork, that helps with a lot of different things, but we've heard one specific request, which was, can you bring the height down? But I feel that there's a lot more to the comments than that one request. I mean, there was some talk about working with the neighbors. There was talk about looking, from a downtown perspective. Again, that was from me. I think that this is a downtown project. I feel like it should feel like a downtown project, not a project on El Camino or anywhere else. That's a housing project with a minimum amount of retail thrown in to make it feel like it's mixed use. How is that? How do we get that input? How do we get those portions?
I think a broad direction to staff to work with the applicant on modifications as enumerated at this meeting. Certainly, Councilmember Becker, Vice Mayor Park, and Councilmember Jahal mentioned a number of potential challenges or concerns that they had with the project. We can take a broad direction to work with the applicant on potential modifications. Now, I think the way reality works, if there is a modification, it may not align to all of those, but I think what I'm hearing from you is you would like the applicant to consider all of the comments that have been made tonight, just not the one request from Councilmember Becker.
Yes, and that's why I guess my other question is, if there's a denial, they have to reapply, that would do it too, but that would be a little bit more work. But at the same time, I feel like that would almost guarantee that there would be.
Yeah, to be clear, if there was a denial of the project, the applicant would have a variety of different options. They wouldn't need to reapply. They could actually request a reconsideration under the city council's policy of reconsideration.
Understood. Mm-hmm. And that would be open. They would be open to builder's remedy as well at that point, or? Because I would think that the continuance would also stave off. Well, I shouldn't say stave off, but it would reduce the consideration for something like builder's remedy for a while at least.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to presume or talk about that. That's a option the developer may be evaluating. But I think your consideration in this case is whether or not you want to give the developer an opportunity to reconsider their project and tender it back to you. And as the city manager and others have pointed out, a general referral back to the developer and staff, and a continuance to a date uncertain for this item really is the best framework for that.
Understood. Okay, so good. Because my other request for staff would be, is there any way that we could look at guiding this project so it doesn't need a PD rezone? Right. I think that, again, PD, I don't like to see PD if we don't.
This is when a whole night comes full circle when we talked about the zoning code update and the inconsistencies with our general plan and the zoning code. We don't have a district that really aligns with the type of density, the type of mix of uses that are proposed on the site. So today, the only tool we have is really a PD zoning.
And that's my point. My point is, we do have other zonings which work because they exist, they have existed. And I guess the question is, if we had to stay within those confines, what would the project look like? And I would like to see, what we can do with that, because it's not going to be the project that's as proposed anyway. Right. I'd like to be open to that. I'm not saying that would be a requirement. When it comes back, we make take up on council, but at the same time, it's something that I would like considered.
That's something staff would need some time to evaluate the specific districts we have and what could be, what could meet. I mean, clearly, if it's the general plan designation on the site, which is only 36 DU to the acre, that would be a different set of zoning opportunities. So staff would need some more time to kind of look at the question as you've presented it and see what zoning options there exist.
Because I think that zoning options do exist, which have higher density than that, which could allow this, because I'm looking there and I'm remembering some of the additional.
The challenge with some of the districts we've created that allow for higher density, they actually are meant to be in pretty intense neighborhoods. And so there isn't really the amount of separation next to sensitive uses that we would probably want to see here, where that's based on the community feedback that we're hearing. Some of the districts that we have in our specific plans for higher density don't match up with that. But Councilmember Park, Vice Mayor Park, certainly I think we just need some more time to take a look at what you've requested. Are there conforming districts that could work with a much lower density than what's proposed with a mixed use sort of situation? I think we would need some additional time to evaluate that.
Vice Mayor. So I
Vice
think
Mayor.
yeah.
May I call the question?
Okay, but I guess the question that I have is all the things that we talked about, if that's included in the substitute continuance motion, like
A substitute motion is to continue to a date uncertain. End of sentence.
I guess the clarification question again is, like, all the things that we discussed, including, like, how do we ensure that that happens? And you're just saying that we've stated it and it's understood.
Right. So we should probably clear up a few things, maybe back up before we go forward.
What I'm trying to prevent is we've had one person say, I want to reduce the height. And then we go back, we continue, they come back, we reduce the height, no other change, the changes to support reduced height, nothing else, no talking with the community. And this is what the new project is. And I'm trying to avoid that step.
Totally understand. Vice Mayor Park, Council, at this late hour, I think we should just clarify a couple things before we go forward. One, action tonight requires 4 affirmative votes. Okay, it's not just a simple majority. Additionally, we are talking about Councilmember Hardy's substitute motion. However, in fact, there is no substitute motion because the original motion by Councilmember Becker did not receive a second. So
I believe we did get a second
on
Councilmember
Becker's. Okay.
Yes, the motion to deny was made by Becker. A second was Chahal.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll clarify that. So we're talking about a substitute motion by Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Hardy's motion, as she's articulated, is simply for a continuance. Council has options when you in making the motion. You can make a motion with specific direction to staff or the developer, or you can make one without direction. What I understand, Councilmember Hardy's motion does not have specific direction. However, I would say, if we are continuing the project, I believe that is for a general request for staff and the developer to look at potential modifications. Or it could simply be a request to continue it, and we would bring back the exact same project. So we should get clarification on that. But the motion on the floor does not have any specific direction built into it.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking for, because without that, I don't think I can support just a plain continuance.
So I also would request the motion maker that if we continue in a sense that whatever the feedback we got from the community, from the developer today, so that they can come up with a they can come up with the same project, but they should look at the feedback from the community and then come back on that. I'm not saying they cannot come back with the same project. They say, we don't want to make any change. But my question is, our request should be, our continuation should be that they should listen to the community and come back with a project which can be palatable to all of them.
We are willing to make modifications to the project. We just need some time to evaluate what those can be. And we definitely will listen to the community input.
Okay.
We just need some time to do that. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if the developer is proactively saying that, I think it makes sense.
I would just feel better if it were in the motion.
Vice Mayor Park, Councilmember Watanabe has her hand up.
Thank you. I was just going to ask if that could just be added to the substitute motion, just that the modifications be, that a continuance, the request for a continuance and with modifications, any modifications that the applicant would like to bring back at a future date, at a date uncertain.
If that's what will get the motion to go, I will accept that.
Thank you.
So, I mean, I get, it would be reach out to the community and think about some of the items that we've brought up. I would support that motion. It sounds like motion maker, you are okay with that?
Yeah.
And the second seems like she's okay with that as well. So I think we can now do the roll call vote on
So we have a motion for
should the second should the
consider the motion.
the substitute motion, should we vote on that? And that's what we're voting on. We're voting on whether or not we will accept the substitute motion, and then we will vote on the motion itself if it passes.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
No.
So it passes 4-1. And now we will vote on the actual motion, the motion itself. If there's any other comments? Not, clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
No.
That motion also passes 4-1 with so at that point, I think we've got a continued item. Thank you very much for everyone for staying. Thank you very much for putting up with this. And you know, I look forward to doing this again.
We need to resume public presentations if we have anyone remaining.
So at this point, we will go back to public presentations. Okay. Okay. Actually, I think that we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute. Thank you for staying so late. It looks like we've got a number of people that are still online. We said that we'd come back to public presentations. There will be no actions taken in public presentations. Public presentations are for items that are not agendized, that are not on the agenda, and the council will not and cannot take any action on that. With that said, I want to ask the city attorney, because of the late hour, because of the circumstances of this meeting, I don't want to deny people time to talk, but if we can get maybe if we suggest that we go on for another 10 minutes and we'll take as many speakers as we can, and after that time continue public presentations to the next meeting, or I don't know if we can cut off public presentation completely, or if we need to continue that, but there will be no actions taken by council.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, appreciate that inquiry. Given the late hour, I think you do have flexibility with consensus of your members to modify either the amount of time people are given to speak or the duration of the remainder of the meeting. The option that you tendered was a reasonable one. I don't know if 10 minutes is the right time or some other amount of time to give the people who obviously waited an opportunity to speak, since they did wait, and probably no one expected we'd be this late in the time. But you don't need to continue anything. It really would just be you would end public comment. Given the late hour, you'd adjourn the meeting, and anyone who hadn't spoken or who spoke already, frankly, could come back and speak at the public presentations at your next council meeting, which would be August 29th.
That makes a lot of sense. So we would need consensus. Council, could we do this by council consensus?
Mm-hmm.
And at this point,
we cut off at 2:30.
I could entertain 2:30 again. How many people are online? 30 people online. That's what I'm saying. There's.
Yeah.
Well,
So, Mr. Chair, you could do a combination of things to reduce both the time and the duration of it. Again, because it is public comment and it's not an item on the agenda itself. If it was an agendized item, adjusting the time, midway through might not be appropriate, but because you can't take action tonight anyway, people can choose to speak or not with the amount of time you're allocated. And of course, they could come back at a future meeting and get their full allotment of time.
So let's split the difference. What if we say we will end the meeting at 2:20? We will take as many speakers up until 2:20, and then we will close public presentations at that time. And for everyone that's online, you could come back and speak in public presentations at the next meeting, which would be the 29th of August. And then at that point, we would close out the rest of this meeting with the reports from staff, et cetera. Is that acceptable by council members are remaining? I believe that we've lost council member Watanabe during the break.
Yep.
Acceptable. So my understanding going to 2:20, but with the standard time.
But that's correct.
Okay.
So 2:20 with no reduced time, because as you said, I don't think it would be fair to the people who stayed to be reduced time in the middle of the public presentation.
I'm seeing consensus for the record.
Yes.
Albeit begrudging.
I can do this all night. Okay. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take public presentations until 2:20. And at that point, we will cut off public presentations. Again, you're welcome to join the next meeting, August 29th. Right. So.
Okay, Monica
Kaur.
Oh, thank you. I think my voice is gone too at this time of the night. Thanks to all of the council members for your patience and commitment. It's humbling. As a Santa Clara resident, I represent a multi-ethnic group called Hindus Not Caste Oppressors. Please, we request you to agendize SB 403 and take a no position for the following reasons. There will be extensive frivolous lawsuits on false caste discrimination, like the now dismissed Cisco caste case, also based on a false complaint that tortured the innocent defendants for 3 years. Please check the publicly crowdsourced info from court documents at castefiles.com and the shocking anti-Indian, anti-Hindu hate by supporters of this bill at castefiles.com. We strongly condemn any caste discrimination as Americans, but warn that the supporters were lying. There are zero police and law enforcement reports of any caste discrimination across this county or state in any industry, let alone horrifying allegations of violence or human trafficking. The bill is being suspiciously pushed by dubious special interests by a group called Equality Labs and Californians for Caste Equity. These are for-profit groups known for their anti-Hindu hate and Hindu-phobic bigotry. Their shocking bigoted evidence is available on YouTube and social media of countless hate-filled rhetoric against the Indian Hindu faith and practices. The bill's intention is suspiciously being pushed by this for-profit organization and its allies, ready to make millions off of innocent Americans. They organize so-called caste expert DEI trainings, which are all false propaganda, with their publications having made-up definition of caste and filled with rabid anti-Hindu hate and bigoted Hinduphobia. The exorbitant civil costs will be burdened by innocent, unsuspecting Americans of Indian, Hindu, and Sikh backgrounds, causing an unintended increase in reverse discrimination. Not to mention, the state will shoulder $8 million or more in costs plus exorbitant legal bills in more caste discrimination court cases. This bill is not facially neutral, with no large Indian or Hindu or community or religious organizations consulted in the unamended formation of this bill. Our fears of false reverse discrimination are just validated by the uninformed California Democratic Progressive Caucus, who endorsed SB 403 just yesterday. We're fearfully forced into hiding due to rising mistrust and hate-filled bullying against innocent Americans and youth in our schools and workplaces. Please.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Prabhakar.
Namaste. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Prabhakar Reddy Maram Reddy, Vice President of Foothill Desi Sports Association. Caste, Indian and Hindu connection documented on record by SB 403 sponsors. Hindu culture strives for universal righteousness and peace, whereas the authors, sponsors, and supporters of this bill SB 403 are working very hard exactly for the opposite side. Caste, unacceptable word stays in 15th June version. The definition changes at one more time. Bill has only become more worse after June 15th revision. The fact that Senator Wahab can so easily change her definition of caste, despite her supposed passion for caste protection, it is an indication that caste is actually whatever Senator Wahab wants it to be. It appears that caste is a political football to be kicked and thrown in whatever direction Senator Wahab and her allies want it to go in. We are troubled that policymakers are taking it too lightly. Caste, it has jatis, pedras, tribes. It is important to refresh that each caste category contains thousands of jatis. Even assuming hypothetically, if discrimination happens within the same caste, but among those jatis, such addition of caste into the law not only proves meaningless, but also would potentially require yet more law to add jatis, and more such laws are based on other terms of social classification. Authors, supporters owe apology to Californians originating from global south. The bill just letting me fearful of using my name itself. I cannot say my name happily anymore. I strongly oppose SB 403. Please pass the resolution to oppose this bad bill. Please also write to state policymakers to reject this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Sunita Lodha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, respected council members, we thank you for listening to us. We say no to Esha Wahab Bill SB 403. I'm not from so-called high caste, but I still oppose this hate bill on Hindus for hurting our civil rights and being discriminatory, racially profiling of Hindus. There are caste systems in many nations and societies, and not only in India or Hindus. So why are only Hindus and Indians being targeted here? I've heard many people say they are caste in other Asian communities, but they're not being targeted except Hindus and Indians. So this is racially profiling and hate on Hindus. There have been no caste cases filed in any police or courts. No proof has been given of any caste discrimination by Hindus. So why are lies being spread about Hindus, Dalits, Sikhs, Jains on caste discrimination? Where are the proofs of any cases of any discrimination or violence? There has been only one case in the court, which is the Cisco case, which was thrown aside by the California court because the California agency had to back out because they had no proof. The reason they had to back out of the case was there was no proof. So they were just targeting the Cisco Indian and Hindu for racially discriminating and racially profiling the Hindu. So it was thrown out of the court. And no Indian or Hindu talks and asks about our caste. Many Indian and Hindu youths don't even know what their caste in the USA is. Now the Hindu youths and Hindu families will be emotionally, mentally affected by this bill if it's passed. There'll be lawsuits and there'll be lots of financial burden on state of California. There'll be lots of cases which is unfounded with no proof, and it'll be unfair, injustice, civil right to attack Hindus and Indians in the US. Casteism was introduced by Portuguese and colonies in India. It's illegal in India today to do any caste discrimination. So if it's illegal in India to do any caste discrimination, why are Hindus being targeted in the US when no one is practicing casteism? There's no cases of casteism. So why are we being targeted? Our religion does not promote casteism. It was introduced by colonies who colonized India in 1800s, and which is illegal today, as I said. Where the data, where there are no cases filed in police cases or courts, no proof.
Thank you very much.
Anwar Mirza.
Hello, everyone. Hello, council member. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I am here to support SB 403. The reason why, because this is the bill for the civil rights. Most of the Americans believe in civil rights, and this is a human rights bill. The bill itself is saying that, ban the caste system, right? So we are the member of a Muslim organization, and we are 100% in favor of SB 403. You cannot stand against Islamophobia and allow caste discrimination and gaslighting of caste equity civil rights organization. Already in this meeting, there have been conditions created of gaslighting and open caste bigotry against the caste oppressed people. We ask you now to support SB 403 and to enter this conversation with care, sensitivity, and do not create conditions of violence against the caste oppressed communities. We believe strongly that SB 403 bill, this will bring the equality, freedom, and brotherhood among the people throughout the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Karina Chada.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm here to, speak on SB 403. Caste discrimination is an interfaith global issue. The discrimination is real. It occurs at the individual and systemic level. So many people here today have plenty of evidence. Look at the BJP temple in Chino Hills that was built with exploited Dalit labor in 2021. Casteism is not an ancient issue. It is happening now. Nothing in the text of this bill targets any religion. It is to add protections to those who have been historically excluded. We all need to acknowledge and open up the conversation about how pervasive and systemic caste discrimination is, and that starts with acknowledging that casteism still exists. I am a caste-privileged Sikh American living in California, and I fully support SB 403. I hope that we can get your support too.
Thank you very much.
Did you want me to continue? It's 2:19.
We'll take one more. We'll take one more speaker, and then we will close public hearings again, public presentations. Again, anyone who still has something to say, you can continue. You can come to the next meeting, which will be the 29th of August, and speak at public presentations then.
Okay, Padmaja.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, council members, for allowing me to speak. My name is Padmaja Indukuri. I oppose any type of discrimination in California, but I'm opposing the SB 403 bill, as the bill itself is discriminatory, linking the caste to Hindu community directly, as the caste system is taught in California textbooks, linking it only to the Hindu community, which is totally wrong. Every religion has different segments and sections within their own religion, but only Hindu religion was portrayed as though only our religion has caste system. Every religion has some type of segments, but the word caste has a negative connotation like the N word, and it is very personal, and it should not be discussed in a public civil rights code bill without the Hindu community's consent. If anybody feels discriminated based on N word under the existing laws, they fight under race, but not N word itself. And as the N word itself is not mentioned in civil rights bills. Just like that, if anybody feels discriminated based on their inherited caste, they should definitely fight for their rights under ancestry as inherited status. But you cannot define the caste system under civil rights bill. However, Ms. Aisha Wahab, our Senator Aisha Wahab, wants as a perceived system, unnecessarily allowing people to litigate however they perceive it. I lived in this country for 32 years. I have never heard anybody discriminated me or anybody based on their caste, but unfortunately, Senator Wahab was perceiving food industry hygiene, cleanliness, vegetarian dietary habits, Hindu faiths that you practice as discrimination based on caste. They're linking the dietary habits, food habits, cleanliness, everything to the caste, which is not fair. Most of the Hindus avoid using the word caste as it hurts our feelings, just like how the N-word hurts, some people. So Hindu community is hurting really bad to even hear the word caste. So it should not be used at all in this civil rights bill. So I request the officials to please oppose this bill, and then please give a proclamation from the city of Santa Clara
Thank you very much. And for everyone online, this concludes public presentations. Again, if you have something that you would like to say, you can continue this on the 29th of August, public presentations there. Now we'll go to reports of members and special committees.
I'll save mine.
Nothing there. City manager, executive director report.
No report.
No report. Disappointing. And that takes us to adjournment.
I'll motion.
To adjourn.
Second, whatever way.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hardy and a second by Councilmember Becker.
Councilmember Shahal.
I think yes.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
There's only four of us. If I say no, does that stop the motion?
Councilmember Becker.
This is a tough one. Yes.
I vote yes. I still have you.
Like staff, you can all leave. We're gonna be